Before I give you my more formal welcome, I just have to say how really wonderful it is to see a full room of humans in 3D who talk to one another, who are connected. I've been reflecting on the way in which this forum, which has always been smaller than many, although we have, of course, I welcome everyone who's online, but it has really created a community over the years. And that is particularly important now. And in these days of non-full offices, it's also just lovely to see everybody here. The food always helps, but also the content. So the Future Security Forum is a partnership between Arizona State University, ASU, and New America, really a unique partnership that we started right after I took over as CEO in 2013. It was really Peter Bergen, Daniel Rothenberg, and me, and Michael Crow and Jim O'Brien who got it launched. And it shows how a nonpartisan DC-based think tank can partner with a major public research university. I would say ASU always wins the U.S. News and World Report Most Innovative University ranking, and it deserves it. And this was one example of that kind of innovation. It's a partnership in which we share team members, we pool resources, we jointly manage research programs, and we create public-facing events like this one. I have taught at Thunderbird. I've been part of our our Masters in Global Security. Many of the think tank crowd double as professors of the practice in ways that benefit all of us. We have white papers and books and articles and podcasts, and you will see other outputs featured today. So the first thing to say in this forum is just our pleasure in being able to continue it as a partnership. We are also this year in partnership with Security and Defense Plus, which is a partnership that brings together ASU, King's College London, and the University of New South Wales. I will just say that that partnership was started before AUKUS, in case I had again, real foresight, I think, in thinking about the US, Britain, and Australia. And we will hear more on that from Ian Langford, who is the head of the Security and Defense Plus partnership. This forum is also part of our 25 years of New America event series. Now, some of you have been with us for a very long time, and you can count. We were founded in 1999. That's not exactly 25 years if we were commemorating the founding, but we are 25 this year. And we thought celebrating being 25 in 25 was the right thing to do. We are also, I would say, out of young adult status. We're well out of adolescence. When I came in, we were a little closer to adolescence. But this kind of partnership and this kind of forum and this body of work really mark who we want to be and where we want to go moving forward. And we've had a whole series of events commemorating or celebrating being 25. And this is one, and one of our big ones. The last one was in July when we looked at 20 years after Katrina in the United States. Now, of course, we are looking globally. And then next week, and I hope you will join us, including everyone online, we have the Us at 250 experience. Capital U, small s at 250. We are anticipating 2026. We actually launched this program 3 years ago, and asking who are we as this nation changes dramatically, demographically, technologically, and who are we in the world? And how are we responding not only to changes from administration to administration, but to power shifts in the world and to existential threats? So this year's forum will address a whole range of topics: America's relationships around the world, events in key regions like the Middle East. You have to be watching your phone for that one. And then, of course, cross-cutting issues like how the military and the intelligence community should prepare for the future. We have long-supported long-form journalism and the publication of a range of books. You will see them out there. I encourage you to browse. Again, it's a physical book. You can actually turn the pages. I actually read a lot on my Kindle, but I believe in both. And so many are available for sale. Welcome again. I am now going to step down and we're going to hear videoed welcome remarks from President Michael Crow, who has been, again, our steadfast partner, the president of ASU, and then we will hear from Security and Defense Plus Director Ian Langford. Thanks very much. And then you will see us again.
Hi, Michael Crow here. Welcome to the 11th Annual Future Security Forum. This is a joint effort of Arizona State University and the New America partnership that we've had going for quite a number of years. What we do here is we really focus on solutions to domestic and global security issues as they come together. National security is not just a military issue, as all of you know. It's a much more complicated set of relationships, partnerships, alliances, economic interactions, all these things. And what we need are more ideas, more creativity, more resilient responses, more ways to react to the environment in a quicker fashion. So that's what we're after here. That's what the forum is about. It's a key focus for us here at ASU. We'd like you to really be generating new ideas, get more ideas into the mix that's out there. So welcome again to the Future Security Forum and good luck.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I should also add good afternoon to the many hundreds who are dialing in virtually for this activity today. It's not just those who are present and able to be here. And again, I thank many of you for travelling short and vast distances. I'm sure you'll all agree that of the resources we use in the context of the execution of our responsibilities of people, money and time, time is the ultimate resource. And in my sort of initial comments this morning, I appreciate time's also the greatest pressure. So in anticipation of what will be a successful day, I really want to acknowledge and thank all of you for taking the time to be here. As Anne-Marie indicated, I'm Ian Langford. I'm the Executive Director of Security and Defense Plus. We represent really the convening power of universities in these times around, as Michael Crow indicated, the great issues. So a lot of what I do is to engage with academia, it's to engage with industry, it's to engage with the military, it's to engage with government, it's to engage with civil society. It's that convening power that brings all of us together to think about the security and defence dilemmas, both in the traditional sense, whether it be war in Europe, whether it be conflict in the Middle East, whether it be dealing with great power competition in East and North Asia, but also in the non-traditional security challenges that we all face, whether that be the challenges of a changing climate, the intersection of pandemics and security, food security, and the role of the nation state and others in the international system. So again, a lot of what I do is to enable others to do what they do. And it's that convening power, which again brings us to this occasion today to talk about the serious challenges of our time. Just quickly, again, I really want to acknowledge the three universities and their participation in this event. We've got representatives from UNSW that have travelled all the way to be here today. A really strong contingent from King's College, and of course, Arizona State is synonymous with running this activity. And again, I've had the great privilege of being hosted in Arizona earlier this week to see US soft power at its finest as the Sun Devils prevailed in their college football game, which I bore witness to. So if you're a fan of any Texas team, bad luck for you. Again, just quickly, today will be a rich program. It comes in challenging times for all of us. Many of you will be aware of the Australian contingent that's travelled through DC this week, which culminated with our Prime Minister meeting the US President. We all know what that means in terms of reassurances around things like AUKUS, two pillars, pillar one being a submarine for Australia, but it's really about undersea as a warfighting domain, and pillar two being emerging technologies. We will talk about that today. We will talk about also the role of warfare in the international system. We'll talk about the challenges that we face together. So again, it's my great privilege to be here. Look forward to engaging with you today. The measure of success is all of you going away with a new network, with a new bunch of friends and with a new set of questions to take back into your lived experience to help contribute to solving these traditional and non-traditional challenges. It's my very great privilege now to introduce our first panel, which will be what is the future of the UK and US relationship. This will be chaired, I should say, by Anne-Marie, who, as many of you know, is the CEO here, also the former Director of Policy Planning for the US Department of State and an accomplished academic in her right. She is hosting, and again, Ambassador, thanks very much for you making time today, Ambassador James Roscoe, who's the Acting Ambassador and the Charge d'Affaires for the Embassy of the United Kingdom in the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our first panel.
Thank you, Ian. So, Ambassador Roscoe, I'm going to call you James at your invitation. Yes. We are delighted that you could be here. And this is a great way to kick this off, in part, just the anchor relationship between the United States and Great Britain, but also the pivotal moment, I think, at which that relationship finds itself, but maybe Britain finds itself too. So I'm going to actually start by just asking you about how Britain finds itself, and then we're going to look at the EU a little bit, because I think that's very important, before we then turn to talk about the US-UK relationship specifically, and then we will venture further afield to Asia. So with that, I wanted to start by just asking you to set the stage with Britain's own view of itself in the world. So after Brexit, there was the turn to global Britain. And I think I can say it was a vision of Britain as re-anchored with the United States, very strong special relationship, and the interlocutor, or a principal interlocutor, with the EU. And actually, Britain had been when Britain was in the EU. And then, of course, playing a much more traditional global British role. After Biden was elected, there was a rethink in 2021, and then a recent one with our own Fiona Hill, not New America's, but Washington's own Fiona Hill as part of it. So I'd love it if you would just talk to us about where that has landed now, if you're thinking about Britain's defense and security strategy.
So thanks for having me. It's great to be here. I think I would start with the politics. So you're right. After Brexit, I think we went through a period of significant political flux in the UK. There was no real consensus on what Brexit meant. And from a parliamentary perspective, it was very difficult to get that consensus legislatively. And so we went through a period of some churn. And I think that culminated in our most recent election, where for the first time in some time, we had, for a start, a Labour Party with a majority in Parliament, a significant majority in Parliament. And so the stability, at least politically, with our executive in the legislature to take things forward and have the confidence that they would govern for 5 years. And so to be able to plan for 5 years. And I think that was quite significant after that period where certainly as a civil servant, it was tricky to navigate it politically. Within the European Union, I think the UK knew where it was economically. It was very easy to trade with our nearest partner. Most of our trade in goods is still with the European Union. And if you look at what this government has done since it came into power, it's essentially done 3 quite significant trade deals. And the first is with Europe. And the intention of that deal is to bring us even closer to Europe, but to remain outside of the European Union. So this government is committed to continue to be outside the customs union and outside the European Union insofar as it is a single market. So we're still outside, but we want to make trade as frictionless as it can be between the two, because we know that that way lies growth and that way lies more trade. The second big deal is with the United States. And we did the first deal with the Trump administration. And that deal was essentially about avoiding tariffs. And it is fair to say that the United Kingdom is a economy that is dependent on free trade. 60% of our GDP comes from exports, mainly in services, but still significantly in goods. And if you compare that with the United States, only 15% of the US economy is dependent on exports. So it's an inverse almost of the economic realities. So getting that deal with the US, which is again a significant trading partner for us, in order to keep the tariffs down, keep them around about 10%, was incredibly important. And that deal isn't yet completely done. There's more to do on tariff lines. There's more to do on pharmaceuticals. There's more to do on steel. But I think getting there first was incredibly important and incredibly helpful. And the third deal is actually with India. And it is the most comprehensive trade deal that India has ever done. And it's, I think, incredibly important in terms of the UK, again, as a trading nation thinking about the markets of the future. So economically, this government has been able to do something quite significant in its first few months in power. And then I think, we think of ourselves now as having to triangulate between the United States, China, and the European Union, three large economic blocs. And that obviously has implications for us in terms of regulations, in terms of markets, in terms of supply chains. So we have to think very carefully about that as we navigate the global economy. And then I think from a security perspective, again, we have tried to lean back into Europe. Certainly we have asserted ourselves in NATO much more strongly as a leader within NATO. We have led the push for enhanced NATO spending at 5%. But we are always conscious that our core security and intelligence relationship is with the United States. And so you sort of talked about this idea of us as a bridge. I think we still see ourselves as a bridge between Europe and European security and the United States.
So that's very helpful, and I'm struck by the image of Britain triangulating between the U.S., the EU, and China. That is a very different vision than certainly the Cold War vision I grew up with. But I want to focus on that defense dimension, because as Europe, the EU, and recognizes that it has to spend 2%, 5%, a lot more, and it has to take its own defense seriously, including with the nuclear umbrella, but more from France and Britain. It can't do that without Britain. I mean, if you are talking to the French and the Germans and the Italians and the Poles, you have the stronger army. Anybody French here? We're not going to get into that, but you are a key anchor. So how does that on the one hand, I really see the European defense community, the 21st century version, as allowing Britain to be part of the EU, but separate in a different community. But as you pull closer in terms of arms and collaborative manufacturing and planning, does that pull you away from the US?
I don't think it does. And I think it's because NATO remains the sort of template for cooperation writ large. NATO, the war in Ukraine was a massive wake-up call for Europe. And I think we had, since the end of the Cold War, sort of moved along quite happily. And frankly, I accept the challenge of this administration that we had also very happily accepted that the United States were underwriting European security, both through the nuclear umbrella, but also through their significant forces positioned in Europe and the deterrence that the alliance brings. So we did have to step up, and we saw that very clearly, and we've worked very hard to do that. I think that there is a tendency in Europe, and I'll say this carefully, but I think there's a tendency in some parts of Europe, particularly when they look at this government in Washington, to think that Europe now has to do it all alone. And I think that's both dangerous and wrong. We need security to be a North Atlantic security. We need to be as ready to help America if we need to, as we need America to be ready to help us. And frankly, that's the only way to really achieve real deterrence from the threats that we face. Having said that, we need to take responsibility for security in Europe and on Europe's eastern flank. And I think, you mentioned the French. I would talk about the Poles.
Yes.
They have incredibly stepped up in terms of their defense spending and their commitment to defending their border, and have done an incredible job. The Baltics as well have stepped up extraordinarily in the cyberspace in particular. So I think you're seeing Europe step up and understand this risk and this threat and do what they need to do to face it. And I think what we need to do over the next 5 to 10 years is look at where US forces are integral and critical to European defense, and think about where Europe can step into those spaces and say to the Americans, you don't need to do this bit of European defense anymore. You can take this resource and flex it into the Asia Pacific region if that's what you want to do. We're ready to look at that. But what we can't do is step away from the idea that our security in Europe has to be North Atlantic.
It's interesting. Would it be fair to say that the U.S., I'm struck by your point that it isn't either or, that Europe doesn't have to do it alone. And the corollary of that is, of course, the United States still needs Europe and the UK without question. But the underlying foundation has shifted. I mean, that was a matter of faith through the Cold War. I mean, an ideology and interest, but also I think just a touchstone for any American foreign policy person. Do you feel the shift to the transactional? In other words, that yes, there is still a need, but it isn't going to be the same kind of just bedrock commitment. It's going to be more transactional.
So I have to say the commitment still does feel bedrock, in the sense that, when the Prime Minister speaks to the President, he says very clearly that he is committed to NATO and that he is committed to Article 5 and the mutual defense that's implicit in that. So I think we have no doubt about the President's fundamental commitment, but I think we also have no doubt about the President's insistence that Europe pay its way in NATO. And I think that's where the balance now lies. I think we've moved from that ideological commitment that the United States was willing to underwrite for whatever reasons, the Cold War ideology, wherever we were, to a situation where it's much more pragmatic from the US perspective and much more reasonably insistent on, through an American first lens, saying you've got to pay your way. But I don't think we doubt for a moment the US commitment. I think, the US know through hard lessons that instability in Europe is bad for the United States.
Yes. Although the younger generation, what part of what we're all dealing with is as younger generations, have not had those stories and that experience. I will just say, because I always think it's important as just a matter of fairness to this administration and just in general, Barack Obama was pushing really hard to get the 2% commitment, which originally did come, well, not originally, but he certainly got it affirmed. So this, and Joe Biden too. I mean, Joe Biden was all about being back, and Joe Biden, much more than Obama, was a 20th century president in terms of the way he thought about foreign policy, and he had vast experience. But it really has been coming for a long time, that partly because the United States was not able to afford it as easily. We were not, certainly if you compare us to the 1990s when we were the hyperpower, but also because that's the maturing of the relationship and the reestablishing of that commitment on a fairer ground. So Trump insisted and of course with Ukraine, it's been easier to do, and Europe stepped up on its own. But I always just think that's important to affirm. So let me ask you about Ukraine, and then we're going to come back to trade in the U.S. Just give us a sense of where you see the war in Ukraine at the moment, with Europe, with the U.K., and the U.S. pushing together, taking different strategies.
No, I think we're entirely aligned in terms of what we think needs to be done. I think if you if you look at where we are in Ukraine right now, it's an awful conflict on the front lines. It is very slow, very incremental, very high casualties on both sides, and Putin is paying a high price, at least economically. I mean, he's paying a high price in people, and perhaps that's not a price he particularly cares about. But economically, the Russian Federation is spending down its reserves, and it is in significant economic trouble, and propped up essentially by hydrocarbon sales. So this is not a war that Putin is winning anytime soon, but it is a war where they are making very slow and incremental progress. We are and will do anything we can do to support the Ukrainians, and obviously we have been one of the leading partners in giving them the weapons they need, helping them with the intelligence they need, and helping them in any way we can to resist this Russian invasion. But I think we're at the point now where we need to do what the president wants to do, which is bring the parties to the table. And we had the president obviously for a state visit in the UK last month. You could feel his frustration. We had lunch with the president. You could feel his frustration, and then it came through in the press conference afterwards with Putin. But I think he still fundamentally thinks that he can bring Putin to the table and he can convince Putin to do a deal. And I think the call, that we saw at the end of last week, and then the meeting with Zelensky, is an indication of this. He still wants to move this in a way that is a negotiation. But I think he has said several times now, maybe we just need to give Ukraine what it needs to win. And I think that at some point, the president's patience will snap and will give and will move in a slightly different direction, unless Putin does genuinely engage in this latest offer from the president.
It's personal for him.
Yeah.
Right? It's one of the things to understand, that he really thought he had a relationship with Putin. Many of us did not. Many of us thought, Putin has been playing this game for a far longer time. But I think that it was interesting. And it's been interesting, of course, to watch how Britain and Europe, but I know Britain was very much there, manage the sort of leader's trip to stiffen Trump's spine after Alaska, and to really make sure that he's on side. And I think that has been successful, but the dynamic between him and Putin is personal. That's interesting. All right, let's come. So in that way, Britain is no longer part of the EU. It is still part of Europe. It's still playing a critical role, as you said, triangulating, but it's also Europe's, the EU is its largest trading partner. It's getting closer in both trade and defense. So now then let's look at the core of where we are. And I'd like you to come back to the trading relationship and where you think that needs to go. I mean, the keeping it at 10%, yes, and many countries followed you, but where does it need to go for Britain to be where it needs to be?
So I think there are two answers to that question. One is that we would like to, we don't like market tariff barriers, and we'd like to liberalize those as much as we can in a way that works for both economies. And the really good thing about the economic relationship going to this with the US is, look, we've got about $1 trillion invested in each other's economies. Oh. We're looking at sort of around about $300 billion a year in terms of trade between the two economies. One of my favorite stats is that every day in America, about 1.2 million people get up and go and work for a British company. And in the UK, 1.8 million Brits wake up and go and work for an American country.
Quite remarkable given the disparity exactly. in size, yeah. Right? So
it's, the kind of, the connective tissue economically between our economies is quite significant. We are, I think, the biggest investor in over 30 US states. We're the biggest investor in California, in Texas. So we are a significant part of the US economy, and London is still a major capital market. I think the two things that we need to see are further progress on where we can, bearing down on market access barriers and bearing down on the tariffs, because we still believe in free trade. And the fundamental point is that when you look at the UK and the US trade in goods, it was balanced. So the biggest critique that President Trump has of the global trading arrangements is that America's trade with the rest of the world is deeply imbalanced. And I think that's true. And I think that he was right to look to address that. But our trade was already balanced. So how do we continue to maintain that balanced trade? And how do we find an arrangement around the tariffs that doesn't hinder that trade? Because it's good for both of us. It creates jobs, it creates growth, it creates wealth. I think the other part to it is that sort of triangulation. How does the UK think about where it wants to be in terms of global regulation? So when we look at the state visit, we did a big deal around tech. So our tech partnership deal is significant. It talks about the UK and the US working together in AI, in quantum, in chip IP, in nuclear fission and fusion. There's a depth in the relationship there that's really significant. But that means we need to regulate with you if that's going to work. So we look at the EU regulating on AI, and we think they're regulating for risk rather than opportunity. And what we want to do is continue to work with the US to regulate for growth and for opportunity while being cognizant of the risks. And that's in the digital space, it's in the digital financial space, it's in the crypto space. We just need to make sure that we don't part company and we don't engage in regulation that sort of applies the brakes. And I think the other part of the triangulation is China. And I think the question there is about supply chains and dependency and the risk that that dependency can bring. And I think that one of the things that Secretary Bessent wants to look at very closely, particularly after China created limitations on its exports of magnets and some critical minerals last week, is how we, Western democracies, can wean ourselves off that dependency and off the kind of industrial market manipulation that China engages in order to dominate some of those supply chains.
So I want to talk further about tech, where we really have a very strong, as you say, connection. But your vision fundamentally of what the world economic system should look like really differs. I mean, I'm assuming you still support the WTO. You support the vision that a free trading world, a fair trading world, and we've all moved more in the direction of making sure labor and environment is there, is better for the world. That is not the U.S. view, and it is the Chinese view, which is ironic. But can you imagine a scenario in which the NATO countries, the EU, NATO without the US, and NATO's Asian partners? I did a calculation. I added up the GDP of all those countries, and it's 42% of global GDP. That is bigger than the EU or the US. So in theory, all of you could come together, again, the EU, Britain, Canada, Japan, South Korea, Australia, and essentially just insist. You could impose tariffs together on the United States the way China did and force the U.S. to back down. And do you see a way to really shore up that free trading system when the U.S. is so opposed?
So I've so many thoughts on this. The first is the world isn't just about economics. So we can't just think about economics. We have to think about security. We have to think about the other dimensions here. The second thing is, I'm not sure China does believe in free trade. I think China believes in significantly aiding its industrial complex financially in a way that actually allows it to dominate markets and remove other players from the market. So if you look at, let's just look at wind farm technology, for example. They have done state aid into their renewables industry to the extent that it's almost impossible now for European firms like Siemens to compete. And that's a huge problem. If you look at the steel and the way that they're willing to dump steel in the global market to control their share of it. If you look at critical minerals, where as soon as a lithium mine opens in country X, because the lithium price is at X per ounce, the Chinese just bring the price down. and that mine goes out of business. So I think they like the idea of free trade. I'm not sure they actually adhere to the fundamentals of free trade. I think, just as I buy the idea that the United States was underwriting European security, I buy the idea that global free trade, as it was exercised in the 90s and early 2000s, did wonderful things for the American economy, but also brought costs to the American economy, and also did create significant trade imbalances. Would I go about addressing those imbalances in the way that President Trump is? No, but I'm not the democratically elected president of the United States, so it's not my call. But I think that he has identified a problem, which is the hollowing out of the US industrial base, the supply chain dependencies that has created, particularly on China, and the fact that the US runs a trade deficit with a significant number of partner countries, and said that needs to change. And he's trying to address that in the way that he thinks is best.
Yes, but so let me frame it a slightly different way. And I take your point about China, and I take your point about our industrial policy. Although again, he's really following Biden there. There's not that much difference between them, and of course, the EU has not been any too happy with the U.S. industrial policy in the sense that yes, to fight China and to build our own security and resilience, we are subsidizing and choosing. We rebuilt an industrial policy, but for the free trading nations of the world, that is not better. But so I guess what I'm wondering is if you can imagine a trading alliance of all those countries without the U.S. It's the NATO strategic partners in many ways. As one block, the free trading block, the U.S. and then China with their views. But can you imagine that block could actually maintain a world trading order that is freer than either China or the U.S. wants right now? Could they come together to do that?
I'm just not sure that's how the global economy works anymore. And I think the fact that the EU, Japan, South Korea, all of these countries have been as keen as they have been to do a deal with the United States is because of the dependency that they already have on the US as a market. So the idea that we would be able to kind of carve ourselves away from that and have a free trade zone between ourselves, but have the US outside of that, I just think the US would behave in a way that would be far too punitive towards our markets in tariff terms, and our dependency would be exploited in that way. So I'm not sure that's the direction of travel. I also just think that we have to be sensible in Europe to the security dependency we have on the US. And again, I think that when we look at our partnership with the US, we need to think about all the other factors that are in play, as well as the sort of core economic factors. What I would say is I think there is room for the US and the EU and many of those players to come together to think about the threat that China poses. So the Australians yesterday signed a framework with the US on critical minerals. And that is about saying, how do we look globally at the sort of disposition of critical minerals? How do we look at the processing capability at the moment? How do we look at the supply chain vulnerabilities? And how do we map that to understand where we're absolutely dependent on China to the extent that they could switch off our ability to manufacture certain things and certainly to pursue the frontier tech that we want to? How can we move as quickly as we can to make sure we're no longer dependent on China? And I think that if you start to think in those terms, if you start to think about essentially how Western democracies can come together in a way that has an economic union to it in areas of significant interest. So on steel, for example, we're going to continue to be dependent on underpriced Chinese steel flooding our markets and destroying our steel industries unless we find some way to deal with that. The US way of dealing with that is to put significant tariffs on China and on Europe, because so much of Europe's steel comes from Chinese precursors. Maybe we need to come together and say, well, we won't take any more Chinese steel until the Chinese agree to operate in a fair way in the steel market. So I think if we're looking for new alignments economically, that's probably the direction that you get pulled in at the moment.
So I want to ask, we'll move to China and Asia. I want to make sure what you're going to tell me when we have 10 minutes plus. Okay. So, because we have plenty. So I agree.
We were talking about musical theatre before we sat down.
Yes,
so
that's right.
that was much more. If you'd like us to do that, we can do that too.
Talk, not do. You can do. I am not. So I hear you. I will just say that I think you're definitely younger than I am, but I think for those of us formed through the 20th century Cold War West, the democratic West, and we haven't even talked about the domestic politics in Europe, in the US, in the UK. If I were a young person today without that formation, and I'm half Belgian, I always say my grandfather was in Britain and fought with the Belgian SAS during World War II. So I am steeped in all of that. But if I were a young person today, if I were, if my roots were in Latin America, if my roots were in Asia, I might well be, or in Africa, I might well be thinking, why shouldn't we, why is it so impossible that you couldn't have sort of more of a three-part world than the sort of bedrock US, Europe, and then we sort of play with it? And in some ways, Britain being that triangulator, that's a three-part, that's a triangulator between the EU, the US, and China. But there is a possibility of a fourth block. And it's the possibility also with many developing countries that China is wooing, that the US is not wooing, and the EU, yes, but not as effectively as it might be. But we will. I want to come though to the question of China, and specifically following the deal this week. When I read that deal, I thought, in many ways, China triggered it, and the vulnerability, our vulnerability to China's rare earths and critical minerals, absolutely. But I always, the one time I met Lee Kuan Yew in the aughts, he said, and we've heard this all the time, we don't want to have to choose, right? We want the U.S. there, and we want China there, and we don't want to have to choose. And how do you, and again, as Britain, with the ties with Australia, but your own also sort of Commonwealth ties, how do you avoid this slipping into with the U.S. making these deals, that new Cold War with China?
So I think maybe that Chinese view of the world sort of evaporated with Li Keqiang, and certainly Xi Jinping's view of the world is about fundamentally the survival in China of the Chinese Communist Party,
yes,
and China doing whatever it needs to do in order to achieve that. But also, one of the things that helps the Chinese Communist Party survive is the rest of the world looking more authoritarian or less like the 1945 consensus than it still does today. And I think that is at the root of what will ultimately drive the polarization we're seeing, and will drive it further and further. And I fear that ultimately people do need to make a choice about which way they want to go. If the world is polarizing in that way, what do you want the world to look like? Do you want to, I love China. I lived in China after I graduated, and speak very bad Mandarin. And, nothing gives me greater joy than Chinese karaoke. But I would not want to live there today.
No.
And I would not want to live in Xi Jinping's China. I would absolutely, and I do love living in the United States. And I am long the United States of America, and the United Kingdom is long the United States of America. And this is the indispensable country if we are going to win this struggle between these two visions of what the world should look like. And I can see from your expression what you're thinking. I'm not going to describe it, but my point is that I think we are long the United States of America. And we are very conscious that China is trying to sell to the rest of the world, whether it's in the UN or whether it's in engagements in the region or in Africa, a different vision of how the world should work. And I think that's the biggest challenge of our generation. And I think that we are kidding ourselves if we don't already think we're in something approaching a Cold War. And if you look at the relationship between Russia and China, if you look at the relationship between Russia and North Korea and Iran, you're seeing the development of essentially an alliance who would also like to see the different vision for what the world should look like.
You are saying Britain is long the United States as a continued liberal democracy. And
absolutely.
And the assumption that it will continue as a liberal democracy.
Absolutely.
And I was at a conference yesterday where some of the recent polls show only 16% of young Americans believe that democracy is the best form of government to advance their interests. It's not an abstract thing. It's a view that it is not doing what we need to do. I guess I would ask you if you are how you think about that commitment and the world as it's been in a world, again, in which in the United States, but also in Europe, without question, and in other countries, the battle is more thinking about how do we ensure that liberal democracy continues.
So, to misquote Churchill, it is the least worst of all the options that are out there.
You don't have to convince me.
And no, but it's important to remember that what Churchill is trying to say is it's hard. Democracy is hard. It's hard to get right, and democracy is constantly disrupted by the fact that we are advanced, innovative economies who come up with new ideas about how things should work. Whether that's a newspaper or whether it's an algorithm, we are constantly having to adapt democracy to new realities. And I think the reality that we face at the moment is an incredibly disrupted world, a world where a lot of people are on the move, a world where we're seeing in the West a struggle to achieve real growth in our economy. We've seen a period of high inflation. We're seeing in some parts of the West difficulties for young people to get into the workforce. And I think all of those things create challenges. And the critique isn't essentially necessarily one of democracy. It's just my life feels pretty bad at the moment. This system doesn't seem to be able to fix it. So our focus needs to be on fixing those challenges that those people have. And people need to think about, what they need to elect the governments who are going to do that. And fundamentally, democracy needs to produce the options for people to elect.
We strongly agree there. So I got the 10-minute signal. Do we have a way of taking questions from online or just from? Okay, so I'm going to open it up to questions, and we're going to probably alternate between online and here. I saw one there, and please just introduce yourself and make sure it's a question.
It's good to see you. Mark Hagerott, a former non-resident fellow here and recently retired as the Chancellor of North Dakota. I worked a lot with Governor Burgum, his vision of the AI arms race. But the question is, building on the English-British tradition of a common language, the Commonwealth that literally unified the world, any thoughts on using the British Commonwealth, the relationships, the Five Eyes, to build, and maybe this is highly classified, but the AI digital connective tissue of the world. And in fact, that's the race we're really in, which is why President Trump is trying to pull Russia away from China. So any thoughts on building on what you all did for the world a couple hundred years ago?
So
Easy question.
I'll focus on the AI. I think the tech partnership deal that we did with President Trump at Chequers is all about this. And it's particularly about working hard to partner UK and US expertise, both in the sort of academic sector and in the private sector. So how do we make sure that tech IP, capital, and people move more easily between those two things? How do we make sure we're not duplicating or creating redundancy in our systems? So if you look at quantum computing, for example, the UK is particularly good at a part of the quantum build and in cooling that quantum. The US aren't very good at that. How do we make sure we combine those two abilities so that we win the race, that we go faster than the Chinese? How do we make sure that, again, the UK leads in biotech, for example? How do we stop ourselves selling our sort of nascent biotech companies to China by finding ways in which they can invest in the US and scale here faster and better? So I think those are the things that are in the tech partnership that will drive this. And then I think AI is fundamentally around energy and winning the energy race. So how do we make sure that we, either GE or Rolls-Royce, build the first two small modular reactors that can be commercialized, that can be plugged into the grid, that can be plugged into data centers to drive the energy we need to make sure we're continuing to win that data race. So that's what that tech partnership is all about. And I think there is a role for our Five Eyes partners in all of that as well. The Australians have huge amounts of capital from the way they've basically created their pension funds over the last few years. That capital is already in play in the United States. I think 500 billion is already here. So I think, they're looking to triple that amount over the coming 5 to 10 years. So again, there's the opportunity to bring Australian capital into play in the US tech market. But in terms of the intelligence that's going to drive this, Sir Demis Hassabis, who runs Google DeepMind, was at Chequers wearing his Nobel prize, which I think the president was coveting slightly. But Demis, Demis said the only way we win this race is by working together, sharing knowledge, sharing information, and driving forward together.
Excellent. It was there. Yes.
Thank you very much. Sophia Gasson from King's College London. America's fundamental structural focus this century is on strategic competition with China. Its asymmetrical advantage lies in its alliances. In the UK, the current government has taken a shift in approach on China, certainly pursuing more forms of engagement and coming to that triangulation approach that you've articulated. How are you thinking about this process of navigating the potential demands for alignment on China policy from the United States, given that we have a vested interest in demonstrating to the US that its allies are its advantage, but also that we are trying to, under the current government, take a somewhat different approach on China? Thank you.
So I don't know how different our approach is, but I know exactly what you're saying. I think so. It was actually the Biden administration with its small yard and high fence that I think was putting a lot more pressure on allies to think about their trade relationships with China. They were trying to bear down on capital into China, particularly into frontier tech. They were trying to bear down on the export of high-end tech into China, and they were looking very carefully through CFIUS at investment into the United States. This government, you've seen with the NVIDIA chips, I think this government takes the view that the US should continue to sell to China in high-end tech, and in doing so, create a dependency there and prevent the Chinese from needing to or pursuing their own high tech in that space. So that's an interesting change. The US also just wants to sell China a lot of low tech stuff, so sorghum beans, for example, and it's a big problem at the moment that China aren't buying the beans. So I think it's not quite as sort of cut and dry as the US has drawn a line and you can't step over it. I think the US sees that China is a big economy. It sees that it's a big potential export destination. This is a president who believes in deals. I think what the US wants to do is it wants to say to its allies, there might be risks in doing these things that you're thinking about doing. And maybe you want to think very carefully about that before you take that risk. And I think as an ally, particularly one who is as connected on the intelligence and the security side, we listen very carefully to that advice.
So do we have a question from online? We have time for one more question. No, we don't. Okay. We have time for one more question. Anybody? There you go.
Hi, my name is Jack Krapansky. I'm unaffiliated and retired, and I know a little bit about quantum computing, but I won't ask you about that.
Yes.
Anyway, so my real question is the big picture, the overall relationship with the U.S. Do you see it as more of a big collection of headaches that keep you up at night and bug you in the morning, or is it just like endless field of opportunities? Does it feel more like headaches or more like opportunities? And what advice would you give the Trump administration if you could tell them to change one thing that you tell them in private?
The in private bit, that was quite important, wasn't it? So I don't say this flippantly. I genuinely wake up. I don't wake up every morning thinking this, but when I think about the United States, I am incredibly grateful that it exists. And next year we mark the 250th anniversary of you guys making quite a big mistake, but it working out for you in the long term. But it's quite incredible to think that we went from being absolute, enemies in 1776 and the war that followed to being the closest of allies. And I think we are linked by these common threads of democracy, common law, rule of law, bills of rights, all of these things that your founding fathers took and actually took to the next level, took to the level you can take them when you write a constitution and you don't have a monarchy. So I genuinely am grateful the United States exists and wishes to, where it can, defend the world from the other vision of what the world should look like, which I think is a darker and less attractive place in which to live. If I could quietly give some advice to the Trump administration, I would say take our tariffs down a bit further.
Well said. Well, I think we certainly see why Ambassador Roscoe is the acting ambassador, how you have deftly both given us things to think about and chew on, and avoided those questions where the undiplomatic answer. But this was really a wonderful way to kick this off. And we're grateful, and we hope you'll come back.
Thank you for having me.
So our next panel is how should the United States predict and analyze future threats? It's moderated by our colleague Karen Greenberg, who is a research fellow at the Future Security Initiative and also a fellow here in New America. So thanks so much and enjoy.
Well, good morning, and let me just start with thanking New America for thinking of this panel, which I think you're going to find incredibly interesting. When I first heard what the title of this panel was, I was like, count me out. I don't want to hear about future threats. I don't want to hear the whole list. And then I realized it was actually a much more subtle topic for this panel, which is how should the United States predict and analyze future threats, which I think is actually a very different question, and it has embedded within it a number of questions that we're going to talk about today. But first, let me introduce our panelists, and let me start with Beth. Beth Stanner has a vast experience in intelligence, includes serving in the CIA, the ODNI, on the National Security Council, and in the State Department. She was the Deputy DNI for Mission Integration. She served as Vice Chair of the NIC, the National Intelligence Council, for 2 years and was a point person for the PDB during President Trump's first term. She is currently affiliated with the Belfer Center at Harvard and also with the German Marshall Fund. And so moving along, we have John Lewis, who is a retired CIA analyst, a senior analyst who has had many different positions. He was involved with the Directorate of Science Technology and the Directorate of Operations at CIA. He did overseas tours in Europe, in the Middle East, in South America. He was recognized in 2007 as a CIA trailblazer, and he is currently teaching at ASU. And Gina Bennett was a senior analyst at the CIA. She is most known for being the first person to identify bin Laden as a threat to the United States, and not only to the United States, and then went on to understand the threat of Al Qaeda, one of the earliest people to do that. But since then, she has done amazing things. One of them is that she's written a couple of books with the title National Security Mom. The one that is out for sale there is Why Going Soft Will Make America Strong. But she also has a new book out, which is If Two of Them Are Dead, which is a historical spy thriller. And it just came out, and I can't wait to read it. So she now teaches at Georgetown Center for Security Studies. So let's begin. Since the end of the Cold War and the end of the World War II and going on to the Cold War, the United States has existed with certain understanding of what intelligence is, what it means to collect it, what it means to use it for defense, for offense, how to understand the geopolitical context in which it's operating. Things have changed very fast, particularly in this century, and I would say particularly this year, that there are amazing new challenges. And the question is our intelligence capacity up to the challenge? And so we're going to talk about this from a variety of different dimensions. And I just wanted to start with Beth to sort of give us your assessment of where we stand. What's missing, but what's great? And yeah, so I turn it over to you.
Well, that's a big question. So I guess I want to start kind of in a bigger picture framework for us, and that is that just the way that threats have evolved since the intelligence community was stood up in the late 40s, early 50s is just absolutely, different. And I think that, Gina was at the forefront of a lot of those changes with terrorism. And we made some changes to the intelligence community as a result of that. And then John has been at the cutting edge of technology and the incorporation of technology into all aspects of the way that we do our intelligence work. So we have evolved, especially at, in particular agencies. But I think that the part of it that has not evolved is the community itself and the authorities and the basis for us to look at, to examine, and to coordinate between threats that typically we thought of as domestic threats and foreign threats, because when the foreign threats come into our country, they become domestic threats, and then it kind of switches over, right? So terrorism is one example of that, but cyber is so much more complicated. And I think that there are all sorts of things that we're finding very, very difficult for us to collaborate. Anything that falls into the law enforcement realm that isn't straight terrorism, we have problems with that. And then I think that in general, I would just add that right now I'm very worried about the intelligence community because of this just tremendous outflow of expertise in the last, few months in particular. But, my LinkedIn page on September 30th was probably like all of yours, that it was just retiring, leaving. At CIA, you could, for the past couple months, go to a retirement ceremony pretty much all day long, every day. And so while I really believe that the newer generation brings so much in terms of technical skills and the way that they just think, which is different and good, but you do need to have expertise and you need to have mentoring. And that's certainly how I came along. It was because I had smarter people around me than me, and I listened to them and I learned from them. And now we're not going to have that. And I think we're already struggling right now with expertise and value added in the intelligence community. And this administration isn't really leaning on the intelligence community that much. So I think that these things are great areas that give me pause.
Let me just follow up with one question. You used the word collaboration. You said, so in addition to mentorship, leadership, those things, when you think about the best kind of collaboration within the intelligence conversation, what do you mean?
What I mean is, I think is becoming more natural because, this generation that is coming in and has been coming in over the last 10 years are better collaborators than at least my generation was. I'll speak for myself, but it was all about smart people being smart. And yes, you relied on mentors, but you didn't spend a lot of time, thinking about what other people were talking about. You kind of did your own thing. And over time, I think that changed a lot. And, so there's certain hard targets that you need every single agency to be collaborating together in order to get it done. And that's what I mean by collaboration, is that you have to be able to understand who around you in the intelligence community has information that you need, and to be able to reach out and interact. And then you have to do it with the public sector as well. And that's not happening very much. Our rules for outreach have gotten harder, not easier.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a huge problem.
Yeah. And I think it's something, if we have time, we're going to come back to. John, let's turn to you and just ask you the same question. Where are we? How have we evolved in ways that are positive? And where do you see the fault lines right now in terms of what worries you?
So the intelligence community is very good at the now, the tactical. Mm-hmm. And the strategic is challenging. And part of that's because of how requirements are levied upon the community. Yeah. And you have to react and shift. But so being able to do, whether it's for intelligence threats, whether it's technology, your horizon scanning, how are you looking forward? It takes time and energy. And it's not necessarily the kind of thing that is rewarded in the career sense. Again, it's the now, it's the tactical, it's the immediate gratification of successes, and so then it becomes hard. What suffers? The war in Ukraine starts. Obviously, the intelligence community is tasked with doing more. What suffers? Things like training, things like research, and forward, horizon scanning. That ability to it's in the science and technology arena. It's about what are those coming disruptive technologies, mm-hmm. It's hard to do. You have to identify what's coming, how it's coming, what it's going to impact, what opportunities it's going to create. That's our role. What opportunity? How do we maintain that unfair advantage, as we say? That's very important. But it's a very hard thing, not just for government. Look at Kodak. Kodak invented the digital camera. Where are they today? Their horizon scanning didn't recognize what they had. The intellectual property they created, and they kind of stuck with it. And now they're essentially a business-to-business fraction of what they once were. Same thing is here. It's that. So we're very good. The community is very good at the now. We're very good at dealing with the near-term threats to the homeland, to the nation. But being able to, of course, we do that. My compatriots in the director of analysis are looking forward, but the emphasis continues to be on the tactical. And so being able to do better at shifting towards that is key. And the one example is we had created a cadre of technical targeters, largely to be looking at future technologies that would be both threats and opportunities. Mm-hmm. But the now ends up grabbing them and bringing them into today's problems. So the now, very good. The tactical, very good. The strategic, very challenging. And that's probably I don't see that changing anytime soon.
So can you give us a geopolitical circumstance that sort of this weakness, this lack of strategic forethought applies to, just as an example?
Well, let's take, everybody, suddenly artificial intelligence is a surprise. It's not. Yeah. It's been going on for 60, 70 years. But suddenly it became a part of people's lives. And so now reacting, overreacting, the implications, there's a lot of people that are just now starting to think of the implications of it. Whereas if you go to any academic institution in the country with a computer science program or or mathematics programs, it's been percolating for a couple generations. But we're treating it now as this almost like this existential surprise. But it is disruptive. It is going to be opportunity. It is going to be impactful. So right now you essentially have this arms race in the AI world. So we perceive with China and the United States and some other lesser players. But again, to those who were in that research arena, none of this is a surprise of what's actually come to be. But at large, in the public and in other places, it's been a big surprise. And I think that's one example of, because there wasn't a more concerted effort on those coming technologies and their impacts, it ends up surprising us. Even though there were plenty of people inside that already were well aware of it.
Interesting. Gina, you spent a lot of time thinking and writing about not just what's wrong today, but what hasn't been the best possible best practices in the past. But how do you assess this current moment and sort of how it's evolved? And my question to you in part is, are we continuing to double down on vulnerabilities from the past? Or are we really in a new world where the vulnerabilities are sort of new and different and therefore challenging in a new way?
Yes, and yes, and yes.
Okay,
Such big questions.
I know, well,
Let me try to start with a small answer to lots of questions. So, as you have heard from my National Security Mom book, I feel I have learned more about intelligence and national security, international security, not from my CIA training, although that was lovely, or from academia, but from being a parent and now a grandmother. And the reason is because I spend a lot of time with these little kids who constantly ask questions. Why? 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 Why not? And they go from, why is a fish called a fish and why does it swim, to why can't the dog go to the bathroom inside the house? There's no stovepipes. And I'm not a scientist, but I bet there's a few in the room. And what I want to know is, why do children think the way they think, not how they think? But that drive, I believe from my hunter-gatherer national security work, it is driven by survival, an instinct to survive the second you're born. You have to have information. You have to know. And there's no stovepiping it. You're a baby. You know practically nothing. So your whole instinct to survive is to ask questions. You know you don't know, so you're already automatically humble and curious, not because you're cool or inquisitive or a smart child, but because you need curiosity to survive. So I think we need to start thinking like our life depends upon it. Our survival depends upon our ability to think. Ultimately, where I am concerned about generative AI and agentic AI is that it feeds on some of the worst traits of humanity, laziness and greed. And we're going to let it think for us. And then we're going to let it decide for us, as Amazon already does whenever it tells you you need more diapers or whatever. So when it tells you need more nuclear missiles or something else, are we even going to notice anymore? So I think we have lost that as we grow older, that drive to think for the sake of survival and to recognize it's the only thing that can get us out of any future threat or current threat or situation, is being able to think it through. And that's really what worries me the most, is we get stuck in silos. We build expertise, which is almost the antithesis of thinking. I mean, I'm a big believer in, thinking fast and slow and Blink from Malcolm Gladwell. And you got to really be careful about expertise in particular. But if we could have that humility, and instead of going with this very hubristic, hunter, kill or be killed, let's think or be outthought.
So I want to just drill down, and Beth was nodding her head, so I'll go to her as well, but on this critique of expertise. Like, can you just talk about that a little bit in terms of a real life situation?
Sure.
Yes, thank you.
I knew nothing. Nothing. I mean, I came straight out of college and was a clerk typist. That was my job. And I happened to see people leaving Afghanistan in 1989 when the Soviet troops started pulling out. And they were showing up in all these countries around the world. And because all of my mentors, all of the experts in terrorism at the time and counterterrorism were focused on state sponsors or, Red Army factions, they thought I was crazy because I was like, hey, I think something's going on. No, you just don't know anything. You don't know anything. I'm like, okay, I don't know anything, but I want to know something. So, I think it's, and we did it at the CIA, where we absolutely, in the Center for Studies in Intelligence, examined successes, not just everybody wants to do failures. They examined successes, and they found behind every success, there were experts for sure, but there are also new people, whether it's new because they're young and they're new, or new to the topic, who are asking questions, who are empowered and courageous enough to ask, why do you think that? I don't get it. Why do you think that? And why couldn't it be X, Y, or Z? So, yeah.
Beth,
I just feel like this idea of, so the thing about being an analyst, it's like any intellectual pursuit for a living, I think, where you are kind of what you think. And so when people criticize or disagree, it hurts more, because basically you're telling that person that they're not smart, right? And we need to get over ourselves. And I do feel like it becomes easier as you get older, because I feel like I'm kind of the Lucille Ball of the intelligence community. Like I had like a million ideas, and, maybe most of them were bad, but I had people around me saying like those were bad. But I always had, like, if I had one good idea a day, that was just awesome. And you only need one, right? But I do think that this idea of the paradox of expertise is so important. And it's why I really wish we could get, so we had a thing called the prediction market, which was quite flawed, ICPM. And full disclosure, a friend of mine is a head of a company called Cultivate, and they work with other governments, not the United States government, because the United States government won't use this, even though they will use the poly market, which is a piece of crap. So, it's fun, right? It's fun, and it's good at some things, but it's, if you look at it closely. But what this will do is it allows people to bring in all different views, because what the studies show is that actually being a very smart person who has rigorous thinking will come out ahead of an expert on most questions. And if you synthesize that gets higher. And if you add a field where you force people to say why, then the experts can read that and say, oh, let me take a look at that. And it starts stimulating thinking. And if you force people to actually put a number on something, then probably actually has a meaning instead of a range that is off the charts. And I know because I was the one that had to put together the chart that's on the back of all NIEs that shows what that numerical range is for the word probability. So I just feel like we are so arrogant and stuck in our ways that we cannot see that we actually need to do some of these things better. And it's not that a prediction market is an easy button. It doesn't give you the answer. It is there to help you think more rigorously and to force you to actually organize your thoughts and challenge your conventional wisdom. That's what we're not doing on an organized basis. Our rigor is becoming rote. Rote is trumping rigor.
You know, that's really interesting. And I want to turn to John on this, but first, do you share this? But also, is there a role for the private sector in sort of pushing the boundaries of what we consider to be relevant, important, strategic in your terms? You know, because we're kind of talking within the profession of intelligence within the government, but then there is the private sector that's thinking about many of these same questions. And John, I'm just curious your thoughts on this, given your experience.
Well, first to touch on a little bit about this, the first half of the topic was one of the important things you have to embrace at some point in your career is that things are professional, not personal. And you mentioned you become so invested in it that it starts to feel personal. In the engineering and science and technology world, that's very true. And you just certainly have the expertise trap. And what do I mean by the expertise trap? One of the things we'd seen within the agency was we had not been doing well enough at sustaining and continued development of internal expertise to verify and validate external expertise that we were using, for many aspects of what we do. To the point where when you, much like in the analysis world, where you're going to look at, okay, is this a single source? Is this multi-source? And what's the veracity? In the technical world, you need to be doing that. Is this one expert's approach? How do we validate that that's the right approach? And we'd seen throughout my career a number of less than optimal outcomes because we relied too heavily on an external single source for expertise, and we did not have the internal.
What did you say?
Iraq WMD.
Well, that would be one. On the
Just saying.
yes, and what was the other topic that you mentioned again, Sue?
Private sector.
Private sector. Thank you. So the private sector side, certainly there's, if you look at the analysis world, there's a lot of think tanks out there, but they're not us, right? And so, like you said, okay, great. Rand is saying this, but maybe we're listening, maybe we're not. But I see in the technology side the same thing. And what I see there is private sector. I spent a lot of my career helping to educate our private sector partners on how we really do business, how we really execute mission, because they'll think that they've got the best solution since the light bulb for a particular problem. And then the reality is it's not going to. You then have to look at how we execute mission, how we deploy technology to the field, how we do that, and then suddenly it's not viable. It's always much better when we're able to collaborate on a new technology and actually help guide them. So there's definitely a strong place for our private sector partners. We rely heavily on our military industrial complex, so to speak. But it is an educational process because many of those partners are very used to working in the Department of War arena now. They're used to
allowed to call it the Department of Defense,
but I guess we are. But there's a whole contracting mechanism. There's how you do work. There's the scope and scale of that kind of work, and then they come try to work with the intelligence community, and it's a whole different thing. And then the other thing we do is we end up stifling innovation because as a small company or a startup, it's very hard to break into that arena. You have to essentially sell your soul to one of the established companies, and then where your intellectual property goes where. So, and there has been effort to do more on the cultivation of our industry partners and our private sector partners, and that's been encouraging. And I'd like to see that continue because we do need to develop. We need to develop that larger team better as we move forward, especially with the pace of. We were complaining about the pace of technology and paces of technical threats 30 years ago. It's only gone up exponentially at this point in time. And we can't, without our industry, we can't do it. It's no longer does government lead the development of new technologies and capabilities like they did in the 50s and 60s.
Yeah, yeah. You know, it's funny. This kind of leads to my next question. All of what you've said is both in terms of expertise and, you know, inside, outside of government relations. Gina, you've written a lot about leadership and the role of leadership and what skills you need to have as leader, whether it's as president, as head of an agency. Where do you see the leadership? And I don't mean just in the present moment, but in terms of how we think about leadership, what the qualifications for leadership in this sector are, and how far behind what this conversation has been about are we as a country in terms of recognizing what's needed?
Just want to note that you.
Thank you.
So again, I go back to being a parent and a grandparent. You know, one of the best leaders that I ever worked for is a 3-star general, and he would say what he had to say, and then he would turn to his staff and say, "Now tell me how I'm wrong. Where am I wrong?" And it wasn't just a trite thing. He really meant it. He knew that he couldn't possibly know everything, or he wouldn't even need a staff, right? So that embrace of challenge at that highest level, you know, someone who was a 3-star in the special forces and who would say, I know some of this is wrong, educate me. I need to learn on behalf of all of us in the mission. And I think, you know, similarly as a parent, you have to lead all of your children. You may not like them all.
Or like them all.
Yeah, for sure.
Very good amendment.
And on any given day, you may write one of them off entirely about what their future is going to look like. I've been there. You know, they're now adults and it's almost okay. But you have to enable each one of them, because somewhere inside there is some talent, there is some skill that just might come into play and save the world someday. So I think also as a leader, you can't just go with the high performers or the ones who say the things you like. You have to enable everybody to be the best contributor that person can be to your mission and your set of challenges. So that's what I think of in terms of leadership.
We're going to go to questions, but I want to just have Beth talk about one thing, because one thing you've talked about when we've talked about is language, the language we use. And one thing I worry about is the actual terminology being outdated. And, you know, you talk about new generations and what they bring to the table. And I was thinking in particular about gray zone. You know, so if you could explain this so that I don't have to explain it, that would be great. But quickly,
yeah, I'm not sure exactly, but I think that we're having a lot of trouble right now with the politicization, obviously, and labeling things is getting in our way. And I think that we need to focus more on actions instead of describing buckets that you put these things into. And it is the way that I just feel like we need to get beyond. I think we should ban the word truth. I know people will want to fall out of their chairs on this. But I think that there is such a polarizing thing around this. And I think that I've written an article, you can look it up, on why I think that truth to power is a bad phrase for the intelligence community. Again, most people here will want to fall out of their chairs or come up and do harm to me. But I think that the problem with that is it creates hubris. It creates this idea that you own the truth, and then you can't have a conversation with someone who disagrees with you. And I can tell you, if I had briefed President Trump every day with this idea that I had the truth, and if he disagreed, he didn't, that would not have been a conversation, right? And you want to have a conversation. You want to be open-minded. And you know what? Sometimes he was right and I was wrong. Not that much, but you know, it happened, right? And that this is part of the humility, I think, that is so important with intelligence. And it's what Gina specifically talked about it. But I think that we need to be less arrogant and we need to be more open-minded. The world is so complex. so complex that just predicting an end state is pretty unhelpful. Scenarios are much more helpful. Not labeling things, not putting things in boxes, but talking just about what is happening. What do we see? And being matter of fact about that, but also being open to the idea that maybe what we're seeing isn't what we think it is.
Yeah. I think it's time for questions. Okay, right here. That was.
Hi, thank you all. I'm Don Massa-Stankiewicz, Massa Products Corporation. I want to touch on a few things that you all said and ask you a little bit more about it. Obviously, we live in a world where it's very complex. It's not causal, it's systematic. And we need to start being a little bit more integrated with our systematic thinking. And when you're talking about collaboration and you're talking about unfair advantage and maintaining that, and government creating different things, and the differences between intelligence versus Department of War, it can be, I'm on the industry side. We are an innovator and a manufacturer. From our perspective as a mid-sized company, we see a lot of situations where larger companies are brought into the fold. There's issues with certain levels of intelligence sharing that's necessary to solve problems and be dynamic. And there's a tendency towards whatever the hot buzzwords are for the new tech, when there's a reality that there's a lot more things that existing tech could do that the innovators understand that government does not. So I'm wondering what your thoughts are on collaborating a little bit more honestly and openly with companies like mine.
Great. John, I'm going to give this one to you.
One of the more valuable activities if you think back to the late 90s, we were in the midst of the peace dividend. Budgets were being drastically reduced. We were doing more with less, which is a phrase I despise because you never do more with less. But one of the things we were able to do, we became more and more engaged with industry partners and their internal research and development work, their IRAD work, where we were able to look at what they were doing. We were able to provide feedback and even come to the point of collaboration. That activity was curtailed in later years because the feeling was we were giving some companies an advantage over others. The reality was we would go out and look at anything, and we were agnostic, and because the value was we don't know where we're going to find that next piece, that next part, that next potential solution. It's that kind of constraint. How do we develop that base of external industry partners? How do we foster that environment? How do we bring them into the fold? One of the things we did when we stood up CIA Research Labs was we fought very hard to bring in the ability to do cooperative research and development agreements. They're not funded. It's a collaboration between two, but it gives you a chance to have exposure. It lets you open the aperture for new, smaller companies, and it gives them a pathway that doesn't involve selling their technological and corporate soul to a company that actually holds site clearances and can do that work. I think opening that aperture is very important. It's just the fact that perceptions of advantage have to be overcome, because it's not a matter of giving an advantage. It's a matter of giving government and the agencies the advantage of having the awareness and being able to foster those solutions.
So In-Q-Tel obviously was another space. The labs came after that. I think that CIA is actually, just so much further behind other parts of the intelligence community. DIA has had CRADAs for a long time. Any part of the defense intelligence enterprise had it. You walked into CIA and they didn't even know what it stood for. They don't even know what a UARC is, right? Which is like an FFRDC. The head of, well, I won't say because I will blow who she is, but she didn't even know what an FFRDC was when she was in charge of she's very, very senior. CIA is quite behind in some of this. And, the labs idea I felt was so important. NGA has built their St. Louis facility with a commercial space, right? So you have a section that is designed for commercial collaboration, for foreign collaboration, and then full up, the regular full octane intel. NSA has a separate building, right, where this kind of collaboration is supposed. Where is this at CIA? And so and I don't think that the labs are headed in the right direction, John. I don't know.
That's a whole nother discussion.
But okay, so
But
I would just say I feel like this is a problem.
I will say throughout my career, we did work very closely with the UARC, University Affiliated Research Centers. That's places like Georgia Tech, Penn State Applied Advanced Research Lab, ARLIS up at the University of Maryland, and we also worked with the national labs and the FFRDCs. But we did it within the kind of alignment of individual projects and programs. It was not necessarily a whole of agency activity to tap into that.
Right.
And we weren't holistic about it. We were very focused on a current problem or topic.
Okay, I'm so sorry because this conversation could go on almost for the rest of the day. I have like a million more questions, as I'm sure you do. Anyway, we're out of time. Thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you later. Thank you.
Okay, I'm introducing Helen Lee. She's a Share the Mic Cybersecurity Fellow at New America, and she is going to do a presentation about the future of cybersecurity for AI.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Seungmin Helen Lee, and I had the privilege of being one of the 2025 hashtag Share the Mic in Cyber Fellows this year here at New America. And over the past year, my research focused on how do we develop cybersecure AI data centers. So today, I'm going to give a quick overview of what my research produced, first starting with why exactly data centers, then looking at the threat landscape for the data centers, and then finally providing a few recommendations. So first, why data centers? I thought about looking at supply chains, different pieces of the AI model, hardware, etc. But I landed at data centers because data centers are really the backbone of our technology. Internet. I'm sure you all know what happened on Monday with the AWS outage. That was a data center issue, and I'll talk about it a little bit more on the next slide. But as our technology evolves, AI also really depends on AI data centers. Hence, you probably also heard a lot of news coming out with technology companies investing into multi-million, billion-dollar projects. But data centers have been around for a really long time, actually, since the 1970s at least. But they have evolved and expanded in scale and scope along with technology. And with that came an expanded set of threats for AI data centers. So first, when I was looking at the threats that are in the landscape, I focused on, okay, so what are the traditional data center threats? And I was able to kind of categorize them into these 6 different layers of security, starting with the hardware level where you talk about like CPUs and all the actual like pieces in the data center, all the way up to the geopolitical layer. And my reasoning for that is because as sophisticated nation state actors are targeting more lucrative targets like data centers with lots of data, we really need to start looking at how this geopolitics really affect the landscape for data centers. I'm going to go over just a little bit of this chart here because it's kind of the foundation for what comes next. But at the hardware level, I highlighted 2 different types of threats: supply chain attacks and risks and side channel attacks. I think we all kind of hear about supply chain, globalization. Some pieces in data centers are only produced in specific countries like China, which can create risks. Side channel attacks are very prevalent in data centers. This just means that there's a piece of hardware like a CPU inside a data center. The sounds that come from operating that hardware, like the humming sounds, can release sensitive information about what the data center is doing or running. So that's the side channel attack. At the network layer, we have DDoS attacks. And also this is where the AWS outage is at. It's a domain name system error. At the model and data layer, we have ransomware attacks and social engineering attacks. So when a threat actor holds information and data inside the data center hostage for a ransom, or using social engineering attacks like spear phishing to gain access into the data centers. At the software and application layer, because these data centers are large, they use software and application to make the actual data center operations more efficient, or other like assistance mechanisms inside the data center. They also have supply chain risks because the code in the software can be erroneous or insecure. At the physical access layer, you could also have social engineering attacks for a threat actor to physically enter the data center, or they can just send a spy basically into your data center. So that's an insider risk. And the geopolitics piece I already kind of touched on. So from here, I expanded and looked at, okay, then what is different about AI data centers? Well, AI data centers have an expanded set of threats. Specifically, I highlight at the model and data layer and the hardware layer. I'll start with the hardware one. At the hardware layer, they still face side channel attacks. However, AI data centers have different hardware pieces in them. Graphic processing units are in large data centers as well, but much more prevalent in AI data centers. And there's also AI-specific hardware like TPUs, tensor processing units, that are used to run the AI workload. Earlier this year, a very TPU-specific side channel attack was found called TPU extract, which has similarities with typical side channel attacks, but obviously they're different because they're specific to one piece of hardware. There is also memory level attacks because these pieces of hardware run much larger workloads, are very efficient, doing a lot of things at the same time, basically. If they don't properly release the memory that it was using previously in an execution or an operation, basically before it goes on to the next one, a threat actor could kind of use that interim gap to gain access to that memory. At the model and data layer, because AI data centers host the AI model itself, as well as the training data that the model is working off of, you have a whole set of expanded threats that include some model exfiltration, inversion, and poisoning. And then you can also get threat actors looking to poison the training data itself. So that's a data poisoning piece, which could lead to erroneous outputs from AI models. And finally, while we have these two pieces, the world is changing around us as well, right? So two pieces to highlight here, the geopolitics level and the model and data level. At the geopolitics level, enhanced nation state actors are going to increasingly target AI data centers because AI models themselves are very valuable and intellectual property. And obviously, they're becoming more of a cornerstone in national security and economic competitiveness. And again, a lot of the supply chain is based in the East Asia region, where China has a lot of access points into. And then at the model and data layer, we have AI can help threat actors obviously create more sophisticated social engineering attacks, a higher scale, a number of DDoS attacks, but also, and this one is kind of more novel and we have not seen this yet, but as AI models get smarter, are they going to be able to get themselves out of the data center? So that's, we call, or AI experts call that model self-exfiltration risk. So how do we actually secure against all these security issues? I propose that we need to have these three approaches all aligned. In my day job, I'm a cybersecurity consultant, and one mantra we live by is no one does security for the sake of security. No one likes to spend money, time, and resources into making these things cyber secure. So in order to get them motivated, we need to have regulations and national governance in place, which will then influence companies, data center operators to have corporate policies that implement technical measures. So the example that I provide here is at the hardware level. If a national governance measure were to require companies companies to really understand their supply chain and, for example, use their up and coming hardware bill of materials, which is kind of like a nutrition label for their hardware, then maybe the companies will then require screening and testing of the hardware that's going into their AI data centers. And then one level further, maybe they will also implement technical measures to continue monitoring the hardware inside the data centers, maybe deploy Faraday cages to fend off or protect against side channel attacks. So to recap, my report focuses on creating cybersecure AI data centers, and I argue that AI data centers face not necessarily new, but an expanded set of threats that can be categorized across the 6 different layers of security. And in order to secure against those 6 layers, we really need to have the 3 different approaches, the national governance, corporate policy, and technical measures aligned to be able to make sure that in the future, not only are AI models safe, but the data centers as a backbone are secure as well. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to introduce the moderator for this next panel, our colleague, Peter Singer. Peter Singer is a senior strategist at New America. He is also the author of multiple books, some of which are for sale in the lobby. He's also a professor at Arizona State, and he will be moderating this session on the future of defense technology and industry perspective.
Thank you. So I have the honor of introducing our speaker, Gregory Simer, who is Chief Technology Officer at Northrop Grumman. He started his career in the telecom industry and then joined Northrop 22 years ago.
Yeah.
And rose the ranks from systems engineer to program director to vice president working on strategic issues, and became CTO just 4 weeks ago.
I'm almost to saying it in months, right?
So
yes.
Let's start first with a congrats and a thank you for joining us. So I want to start with, part of me wants to ask what lessons you've taken from your overall career, but we're talking security today, but they obviously cross. What lessons are you taking and Northrop is taking from the various conflicts that have been going on in the world around us? Are there changes that Northrop is making in terms of what it's investing in or maybe what it's moving away from?
No, it's a great question. It's obviously a complex time in the world right now. A lot of ongoing conflicts that are teaching us a lot about the various parts of the world and the different types of conflict and how new technologies start to interact in those domains. Ukraine in specifically, there's a lot to take away from a learning perspective on pace of innovation. How can you take in new technology, things that you literally see on the battlefield at the beginning of the week, and engage and deal with it and counter it by the end of the week or the end of the month, and iterate in this rapid session. The spy versus spy almost aspect of the war right now is causing just an incredible amount of innovation and an incredible amount of innovation at the edge that the soldiers on the ground are dealing with and implementing. That's a lot to learn. The types of technologies we're seeing, it's a different type of conflict than we may have to deal with in the future. You can leverage a lot of things like quadcopters, and you're seeing fiber reels and other aspects implemented to make them counter electronic warfare, et cetera. That's not going to work if you're trying to send a quadcopter off of Hawaii, if you're looking at other regions of the world. But the amount of innovation is captivating, and we're learning a lot on how we think about investing internally. How do we increase the rate at which we implement new products, but also how do we make our products such that you can implement and roll in new software, new features, add more capability over time. We have to be careful that we don't over-index on these entrenched warfare types of conflicts that are ongoing right now, just for the very reason of the types of regions, the types of campaigns that we may have to deal with in the future. But the innovation and how we implement the technology into what could be much higher end systems in the future is definitely a lesson to learn. Architectures, you asked about types of things that will drive us to invest differently. The types of architectures so that you can do those rapid innovations and implementations are really important as we look across all of our products. And as we think about digital engineering and how we bring products to market and design them, baking it in so that you can do that in the back end. You can't sprinkle it on after the fact to be able to upgrade, especially complex. Again, it may be easy with a quadcopter, but as you think about complex long-range systems, weapons, aircraft, spacecraft, you have to bake it in to start with.
Is there a technology area that you think doesn't get enough attention, but could be a game changer in the future of conflict?
Absolutely. Well, there's a lot, and the good news is right now there is a lot of eyes and a lot of innovation being injected into the A&D industry right now, which is great. It's a rising tide that's going to lift all boats and drive innovation across the spectrum. I talked about over-indexing on certain technologies. My worry and the last talk kind of hit home for me. A couple days ago, I was driving my teenage daughter home from practice, and she says to me, "Wow, the Wi-Fi really sucks here. I can't get Snapchat to work." There was so many things wrong in that statement that she said to me. One, we were in a car, not at home, that sells how those comms work. I need to do some explaining with her. But it was also a result of the AWS issue that we talked about. But it hit home for me in that we take for granted connectivity. We take for granted the data that's out there. And when you think about long ranges, extended terrain, the tyranny of range, being able to collect data with advanced sensors is still going to be needed. We're not just going to be able to use, cell phone cameras or cheap autonomous mass if we're going to be able to get the data that we need. Comms is essential. My daughter needs better Wi-Fi in the car, but we need to be able to connect all of our platforms, our spacecraft, undersea to across all domains. Otherwise, all of these things that we're talking about with AI and data manipulation and how we pull information out of out of space is only going to work if we can move that data around. And it's only going to work if we really start exploiting the capabilities that we think about in multifunction RF apertures, in advanced cameras, infrared, advanced sensors across the entire spectrum. It's only been in the past 10, 20 years where we've actually gotten to the point where we have the ability with our foundries and microelectronics to build radar sensors and other capabilities that truly go from photons to microwaves and everything in between from a spectrum perspective. That's all that data is around us. So how do we now start ingesting that data, manipulating it, looking at it, and moving it to the right place so that we can do these challenging missions, close these long-range kill chains, create the integrated air and missile defense to protect our citizens and our homelands.
So that aspect of Foundry raises a pretty interesting to me and certainly timely question. And it's cut across a number of the sessions today, but also policy, is there has been over the last several years a growing concern and interest in securing supply chains, whether we're talking about magnets to microchips. From your perspective, working in one of the biggest defense technology companies, how do you look at the problem? What are some of the areas that you'd like to see action on?
So the word that always comes to me is scale. you can prototype anything and cobble together the parts you need to create a prototype, a cool demonstration, to showing a new technology. Being able to scale requires you to have that tip to tail supply chain from, energetic little materials, plastics that you create in solid rocket motors, to the steels, to the electronics, the foundry access that you need to build complex systems. We have 30 million square feet of manufacturing space. We have over 20,000 partners globally of companies we work with to integrate these complex systems. We've invested over $1 billion in our solid rocket motor business just in the past 5 years, specifically with that in mind. It's not just having the space in Utah and West Virginia where we build these solid rocket motors. And truly, as rocket science, it's so much fun seeing how these systems are made and the people that work on them. But it's in all of those materials that go into it and being able to procure them on timelines that are impactful. We hear so much that there is a need to be able to ramp, that we need a defense industrial base that can scale quickly. Largely what that means is lead times in my mind. It is you have to be able to find the material, you have to be able to engage with the material and the suppliers and the partners, but can you manufacture these things? And really it's the sub tier, it's the materials, it's if you have to literally mine energetic materials. Those are the longer lead time aspects that we really have to consider as we pull these complex systems together and get them out to a warfighter in a state that is cyber secured, resilient. It's able to be used in a way that isn't going to potentially cause harm to that warfighter that's going to handle that piece of equipment.
So before this talk, I'll confess, I went onto the Northrop website and I was nosing around, and you all have repeated in multiple places we call it a mission statement, motto of continuous innovation. And I'm someone who's interested in history, and that idea of continuous innovation has also been at the heart of American defense strategy. If we're thinking about, for example, how we sought to win the Cold War, continuous innovation, that. So it's an obvious good. It's nothing to be, we can't argue, no, I don't want innovation and I don't want it to not be continuous. So if that's an obvious good, whether for a Northrop, for a defense industry, for an America, what are the challenges to us achieving that obvious good?
I touched on it a little bit before, but it comes to, by the way, thanks for finding that, because it's probably in my job drawer now. So I'm glad you found that on our website. It comes to what I started with, and how do you set the pace of innovation to be faster and faster and faster. A good example of how we're doing that right now is we have an aircraft called Beacon. It's built by Scaled Composites out in Mojave. It is an autonomous test bed, optionally autonomous, which I like that term. In fact, that there's a pilot sitting in the seat. It's intended to act like an unmanned aircraft, but it gives us a vehicle with an open architecture software that uses government open architectures, a standard software development kit that we can then put autonomous AI, autonomy software, flight hardware, the critical things that you want to put into an aircraft like that, but it has a human sitting there to be able to test things that may not be ready, right? And he's there to control the aircraft if something goes awry or doesn't behave like we would expect it to. It's having all of what enables us to have that platform and be able to do these experiments is having all of those open architectures. It's being able to have a software development kit that we can hand to industry at large and say, hey, here it is. Write your autonomy software, write your AI algorithm for target identification, as an example, and put it in this context that it allows them to integrate on that aircraft, test, get real flight data, which a lot of these smaller innovative companies don't have test planes that they can go use, easily access. But it allows them to get that software out there and see how it evolves, how it's going to behave. And then it also allows us to increase the partners that we've got globally. It allows us to work with new innovative companies to bring different ideas into the platform and into how we design aircraft, how we design autonomy, how we design software systems to more effectively meet the needs of the warfighter. Those are, you asked about the challenges. I think in terms of how do we mitigate the things that are going to slow us down, because ultimately the challenge is, do you have a closed system? Do you have things that don't enable us to rapidly contract, deploy, update, upgrade capability into something that we've already built? All of the things around contracting and how do we move through acquisition faster. I laud all of those initiatives to make sure that we can buy things and get things on contract faster. We just have to do it in a way that we ensure that we keep the safety, resilience, cybersecurity, cyber hardening, everything else baked into the processes that we have, but enable the innovators to move at the speed of technology.
So we are at the 11th of these forums. Right now, there is, and you referenced it, a huge amount of change going on, particularly, in technology. You reference, changes in acquisition, policy, maybe even reform. You also talked earlier about there's a lot of attention, incitement, investment going on in the defense economy, including from a lot of different sources. We've got the established companies also re-looking at themselves. So imagine we're at doing the math in my head, really hard math, 16th one of these forums. What, if we're looking at the state of the defense industry, say 5 years out, what will be the same? What will be different?
It's a great question, and I reflect on my career, and I mentioned I started in the telecom industry in the 90s. I worked for a startup, saw it do this, saw it do that. It was very much during the time of the internet expansion of a lot of venture capital dollars coming in, because there is an entire new market, entire new arena that has demand signals. And then as we met capacity, as fiber got to everybody's doorstep, as we all had high speed at home, the VC money pulled out. It's great when it's here. It accelerates. I mentioned it. It's a tide that raises all boats, because it accelerates innovation. It accelerates investment across the board. We have to be prepared for a time when that venture funding may start pulling back and going to a different market. It may go to AI or something I haven't thought of yet, or any of us have thought of yet. But it's going to accelerate things, which is the great thing for defense and security globally right now. So as we think about it accelerating, how do we make sure it endures? And the technologies, the manufacturing, the sustainment of these systems are able to endure. So again, the warfighter, the equipment that he has in his hands, doesn't have software turns off. How many times have you bought a cool widget at home, but then the company disappears, so their app goes away, and it's the only way you can turn it on is by the app? I had like a steak thermometer thing that made me so mad. But we have to ensure that doesn't happen in our defense space, right? And that this technology can endure, and that we have the ability to make sure what's out in the field remains out in the field and effective for the warfighter and our allies globally.
Cool. Let's open it up to questions. Right there. And please wait for the mic to get to you.
Michael Nelson at the Carnegie Endowment. I do technology issues and have been for 35 years. As I look at what we've learned from Ukraine, we clearly saw the success of traditional weapons like Javelin missiles, and we've seen what drones can do. But it seems in 5 years, we're going to be paying a lot more attention to the technologies they used to ensure that their government can continue to function under attack. And that was the migration to the cloud and the tools like that Palantir and others are providing to help them understand what's going on. As you look ahead 5 years, how do you think this digital government is going to transform? And do you think we'll actually be more resilient than the Ukrainians were? Or because we'll have data in lots of places? Or are we going to have this huge attack surface and be even more vulnerable?
Yes and yes. We talked a lot, 5 years ago about JADC2 and the ability to connect everything and move data around. We're seeing that evolution now happening. I talked before about, let's not forget about communications. Let's not forget about the sensors and the information so that we're collecting the right things to be able to give the warfighter the information he needs. But yes, 5 years from now, command and control, distributed comms is going to provide us the ability to look at different missions differently. It's not the Homeland example you gave is a great one, and if we think about integrated air and missile defense, it's a perfect place to start applying some of these technologies and how you can take disparate sensors and make sure that we're protecting our citizens at home, or we're protecting those forward operating bases, or where our warfighters are holed up and operating out of, because you know where you're operating. It gets a lot harder when you start to project, and if we need to project power across oceans, across continents, that becomes a lot harder to make sure that you have that command and control that's truly distributed. And you may not always want it for all the reasons you brought up, and those additional attack surfaces and additional emanations that you're going to be transmitting. So it becomes a balance of what do you put at the edge, what processing do we need to ensure that can go onto our platforms or with our soldiers physically, versus how much connectivity do you put in there. And that the last great talk that we heard, and making sure it is all cyber secure, and we're thinking about all of those attack surfaces up front, because you cannot fix these things later. It's the one challenge and the one hesitation we have to have in trying to move fast is we can't plug these holes easily when they're out in the field and somebody needs something to work that minute.
I think we have a question from the online crowd.
Yeah, this is from Elizabeth Boyette. How do you balance protecting proprietary tech with defense industry collaboration as Northrop opens its semiconductor foundries to industry partners?
I kind of come back to there's so much innovation happening, and how do we accelerate and move fast? A lot of these processes, a lot of the things that we build, there's going to be magic sauce and expertise in them, but a lot of the things that truly matter is how you build things and how do you put these things together. And so it's different levels of how you protect proprietary. I want to collaborate with more. I want to collaborate across industry with some of the emerging new innovators that are out there, not just from the A&D industry, but across all industries. Because as we put these technologies together, and again, I'm a technologist, I want to give our kids, our warfighters, our allies, the best gear that we can possibly give them. Where I really think about IP is how do I do those things and how do I put them together, and that allows us to manage it more effectively, and how do we collaborate with others.
Great. I have a question right there in the way.
Thank you. Hi, Andy Corbett from King's College London. You've mentioned tech and venture capital and the problems with scaling. Venture capital thrives on the risks associated with innovation and the high failure rate. How does that scale into defense funding, especially if you're using public funds?
Say that again.
Well, how does that all work with public funds, which really don't like failure?
Right.
In the sense of
Yes.
defense funding, how does the public finance the scaling that is going to be required of these high risk ventures?
No, it's a great question, and it's something, in my prior parts of my career, failure was viewed differently, and we're seeing that all over the place with emerging commercial space and other markets. We have to start thinking about these things differently and what it means when it's okay to fail and when it's not okay to fail. And once you get to the scaling perspective, that in my mind is where you can't be failing. When you have to deliver something, and I've made that shared commitment with my customer to provide them the piece of kit they need, whether it's an aircraft or it's a rocket or what have you. But failing during prototyping and development, that's where we should be doing it. That's where our internal investments are focused at trying and pushing the boundaries of capabilities. But once you get to that point of shared success being absolutely critical, that's where failure needs to be put aside. So that transition from prototype to scaling to production is really that critical crossover point.
Great. Question right here.
Hi, I'm Jack Rapansky. I'm a retired technologist and unaffiliated currently. Drilling down on your reference to over-indexing current conflicts, particularly with regard to Ukraine. So you could give maybe a few examples of when is it like really good to look at something like Ukraine as a good lens for projecting to the future, and when is it like particularly bad, and what are maybe some of the mistakes we might be thinking we're learning good lessons, but that are over-indexing?
It's a good question. I'll simplify it down to geography and the tyranny of range. So there's a lot of great lessons just around how they are scaling, how they're thinking about munitions, about the technologies they're using, and from a scaling up, whether it's unmanned platforms or other capabilities. Those are all great lessons, and those are all things that we should be looking at for our own stocks. It's in the very specific geography of the region where we have to be cautious on what kind of technologies are going to scale for broader ranges, much more complex electromagnetic environments, much different just geographies of middle of the ocean floor versus forest and farmland. There are just unique aspects to all of these, and how you collect data, how you move data, and how you think about things like strike.
I want to close with one last question, which is how you and a company like Northrop, an industry, goes through those kinds of calculations. Sort of in answering that question, how much are you internally wrestling with it and coming to your own conclusions versus demand signals from the customer? Are you seeing that in alignment? Are you seeing it changing? Like, take us through the inside of how you drew these conclusions from Ukraine, but where are they coming from?
No, that's a great question, and it's a combination, right? So we work with partners across the entire globe, and everybody has unique criteria, unique requirements that we can work closely with them to satisfy. But the greatest part of the job, and especially this role I'm in now, is we have 100,000 of some of the smartest employees I've ever worked with, and being able to engage with folks on these program teams that have often come from the services or have been engineers developing some of the most complex systems on the planet. We're able to make some of these trades with the smart people in the room, putting a pizza under the door, and then having those conversations with our customers and the warfighter to look at how do you solve some of these enduring problems. We've been looking at a lot of the same threats over the past decade, right? And there's a lot of opinions and thoughts in how you can solve many of these. So how we work and partner with the customer is really how we approach the problem. Leveraging the experiences we've had in building complex systems that we built, but also leveraging the experiences that our customers have had in engaging in some of these conflicts or working with our allies who have.
Well, thank you again for joining us today. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Peter. This has been fun.
So this is our 11th year doing this. you know, you are the best audience that's ever come to one of these events. So we're pleased to feed you lunch. We'll see you soon.
You want to go to seat there, Senator? Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks very much for coming back after lunch. It's now my very great pleasure to introduce to all of you Senator Mark Kelly, a Democrat from the state of Arizona. I'm sure Senator Kelly doesn't need an introduction to this room, but just for the sake of confirmation, Senator Kelly has served his country from on sea to outer space, naval aviator, 350-odd carrier landings, several space missions, last commander of Endeavour. On the weekends, he enjoys reading, spending time with his grandchild when he can get home, and riding his mountain bike. Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Kelly.
I don't know where that mountain bike thing came from because I don't have a mountain bike, but I used to. It's what? Is it really? I know the guy who maintains my Wikipedia page. I need to give him a call about that. And on the aircraft carrier landing thing, last weekend, I took my granddaughter, who's 4, down to the Naval Air Station at Patuxent River. We're in a simulator, an F-14 simulator. I'm an A-6 pilot, but I can figure that out. I was a test pilot. I was trying to land on the ship in the simulator, but I had her sitting on my lap. I think it's hard at night, with a mission, after a long mission, but it's really hard with a 4-year-old sitting there between you and the stick. So I was not successful. But good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for giving the opportunity to speak with you today. It's an honor to join this forum once again, particularly alongside New America. One of the founders is a good friend of mine, Ted Halstead, but also obviously from the involvement with ASU, 2 institutions that continue to push boundaries and help us try to think about innovation, technology, and the future of national security. Today, I want to focus on 3 things that sit at the intersection of defense policy and technological transformation, which is AI, defense modernization, and the need for consistent federal appropriations to fuel defense innovation, which is probably a timely topic as we face the potential at some point of a 1-year CR, which would not be good, especially for the Defense Department and our national security. We're living in a time of incredible change. Artificial intelligence is moving incredibly fast. It's reshaping our economy. It's reshaping our national security. It's changing how we work. And even for a lot of folks, young folks especially, how we learn. AI has been equated with as disruptive as electricity was in the 20th century. Before and after electricity, things were much, much different. Everything changed. The way we worked, the way we lived, socialized, did business, even interacted on a daily basis, all changed after the advent of electricity in homes and businesses. And I think AI is going to be rather similar to that, or it could be. It's powerful, it's promising, but we got to get it right. And it could be one of the greatest drivers of prosperity across the world. That's a possibility. But we could also screw it up. There are real risks when technology moves faster than policy. And because of dysfunction in Washington, it often does. We've seen this throughout our recent history. But what happened in the 20th century, it took average Americans getting abused by power companies, especially during the Great Depression, with regards to their electricity and the availability and the costs. And then what happened was the government got involved and regulated it. We've seen that over and over again, that pattern. We've seen it with social media now, and we certainly have fallen short and have not done enough and still need to act. And we're trying to take some steps once again on that front. But I think AI could redefine the future of work, leaving some people without a clear pathway to having a job, any job. I was with the head of AI for, it was either Microsoft or Google about 6 months ago. And we were talking about white collar jobs and those jobs being replaced. And this guy said to me, he said, give us 5 years and we're going to have all this stuff figured out, all the mechanical stuff. And then those jobs are at risk as well. And then there's the infrastructure side of this. The infrastructure that we need to support AI data centers is going to be a real strain on utilities, their ability to generate the power supply and also the water that these facilities need for cooling. And this could raise the cost for families and small businesses. I asked this question today, and one of the committees I'm on is Environment and Public Works. And we had the nominees to be on the board of directors of the Tennessee Valley Authority. And I want to know what's their plan. Because if the demand goes up and the supply doesn't, what are you going to do? You're going to stick it to families in the Tennessee Valley? Are they going to have to pay for all this? Are you willing to do something like maybe different, make a different rate, a separate rate payer for data centers, that they're their own thing and they're going to pay more and they're going to absorb the cost? That is something that we could do. I recently put out a framework on this called AI for America to put out some possible solutions to many of these challenges. And it starts with a simple idea, and that is that if companies are going to make billions of dollars building AI tools off of American infrastructure and off of American talent and our innovation, well, then they should help strengthen the very foundations that made all this possible in the first place. Meaning they should pay for it. Now, they're not going to let you laugh because they're not going to like that, right? We've got some feedback, mixed feedback, not too against it. Some of these companies are generating tremendous revenue already, on the order of like $50 billion a year. So we want to see AI companies contribute to training the workers for tomorrow. Mid-career people that are out of job, what are they going to do next? So let's give them training so they have opportunities. And maybe there are going to be jobs in the future that we don't even envision today that will exist. We'll need to train people for those as well. But we also have to strengthen our power grid. The demand for electricity is going to skyrocket. Right now, today, it's about 6% of the power on the grid, or the energy that's used each year. 6% goes to AI data centers. By the end of the decade, that's going to be 12%. It's going to double. But in some areas, like Maricopa County, where Phoenix is, they've got to go from about 16 gigawatts of available power to, they think, around 30 to 32 in 5 years. Now, it took them about 130 years to get to the 16. Now they got to double it in 5 years. It's going to be really, really hard to do. And who's going to take on that burden of paying for all this? I don't think it should be just the taxpayers. It should be the companies. But beyond just strengthening our power grid, we've got to make sure that this sets up our children for success and doesn't make them less safe and less secure. And it's also extremely important as we look into defense and the security space, and that goes beyond our borders. AI is going to be a key factor in any future security cooperation deals that we do. It's incumbent upon us to share with our partners and allies not only the technology. By the way, if we do not share this technology with our allies, you know who's going to share their technology with our allies? China. And there's sort of a race here in what does the world adopt? Do they adopt our way of doing this? Or do they adopt the Chinese way? Somebody's going to win and the other country's going to lose. I think we want this to be us. But that means we're going to have to share some of this technology, maybe sometimes in a way that doesn't make us completely comfortable. It's also important that we get the policies right. Sometimes they do not hit the mark. And when we talk about artificial intelligence, I think we also need to talk about the foundation of future warfare and the foundation of gathering intelligence and the foundation of logistics. AI is transforming everything from decision-making on the battlefield to predictive maintenance. Somebody sent me a tweet that some admiral or general put out that said before making command decisions, somebody may have seen this, they check with AI. That was kind of scary. I thought maybe it was made up, especially considering who sent it to me. But it did actually look kind of legitimate that they're running decision-making already through AI models that don't belong to the Department of Defense. But I think all of this makes us, it's important that we confront some deeper questions about decision-making, but about ethics on the battlefield and about the human role in combat decision-making. Do we want algorithms, large language models, do we want them to be making decisions about killing people? I could tell you this, our adversaries aren't going to have a problem with that. But I think there should be boundaries to what is morally and ethically acceptable for us to do. And I think we still need the human in the loop before we make decisions on whether to kill people, even when they are our enemies. So our challenge is going to be, how do we strike a balance between speed and responsibility to harness AI's power without making mistakes that could get Americans killed or could even start wars? AI might be the shiniest object when it comes to the future of defense. I think it clearly is right now. It's in every discussion. I was at this forum in Aspen a few weeks ago, and not once did anybody mention cryptocurrency. And we probably had like 6 panels, and somewhere in there, I think 3 of them were about AI. The other 3 turned into a conversation about AI. Not once did anybody talk about crypto. But there are also other things when we think about the future of defense. There are a lot of other pieces that we have to get right in order to make sure that our country is safe and secure. The U.S. defense acquisition system, it is unwieldy, it is cumbersome, and it can't adapt to an ever-evolving battlefield. It's been unable to adapt. Now, this system sort of works if you're the sole buyer trying to build tanks or airplanes or warships. It kind of works. But I'll tell you this, it fails miserably if you're looking to acquire cheap and expendable systems in mass. It fails. And the example that always comes to mind is drones. On the battlefield in Ukraine today, drone innovation is happening at a breakneck pace. I was in a drone factory in March, underground. I even got to help make a drone, put a little message for Vladimir Putin on the outside in a Sharpie. But I got to work on a drone a little bit. They're innovating almost daily. That doesn't work for the way we acquire weapons and weapon systems in our country. It just doesn't. Change orders will bankrupt us. We'll buy a single drone and it'll cost $1 billion if we allow that to happen. So we need to make some changes. We need to allow the services the authority to purchase expendable systems and the latitude to update these systems as conditions on the battlefield change. And they are changing rapidly in Ukraine. We're just talking about artillery here in Ukraine. It used to be they would, shoot a huge number of artillery rounds every day, and they still do to some extent. But this war is now about FPVs. It's about drones. I was in a Ukrainian hospital meeting with injured Ukrainian service members. Out of the 10 guys I talked to, all of them, by the way, amputees, some multiple limbs, one of them missing both of his eyes. With one exception, there was one guy that stepped on a mine. The rest of them were hit by drones. Nobody by artillery. So we've got to figure out, how do we adapt our system to that kind of cycle of innovation? I've talked to some defense leaders about this. This is hard because it's not the way our contracting works. And if we can't keep up with this technology, we're going to be at a significant disadvantage. And then part and parcel to this is the defense industrial base's ability to even produce these systems. The ability to rapidly manufacture drones is not just something we in the United States is postured to do right now. We also don't have the parts. I was joking with a Republican in the House at a dinner one night. You know, if neither of us were in this job, me in the Senate and she in the House, we should start a brushless motor company to make little brushless motors for drones, because there isn't one in the United States that can produce those motors at the rate that we would need them produced. We got to buy them. Right now we buy them from China. And in a conflict with China, along with everything else that they're going to cut off to the United States, including their 5,500 ships that travel around the world, bringing goods all over the place, including to the United States, they'll cut that off. But they'll cut off the supply of things we need in our defense system. And right now, we don't have another option. In Ukraine, officials there say they have a capacity to produce about 4 million drones annually. That's 333,000 or so per month, if I got the math right here. Compare that to what we can do, it's just thousands per month. And you see how we have a big issue. We got a big problem. Because this is a part of the future of warfare. Now, I will say that warfare on the ground in Europe is going to be different than a war against the Chinese in the Western Pacific. But I think these unmanned systems is still going to be a big part of how how operations are conducted. It's going to be a different kind of drone, different kind of warhead, different systems. And we face persisting concerns about outdated capabilities and the ongoing struggle. And this is a struggle for us where we've got to balance stockpiling and investing in modernization. We don't produce enough drones now because we don't really need to. I mean, think about that for a second. We would like to have the capacity to do it, but we don't want to be making a bunch of drones and sticking them in a warehouse. And then in a year, they're out of date, and we're not going to want them. They'll be obsolete. So, but what we need is the manufacturing industrial base so we can turn it on when necessary. But we can do this with our partners. About a month ago, I had a meeting with President Zelensky about this was one of the topics. He's like, why don't we partner on this? Help us build the capacity to go from 4 million drones a year to 10. And then we'll have that in Ukraine. Now, I know that's not having a factory here, but maybe we can make some of the parts here, ship them to Ukraine, and we could do this jointly. And they can continue to innovate. And they would have the capacity to crank out 10 million a year. And if we needed that in the future after this conflict is over with the Russians in Europe, we would have the capacity to generate what we need. So I don't think we can assume that the surge can just happen during a crisis. I think this needs to be a collaboration with our allies. Ukrainians are really, really good at this right now. And this could be a win-win for both our nations. And it's good for us to continue to work with our allies. I've had the same conversation with Al Carnes, who is in the British Parliament, who is the head of their defense committee. He's not the defense minister, but they want to be involved in collaborating with other nations on building unmanned systems. Now, all of this depends on one crucial factor, And that's the key to be able to maintain that industrial capacity that I mentioned, and ensuring that a rapid innovation cycle is possible. But every time we face a government shutdown or operate under a continuing resolution, one that extends for a year, we slow that cycle down and we fall further behind. It interrupts contracts. It delays research. It sends mixed signals to innovators and to manufacturers that we depend on to stay ahead. It also sends a signal to our adversaries that we have a dysfunctional government. It's not the way we should be doing business. Government shutdowns and CRs prevent the Department of Defense and industry from planning long-term, from investing in new production lines, and from training the skilled workforce that modernization demands. And our adversaries, they're not going to wait for us to get our fiscal house in order here in Washington, D.C. And we cannot afford to operate at a pace that has so much uncertainty built into it. So if we want to outpace our competitors, we have to match our strategic ambition with fiscal reliability. We need predictable funding, consistent authorization, and sustained commitment are what transform innovation from a concept into a capability that can work on the battlefield. And that's what I think will keep America and our allies safe and secure. So these three themes, AI, modernization, fiscal reliability, they are all connected by a single thread here. And that's the need for agility in a world that is changing rapidly. The nations that can innovate quickly, that can sustain their industrial base and maintain steady, predictable investment will not only lead in military strength, but also global influence and economic strength. So as we look ahead, I hope the conversations that you all have today help us think beyond just the near term, but we need to start thinking out 10, 20, 30 years from now. I know our adversaries do that. We need to do it as well. And then we need to have the partnerships around the world, the allies we can work with, but also policies that will define the next generation of security. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. For our next session, what's the future of the U.S.-Pakistan relationship? I'm going to introduce my colleague, Hila Rasul Ayub. She's the Director of Planetary Politics at New America. And Ambassador and Hila, if you could take the stage, we will have the session. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Peter. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Ambassador Rizwan Saeed Sheikh, who is Pakistan's ambassador to the United States here in Washington, D.C. Ambassador Sheikh is a career diplomat who has served as additional foreign secretary for the Middle East, economic diplomacy, and the Special Investment Facilitation Council. Ambassador Sheikh was also Pakistan's first permanent representative to the OIC and deputy chief of mission at the embassy here in Washington previously. So Ambassador Sheikh, 2025 has been an extraordinary year for Pakistan. From devastating floods to the brink of nuclear conflict to cross-border military operations. But let's start with the most visceral crisis, the climate catastrophe unfolding in your country right now. Pakistan has been experiencing what scientists call compounding sequential climate disasters. You represent a country that is experiencing climate change in a way that isn't an abstract future problem, but an immediate national security crisis. How is this shaping Pakistan's diplomatic priorities?
Well, thank you, Hila, first of all, for having me at this important, prestigious forum. Climate, as you mentioned, is not an abstract for Pakistan. It's a reality that we are living even now as we speak. There has been a sequence, as you mentioned, of devastating floods. I mean, in recent history, if we were to flag some important happenings, we could start maybe at 2010, when we had the first of its such kind, or this kind, flood of biblical proportions. And then there was a gap of about 12 years. And then in 2022, that's 3 years back, 1/3 of Pakistan was underwater. So 12 years. But then this year, in 2025, we again had a major devastating flood. And this time you used sequenced and compounded. So this is becoming compounded because there were some new even phenomena that we were introduced to, like cloud bursts. I mean, because a cloud burst, for the sake of ease of understanding, is when a year's average rainfall takes place in an hour or something. So that is what we experienced in 2022. It was mainly in Sindh province, one province. This year it was in 3 provinces. It started in KP, which had not previously so frequently experienced that kind of rainfall, and it is becoming grave by each iteration. For next year, we are looking at an early monsoon. It has been forecasted that it will be 15 days earlier. It could start in mid-June rather than early July. And we hope that it would not be, it looks sequential, but it will not be compounded, as you said, further. But it impacts everything. It impacts our diplomacy, it impacts our economy, and it impacts a diplomacy which is essentially economic diplomacy in the current scheme of things, because Pakistan, if you had noticed, over the past 3-4 years has been embarked on a change in our foreign policy posture or foreign policy outlook, because we believed that the same geography which lends us a geopolitical significance also lends us a geoeconomic significance. So we are embarked on an economic diplomacy endeavor. And we are trying to improve our indicators. We are trying to work on our social sector and create an atmosphere of economic security. And in that vein, these floods, with 3 years gap, whatever we built is washed away. And if, for instance, we are in an IMF program currently, we are in the country partnership framework, one of its kind, actually the first of its kind, with the World Bank. So we are, even with regard to climate change and improvement of certain social indicators, if we are borrowing and spending on something and it gets washed away, it is double sort of whammy kind of situation, because while it has been washed away, we still have to pay back. So that is a kind of situation which is being compounded for us, and it is impacting definitely diplomacy. Because Pakistan has been at the forefront of climate diplomacy. We look forward to the 30th COP next month. We played a major role, a very significant active role in coming up with this loss and damage fund proposition, where based on the polluter pays principle, we being a country which is perhaps sixth or seventh in terms of ranking when it comes to the number of the countries being impacted by climate. But if you look at the population density, we may be the number one country, because no other country which is up there above us, Maldives, etc., has that kind of population density. So it's real, clear, and present danger that we are faced with. And definitely our economic effort, our diplomatic effort is not only tarnished in perhaps a different sense, but is essentially based and impacted from what is taking place around us in real time.
But speaking of loss and damage, Pakistan does need an estimated 152 billion for climate adaptation through 2030. The Loss and Damage Fund has pledged less than 1 billion and so far has paid out nothing. But at the same time, your former ambassador, Hussein Haqqani, has written about moving beyond a dependency toward trade and investment. So how is Pakistan balancing the need for climate finance, the very urgent need, with a desire for a more self-reliant economic model?
No, definitely self-reliance is something which is not a moot point. It needs not be discussed. Ultimately, it is us who has to do it. While even when we are being impacted sequentially and in a compounded form, as you mentioned, we still have to do it largely on our own and find a way. So it's not just one, external window of finance like the Loss and Damage Fund. It's just in terms of the international responsibility that I alluded to it. But if you look at, for instance, the 10-year program, which the country partnership framework from the World Bank represents, I think at least 3 out of the 6 pillars that it has are directly or indirectly linked to this emerging situation that we have to deal with. And in terms of self-reliance, if you look at the current floods, we are now in the second phase, which is basically rehabilitation phase. But in the first phase, which was of relief operations, despite internal pressures and considerable internal pressures, our government decided not to seek international help or international financing, but use our own, ways and means and funds and resources to contend with the challenge that was posed. Now that we are in the assessment phase of what kind of damage has been caused by these recent devastating floods, we could perhaps look into again, review the situation and see if we need to go out or still use our own resources. But our basic economic decision making, to give you a good description, has changed. It is not, Pakistan is not in a hurry anymore. We are basing our decisions on pragmatism, economic sense that makes sense. We are mindful of the fact that if we borrow, we have to pay back and continue to expose ourselves to a cycle which is going to cause problems as we go. So if we can discuss our economic overall scheme of things and the thrust on geoeconomics, we are trying to focus on trade, more investment, based on this pivoting of foreign policy on geoeconomics, our connectivity significance, which has all along been there even in history. We have been part of an ancient trade route. We are amongst the oldest people on earth. So whatever has been conducted, not just in our part of the world, but in different parts of the world, has been through us. Including the economic activity. For instance, look at our strategic poise in economic terms. We are basically straddling Central and South Asia. So there is a connectivity significance with Central Asia that we have. We are in between China and GCC. So both regions are perhaps, they stand out in terms of the liquidity availability in the world today, and a lot of trade that takes place, whatever takes place between China and GCC, for instance, even stretching to Africa, has to go through to Pakistan in terms of the most viable option in terms of distance, which means cutting economic costs. I mean, if you go through the Malacca Straits to reach China, it's 7,500 kilometers. Pakistan reduces it to 2,300. So there is this economic opportunity which we are trying to capitalize on. There is this whole set of realm of possibilities that we are trying to open up for us and by extension for the whole region. But yes, it is these climate challenges and other challenges, security challenges that keep punctuating. They do impact. But Pakistan all along has been a very, very resilient nation. So, I mean, I keep repeating, at least it's cliched with me. I'm not sure if others in this room have heard it before, that we are a country that was given the first lease of life of 3 months. So we are 78 years down the line, alive and, dare I say, kicking. So,
well, speaking of alive and kicking, let's turn to what brought Pakistan and India closest to nuclear war in decades. Ambassador, can you walk us through May 2025 from Islamabad's perspective?
Well, I'll take a step back and go to April 2025.
Please.
So there was an incident in Pahalgam, an unfortunate attack that took place, and in a particularly treacherous terrain in the Indian illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir, where 26 people innocent lives were lost, people were killed. And it is from what is called the line of control between the Pakistan-administered and Indian illegally occupied part of Jammu and Kashmir. It's 230 kilometers away. So immediate finger pointing was towards Pakistan. And an FIR was filed in a police station, which by any means, and you have to use even mules in that treacherous terrain, is 45 minutes away. If you look at the timing, it was filed in 10 minutes somehow, which is, I don't know, some kind of intelligence, artificial or concocted, I don't know. But still, it was filed and the finger pointing was done at Pakistan. We believe it not only was convenient politically for reasons of administrative inefficiencies, electoral deficits, or whatever, this time to suit political agendas, domestic political agendas with approaching elections. But more significantly, it was done in a fashion which was detrimental to the delicate poise that you have mentioned, peace, security, and stability in a region which is a nuclear neighborhood. There are other nuclear neighborhoods, but I don't think there is such an acrimonious history anywhere else in the world in such a situation. There is not even the high emotional quotient that people of India and Pakistan have for reasons of history, and 3 wars that had been fought earlier, 3 full-scale wars. So Pakistan immediately asked for restraint and said that, well, if there is credible evidence, there should be an independent inquiry, which we would be participating in. We were willing to join that inquiry, and this commitment was made at the leadership level in our country, at the highest level by the Prime Minister himself. And we kept noticing that Indians were basically cornering themselves in a commitment trap, by doing a lot of chest thumping, and finally, about after 2 weeks, they told us that they had, or the world, that they had attacked some terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan, but innocent lives were lost. I mean, children, women, innocent people, and even the very next day, people were taken, media was taken to that site and shown that where is the terrorist network, show us. And they did that. But then perhaps, I don't know, I mean, there's hardly a lighter side to this thing, but in a light vein, when we were saying that don't do it, perhaps they misheard us and they heard please don't do it, and construed some weakness. Because on the first night between 6th and 7th of May, I mean, their planes were downed, and they found it difficult during the remaining period of those 88 hours for which this conflict took place to even air those planes again. And then we kept saying, seeking restraint, they sent drones. Finally, on the night between 9th and 10th of May, when they crossed certain serious lines and attacked some of our facilities, we made precision strikes on 26 specifically military targets from where we were attacked or we could be attacked. Even in case of the planes that were downed, we at one point in time on the night between 6th and 7th of May had 20 of their planes locked in a high-tech, beyond visual range. I mean, the highest battle that the world has ever seen, perhaps in history, in modern history. We had 20 locked, but we only, as a matter of principle, downed those planes that had emptied their payload on us, on Pakistan. So Pakistan exercised restraint, kept, counseling restraint, and then finally we are thankful to the leadership of this country, President Trump specifically, that this ceasefire was facilitated. It has still stood the test of time, but again we keep hearing from the other side that it's a pause. It's not a ceasefire. So this kind of adventurism, which turned out clearly to be a misadventurism in those 88 hours, is not advisable in a nuclear neighborhood. Because what that kind of engagement over those 88 hours did was that, for reasons of Indian aggression, it lowered the threshold of aggression. Without a shred of evidence, without any credible evidence, they went on and attacked an arch rival, a nuclear armed neighbor. This is lowering the threshold of aggression. And by using sophisticated weaponry like BrahMos, they raise the threshold of response. Because the next time it takes place, we could pick up threads from where we left them. I mean, BrahMos can be nuclear tipped. Right. So calculations, miscalculations, I don't think I need to elaborate. So this kind of adventurism in an area which, even if we are talking about just the two countries, is harboring or housing 1.7 billion people, something like that, is inadmissible. I mean, we would not want to do that again or go there again. But again, Pakistan, in terms of the history of our nationhood, was created for the reason of dignity. We want peace, but we want peace with dignity. So no compromise on our sovereignty, on our nationhood. I think we have provided sufficient evidence of that for the world to see. But in doing so, we have also, we believe, flagged the fact that this kind of misadventure is not, it should not even be construed in that region, leave alone practicing it.
Well, we were all watching with bated breath that weekend. But what do you think the calculus was on the part of the Modi government for getting that to the president?
I feel that they were, firstly, as I have said, that there appeared, it's not the first time that they did. Mm-hmm. There have been false flag operations previously. The last time such an incident took place was in case of Pulwama in 2019. And I was in a previous incarnation in the same capital here as deputy ambassador at that time. And I distinctly remember that we asked for evidence. Even the Pulwama evidence is yet to be afforded. The finger pointing was again at Pakistan. So it is somewhat, knee-jerk or automate. There is a degree of automaticity about it, we feel. But this time, maybe it was out of, as I said, electoral compulsions, reasons of administrative inadequacies, that if 700,000 forces cannot protect an illegally occupied region, if the occupation forces can't do it, then they shouldn't blame, people who are at least 230 kilometers away.
Yeah. Well, I mean, aside from just the military security complexity of it, there was also a fascinating diplomatic dispute at play here. President Trump says he brokered the ceasefire. India says that there was no mediation, just direct military to military talks. Pakistan thanked the US for its role, as you did here, and nominated President Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. But this isn't just about who gets credit. It also shows very different views of what role third parties could and should play in South Asian security. So what is the truth, and why does it matter here?
Well, I'm a personal witness to what happened because I was contacted on the evening of 9th and 10th of May, and this facilitation by the United States took place. What evidence the world needs beyond the fact that the ceasefire was announced by a tweet by President Trump with the perfect timing of 7:30 a.m. ET and 4:30 p.m. Pakistan Standard Time. So that's the evidence. That how would he know even, or how would the US government know? They facilitated that kind of a thing. And it was not just that facilitation. If you look at the statements that came out of the US leadership post that facilitation, you would notice that there was a discussion of a full-scale dialogue, which would certainly, since you have mentioned mediation, that there would be a mediation, which would accommodate all the concerns and interests that India may have, and all the concerns and interests that Pakistan may have in this long-standing situation, which keeps, our generations, our development in perhaps one of the most underdeveloped regions of the world hostage. For it has been there for 8 decades, and it still continues. So it was part of the design logic of that facilitation that there would be this mediation that should and could take place in a third country. And we would be sitting together through facilitation, seriously considering all interests and concerns on either side. Whatever India wants to discuss, we'll discuss. Whatever Pakistan wants to discuss, more specifically the core issue of Jammu and Kashmir, which is basic. If that is resolved, we can still, we believe, live peacefully, because that is an unfinished agenda of partition, which is internationally recognized dispute under the governing UN resolutions with a clearly prescribed solution. And until that solution is accomplished, and the promise to the Kashmiris who have since been fighting for their right to self-determination, materialized, made good on by the international community, it would continue to simmer. And it should not. This recent episode has, beyond a shade of doubt, proven that had it not been stopped, it could have been. President has been alluding to it so many times that where it could have gone. And we are grateful to him. Yes, we nominated him for the Nobel Prize because he has otherwise been a peacemaker. He has done it in different parts of the world. But as I said, this is the most impactful piece because it is going to impact, whenever it is fully accomplished, lives and livelihoods of no less than 1.7 billion people.
But beyond the US president, Pakistan has consistently called for international mediation, specifically on Kashmir. And I believe that India has refused. But do you think after coming to close to nuclear war, the international community is kind of rethinking or feeling a different sense of obligation to intervene, whether India wants it or not?
Well, international community has to. Look, in all the previous instances, whenever a situation has escalated between Pakistan and India, the international community has paid attention. But that attention has been taken away or diverted elsewhere even before the situation had fully settled. So these event-based attentions, these event-based attendance to a particular and such a grave issue, which again, the number of lives, the capabilities on both sides need not be further explained and discussed. If it is not attended to on a more durable, permanent basis with a focused, sustained attention, then situations will continue to simmer and can. I mean, this time we have been told that the highest ever tech battle fought in the world history was witnessed. It is not the old days of one-to-one fight or something, or the conventional warfare anymore. It was beyond a visual range engagement (BVR) of planes 30,000 feet plus above in the air and precision strikes and all that. So it's no more one-to-one. I mean, if somebody wants to watch the conventional fight, they can watch WWF. It's not going to be there anymore, frankly. So that's where the obligation of international community lies.
Well, I mean, the May crisis, interestingly, has also catalyzed the warming of U.S.-Pakistan relations. Field Marshal Munir had that unprecedented one-on-one lunch with President Trump. So I want to talk and unpack a little bit about what changed here. So some people are saying that this new relationship is refreshingly transactional. Pakistan helps with counterterrorism. U.S. provides trade opportunities and diplomatic supports. So what can Pakistan really expect from this reset?
Well, what we really expect from this reset is that Pakistan is a country of 250 million people with a high population growth rate. We are currently number 5th in terms of population. Given our population growth rate, which again I keep repeating is yes, our most credible statistic, much as we don't like it, but it is, we would be number 4th by 2030 or something, and we would be the largest Muslim nation state, which again carries its own significance in a particularly strategic region of the world. And in 2 decades' time, we would even beat United States too in terms of population, and perhaps settle at number 3, because we don't, by any stretch of imagination, intend to counter India and China in terms of population. So we will settle there. So between 2 mega countries of today and tomorrow, from a present and even a futuristic perspective, good relations is not a matter of choice or option or something like that. It's indispensable. It's a compulsion. It's an imperative. So Pakistan, as a nation of too many people, should be treated on its own merit, not looked at from the lens of India, China, Russia, Afghanistan, Iran. No. We have had a long-standing partnership with the United States, which has been the most consequential, we believe, in modern history. Each time we have come together, we have not only achieved success in the bilateral domain, but we have done it for the rest of the world. Look at the Afghan wars, the first, the second. So too much we have done together. And we can again do together, even in the climate domain that you discussed. We are 2 climate impacted countries. The last time I landed here a year ago, there were hurricanes. So, Pakistan was at a frontline state in the combat against terrorism. We continue to be a frontline state for the world in the combat against climate change, because we are in the foothills of the highest mountains of the world. So our significance as a mega country is there, should not be lost in any way. And relations building on the long-standing partnership that has seen many twists and turns in almost 8 decades, from a futuristic standpoint, is indispensable. It has to be there on its own standalone merit, void of any other lens being used to look at it.
Well, I mean, the reality is that we still have these lenses, especially from the U.S. perspective. China remains Pakistan's closest partner. 80% of your weapon system, $62 billion in China-Pakistan economic corridor investments are taking place. And the US has clearly said and wanted to prevent Pakistan from becoming too dependent on Beijing. So, how are you balancing these relationships? Is there such a thing as no camp politics in this new world, and or will Pakistan ultimately have to choose?
I don't think Pakistan, again, look at Pakistan's geography. I mean, you name it and we have it in our region.
Mhm.
Afghanistan and India, we have discussed. There is Iran. China does not only carry the political significance or geopolitical significance. As I said, that if Pakistan's connectivity significance is to be optimally utilized, then to and fro movement, Pakistan offers the shortest route. There is an economic significance, and that is the lens that if you continue to use lenses, then that is the lens that should be used to look at CPAC. It's not threatening anything; it's facilitating too much in the broader region. And our vision of diplomacy going back to 50 years back is very clear. We were the country that facilitated rapprochement between China and United States, didn't we? And if we could offer the diplomatic corridor then, we are offering the economic corridor today. It can facilitate too many things. So if we were trustworthy, we haven't changed our geography since. If we were trustworthy at that point in time, we believe still our vision, our poise, our geostrategic significance with geoeconomic implications makes us a connector country, like Mexico. It has a contiguity with the United States. It has burgeoning billions of dollars of trade and investment with China. IFIs are calling it a connector country. Pakistan is also a connector country. There is no binary choice for us either or. Our relationship with China didn't start yesterday. It is not ending tomorrow.
Right.
So it has been a strategic relationship. Our relationship with the United States has different attributes. By no stretch of imagination, we are likely to have a 1 million strong diaspora in China in the next 200 years. But we have that kind of diaspora here in the United States. So, that is where it has different attributes, and we could still be, if you have to use lenses, then I would prefer contact lens.
Okay.
So contact should be made and used. I believe that is something that is the way forward.
Before we turn to audience questions, I want to quickly address the most recent events. There was the airstrikes in Afghanistan with civilians killed, dozen civilians killed, closed border crossings, fought pitched battles with Afghan Taliban forces. Pakistan, and you have said this yourself, you can't afford instability in Afghanistan. So what is the end game? We just had the ceasefire announced over the weekend. Is there a diplomatic solution with the Afghan Taliban on what your government says is the Pakistan Taliban problem on Afghan soil?
Well, if you can learn one thing from Pakistan's national history, is that we always stood for diplomatic solutions all along. So we prefer that. And in case of Afghanistan, over the past more than 4.5 decades, we have 46 years plus since the situation erupted in Afghanistan in 1979. We have facilitated, we have been constructive, we have borne the brunt beyond Afghanistan. If there is one single country, I belong to a generation that has grown under the shadow of Afghan wars and instability in Afghanistan. I have my job when I go back to the headquarters, Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Islamabad, and my family lives in the city of Lahore. So if I transit from Islamabad to Lahore, in entering my own city, my boot has to be checked, and this kind of security situation was never there when I was a child. So my generation has grown under the shadow of war. We have borne too much for our comfort now, but with this situation that erupted in May, and we have already discussed, Pakistan cannot continue to face terrorism from across the border in Afghanistan. I mean, there is too much evidence. There is a whole mountain of evidence that is there that it is sponsored by our eastern neighbor. We have been gathering that evidence. I mean, if you look at statistics over just the past 3 years, in 2023, we had 600 plus terrorist incidents from Afghanistan, emanating from Afghanistan. In the last year, it's documented even in UN reports, there was a 40% increase in a calendar year. We had 1,000 incidents. This year alone, we have had 3,000 casualties, I think 900 deaths, including security forces and innocent civilians, and other injuries to the tune of 2,000 plus. And we are again looking like improving the statistics year on year. Major incidents like hostages in the Jafar Express, which took place in April, was there. So, I mean, this is a fact of life that our generation, our country has contended for too long. And that is where perhaps it's important now, in the interest of regional, broader peace and stability and security, to take it seriously. And that is where certain actions were taken. But as you saw, that when the first opportunity of a ceasefire was offered through the kind good offices of Turkey and Qatar, we accepted it. We still went. I mean, we prefer diplomacy over any kind of solution which is based on military action. But Pakistan has got to do what it has got to do if it goes that in that direction, because we have suffered too much for too long. And now perhaps we will have to deal with it squarely. That is the intent that we have clearly demonstrated. But at the same time, in almost the same breath, we have also demonstrated our desire, our propensity, our proclivity with regard to the peaceful means. Diplomacy is our preference, has been, will all along be. As a Pakistani diplomat, I can assure you, because that's the confidence that I have been given to work with.
Wonderful. Well, we'll open it up to a few questions, but what we'll do is take 2 to 3 questions, and then we'll ask the ambassador to respond. And as you're asking your question, please state your name and affiliation.
Hi, my name is Jack Krapansky, unaffiliated. Ambassador, how do you feel about Ukraine, what's going on there, and whether Pakistan could have some helpful diplomatic solution or military, either way? Are you worried at all about stability that Ukraine might cause in your area?
Well, the situation in Ukraine that has been there for now over 3 years has certainly impacted not just the physical part of security, but even economic security in the broader region. Commodity prices, etc., have certainly fluctuated beyond anybody's comfort in not just the region, but the world. So we believe that the efforts that are underway already in the diplomatic domain are well-intended, well-placed, and we wish them success. I just heard yesterday that a summit that was supposed to take place in Budapest has been postponed, but we believe that with the different possibilities that are there, with the sincerity of purpose that has been demonstrated by the leadership in this country in particular, and others joining, it should be accomplished sooner than later, because again, in a region which is not too far from Pakistan itself, it is part of our broader geography. We are impacted by the commodity prices. We are impacted by whatever happens as a consequence of that unrest and that war in the broader region, which has porous borders just to remind everybody. So we want peace, but we, for now, have confidence in the ongoing peace efforts that are taking place. And we trust them because they are well on their way. Too much has gone on in terms of forward movement. If we would not shy away if we are called, perhaps to play some kind of a role. But for now, I believe it is heading in the right direction.
There's one question in the back.
John Agole from Trinity Planning. Now that you've broken with the Taliban, will you adjust your policies towards the forced repatriation of the Afghan refugees in your country?
Well, Afghan refugees has been the strongest reality over the past more than 4.5 decades that our country and our generation has lived with. At any given point in time, there were at least 2.5 million over the past 4.5 decades. For the past almost 2 years, Pakistan has been embarked on an effort and a sincere endeavor to get them either listed properly, documented, or those who are undocumented to ask them to leave with all the dignity that their repatriation demands and should take place. It was in the context of this current phase of exchanges across borders that they were asked to leave, and a good number was repatriated. I believe, again, this is one area which is becoming untenable. We have to either find a solution to have the border treated like a border, and movement across that border take place like movement across any other international border takes place between any two countries. Because calling it a line or a border, they call it a line. We call it a border. You can call it borderline if you want to, but the fact remains that it has to be treated like an international border for each side to be feeling satisfied with regard to the security situation in the region. Because how come they have the cheek to allege that people are crossing over from Pakistan when they call it a line? Infiltration is, in legal terms, across borders only. It is not across lines. So for all practical purposes, now it has to be treated like a border. That is what we believe. And normal through visa, the regular means, the well-known, internationally recognized, legally tenable means of movement across borders, we believe going forward it should take place, because that is what would make it sustainable, tenable, and perhaps in the broader interest of regional security in particular. And any situation with regard to Afghanistan has shown that there is hardly anything regional what emanates from here. So in the interest of even broader regional and global security, we believe a border-like treatment has to be accorded without even, let's say, in theoretical terms, prejudice to the political positions of Afghanistan and Pakistan. In case of the line of control in the Kashmir region, without prejudice to the political position of Pakistan or India, Indians have fenced their side of the border. So, and nothing has changed. We also tried to fence the Afghan border, on at least on our side. It has to be treated like a border if we are to go forward with regard to meeting the ends of peace, which are increasingly important, because the entire connectivity significance of Afghanistan and Pakistan vis-a-vis Central Asia in particular cannot be unlocked if this instability continues. And that's the ultimate broader objective.
Well, thank you so much, Ambassador. We've taken you across several issues, but it has been a very busy year for Pakistan, for your office. So we thank you for being here and for participating in our day.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, everybody, if we could settle down, we're going to the next, ladies and gentlemen, if we could, we're moving to the next session with General Stanley McChrystal, who I don't think needs a lot of introduction to the people in this room, but the commander of JSOC and also ISAF commander, and also a prolific author who has a new book on character, which you'll be prepared to sign after this event. And I'm going to interview him right now.
General McChrystal, first of all, congratulations on the book, which I thought was incredibly well written. In short, declarative, easy to understand sentences. And, well, I mean, people undervalue, I mean, why do we still read Gibbon? Because he wrote in English that is still readable 2 centuries later. But so what was the main message of the book that you were trying to communicate? And obviously we live in, President Trump doesn't appear in the book, and I know that's a specific choice, but this seems a moment where the question of character is kind of on people's minds.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. And thanks, everybody, for being here. We've been on a first-name basis for 15 years, and today he's calling me General, so there's something that worries me a little bit. Yeah. This was the last book. I wasn't going to write this book. I'd written a few other books, and you're done. And then I was disturbing. Annie and I sit in the living room and read at night. My wife, and we've been married 48 years. And every few minutes I would stop and I'd go, Annie, let me tell you what I think about issue X. And she nods. And then after a while, she said, hey, just write this stuff down. Meaning don't interrupt her. And so I started writing these 800 to 1,000 word essays, which is a really interesting process because it's on every subject that I was thinking about. And the original title was going to be What I Think About the Things I Think About, which I thought was great. Annie thought it was stupid. Publishers thought it was stupid. But what happened was a couple of dynamics. First is when you write 800 to 1,000 words on an issue, you find out you don't think what you thought you did about that issue. Like you say, pick one. Is it good to lie, cheat, and steal? And so I asked somebody that, and they go, no, it's not. Then you got to write 800 to 1,000 words, and you have to make an argument to yourself that is convincing to you. And in that process, you find your thinking is much, or at least I found my thinking was much more nuanced than I thought. In many cases, my actual conclusions were different than I might have given in a snap answer on something. So I started writing these, and they became very cathartic, and they became very, I'm 71, so I'm at that point in life where you try to put everything in some kind of focus. And we found out in the process that what I was writing about was character. They all intersected in some ways about character, because that's what I've been thinking about. That's what I've been concerned about. That's what I've decided is the most important thing and always was. You have that point in your life where you're trying to get educated and start a career and become competent and become respected, and other things are more important. And they'd say, well, what about character? Yeah, it's important too, but I got to learn how to do X. And then you find out the thing you needed to learn most was on character. And you go back to who the people you respect most, who are your closest friends, whatnot. It always comes back to your respect, or at least in my case, that your respect for their character. So the book suddenly became clear to me that that's what I wanted to talk about. And the purpose of the book is not to sell a lot of books. The purpose of the book is to start a national conversation on character, and not, on Capitol Hill, but to start it in churches, around dinner tables, in classrooms, and get people saying, this is what we think character is, this is what we want it to be, and this is what we're willing to demand it be of ourselves and of other people. And so it became a work of sort of passion to try to communicate that.
I think at one point you define character, I think partly through Marcus Aurelius. So what is character?
Yeah. Character is who we are. It's the essence of us. Thomas Paine, of course, the famous pamphleteer, said reputation is what men think of us. Character is what gods and angels know of us. Now, ultimately, character is measured by what you do, not by what you say, not by what you write. It's what you do. So you can protest all the things you want. You can even think you've got character a certain way. But in moments where it is tested, you'll find out what your character is. I came out with a mathematical equation for it because I was trained as an engineer, not a competent one, but an engineer. And so I think character are your convictions, your deeply held beliefs. Those are the things you've thought about, not just accepted. And they're the things you're willing to live to or potentially die for, times the discipline you have to live up to it. Because you can have all the great convictions in the world, but if you don't have the discipline or the courage to live up to them, they mean nothing, because anything times zero is zero. And so I think that the two are almost co-equal, because who we decide to be is tested on a constant basis.
You open your book with a very testing moment for you personally. What was that, and how did you deal with it?
I can't remember now. Some of you will remember very well. I'd been in the Army a little more than 34 years, and an article came out in Rolling Stone magazine titled "A Runaway General." This is not a good title. And I'd been in command in Afghanistan for a little more than a year, and a freelance reporter working a story for the Rolling Stone wrote a story about my command team that made us look like a locker room and immature and not respectful to the president and vice president. I don't think it was accurate. I don't think it was fair, but it doesn't matter. The article came out, and I'm responsible. And this article ends up on the desk of my boss, the commander-in-chief, President Obama. And for those of you who remember the summer of 2010, President Obama was still relatively early in his presidency. And there was this backdrop, this narrative of pressure or tension between the Department of Defense and the new administration, between the generals and a young president. Now, whenever anyone who knows close enough to know, there's no such thing as the generals. We don't hang out together. It's not this group of people who agree. But the point is, there was this perception. It really came out of Iraq. I mean, it built up over time, and it came out of Iraq. And so there's this background, and then this article comes up that sort of tests general who doesn't respect the leadership. Now, I voted for President Obama. I was an ardent supporter. But the point is, it comes up. So I flew back to the United States with my resignation to offer it to the president, and went into the Oval Office. Short professional conversation. We always got along, still do. And he accepted my resignation. So here I am. I'd been born in an Army hospital. I'd gone to West Point at age 17, and now I'm 55, about to be 56. All I'd ever done is be a soldier. All I'd ever wanted to do was be a soldier. And now I was in this command job. Always thought I could get fired, thought I could get killed, thought, anything could happen. But I never thought I'd be questioned about my loyalty and judgment. But boom, it happens. So in an instant, I walk out of the Oval Office, and I'm not the commander anymore. I'm not a general anymore. I'm not even a soldier anymore. And so then the question is, what am I? And you don't have that deep a thought in the moment, but it's like this swirling, disorienting thing. And of course, you're trained to be stoic, so you don't show that. You stand up straight and walk. And I've got my military assistant, another guy with me, and we get in the car to drive back across DC. I'd flown all night to get in for this meeting, but my wife was living at Fort McNair, and I'd been gone 6 of the previous 7 years, and I'd just come back, just finishing a year, and I drive across the city, and Annie's waiting there, and the chairman had called her and said, he's going to see the president, and I think it's going to be okay. But Annie, she's a big girl, she could read. And so I walk into the house and I go, Annie, it's over. President accepted my resignation. And she's standing there and she goes, good. And then she goes, we've always been happy and we'll always be happy. It was an extraordinary moment. Because in that moment, what she did, and I don't know if she did it reflexively or I don't know if she thought through it, she set the azimuth for the future. Because she said, we're not going to be a bitter old general and his wife complaining about it. We're not going to relitigate this. We're not going to do any of that stuff. We're going to point in a new direction and we're going to go there. And I joke with people that Annie lives life like she drives with no use for the rearview mirror, which is a good thing. But the point being is, everybody hits something in life where you fail. And I could get you aside and say, it wasn't my fault, I was a victim. It doesn't matter, I failed. I didn't finish my job. And for every 30 seconds for the next 48 hours, I'm on the ticker of the news. And if you haven't had that experience, it's painful. My 86-year-old father's watching it down in Tennessee. My son down in college is watching it. All the people you care about are watching it. And you can't stand up and go, no, it's not. It is the reality at the moment, and you have to deal with it. And so it gave me an opportunity that I describe here to sort of not just introspection, but circumspection, kind of go around myself and decide who I want to be, who I was, but more importantly, who I want to be. And so a lot of the things in the book are sort of about trying to figure that out.
Have you ever thought about the person that you might have become if that had not happened to you?
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. I don't think I'd have thought as much, meaning I think I was planning to do 2 more years in the Army. I was planning to stay 3 years in Afghanistan and then likely retire, but you don't know. But I don't think I would have been forced into deciding what I wanted to be. Clearly, this moment forced me to reset. And so for the last 15 years, I've done this series of things, all of which have worked out really well, just by luck in many cases. Started a business, written a number of books, taught at Yale for 12 years, been on some boards, made friends that, I knew, but I didn't really have deeply before. I've just had this unbelievable string of lucky events, but I don't think I'd have gotten that. I think I'd have eased out of the Army kind of normally. And so in some ways, and I don't wish this happened, but Annie and I talk about it as sometimes the best thing that ever happened to us.
General, when I read My Share of the Task, and when I read My Share of the Task, which is General McChrystal's account of JSOC during the Iraq War, it was deeply surprising to me because this was a whole part of the war that we just had not been told about. I mean, there were a lot of books about the conventional part of the war, but there was this secret war. And I mean, and to take us back to that moment in time, I think JSOC itself was so secret that people didn't even really know it existed almost. Now, I mean, for a variety of things we know about it. But when you sat down to write that book, what was the intent? Because I think you rewrote the history of the Iraq War, at least for people like myself who were paying attention.
Yeah, I wasn't going to write any book. because I just didn't. And then they said, you have a debt to history. And I said, I don't have a debt to history. And they said, we'll pay you a lot of money. And I said, all right, let's write this book. And of course, this is from a community that is secret. And so I went to our headquarters and I said, what do you guys think? Do you want me to write this book? And I was told, yeah, we want you to write the book, but we want you to obviously follow all security things, which we did scrupulously. And several things happened. First is you have to understand JSOC. It was formed after the failure of the Iran rescue mission in 1980. And it was the US military and the government to give us a counterterrorist capability, which we didn't have before that. And it was lavishly funded and it got specially selected people. And I remember when I first joined it, I was a young major. We're at Fort Bragg and we are secret, which is cool. We wore civilian clothes. Now, we're the only people at Fort Bragg in civilian clothes, so I don't know how much the secrecy worked. But anyway, it's a collection of this really good people with literally unlimited priority, and we could get things done and whatnot. So it was an extraordinary group, and it matured really effectively through Grenada, Panama, first Gulf War. Not perfectly. I mean, there were always bumps and grinds and mistakes made and whatnot, but it came in to be the best counterterrorist force in the world by a lot. I mean, you can read what you want about other countries. I worked with all of them, and I would tell you there's no comparison. And that started pretty early. And so JSOC became this extraordinarily effective force, really focused on counter hijacking, hostage rescue, very precise raids. It's grown in capability and spectrum now, but that was sort of the reason for being in the early years. And I got a chance to grow up inside it. You know, I was a ranger, but I was also on the JSOC staff and whatnot. And so it was this really great place to be, much less bureaucracy, really high priority, and, you know, kind of a get things done mentality. We got into, after 9/11, and JSOC went to Afghanistan first, initial operations, then largely reduced forces, then went into Iraq early, and then largely reduced forces. So when I took over in October 2003, we were down to very small entities in both of those locations, with the idea that we would sort of turn this over to all the conventional forces, and we would stay back in the U.S. and we would surge forward as required. And I take over in October, and Iraq is starting to circle the drain. If any of you go back and check the timelines, invasion in March looks real easy. Saddam Hussein falls pretty quickly. Have about 6 weeks of honeymoon when the Iraqi people are sort of patient, be getting frustrated with no power, no pensions. Made some big mistakes. Disbanded the army, disbanded the Ba'ath Party, or put them in the penalty box, and we lost the Iraqi population if we would have ever had it. But we lost it by late summer. You're starting to get resistance by people just shooting RPGs, and there's ammunition everywhere, so it's easy to create improvised explosive devices. And then in August and September, you have these initial terrorist attacks on the Jordanian Embassy, United Nations headquarters. And we realized that there is something different going on. There's not just a bunch of irritated Iraqis, and it's not a bunch of old chain-smoking Saddam's generals. They were kind of irrelevant. It was a group of terrorists who were getting themselves organized under a guy named Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, ultimately became al-Qaeda in Iraq, and they were the existential threat. Everything else was noise. They were the signal, and they were the thing that was going to kill the endeavor. And that became obvious just about the time I was named the commanding general of JSOC, October. I didn't recognize it. We sort of stumbled upon that pretty quickly after, but suddenly would become, and it's a completely different war than we thought it was. I'd been back in the Pentagon for the previous year and watching this thing from afar. And when I got over to Iraq in October, I was stupefied with a couple of things. One, the situation was already getting worse than it seemed. And second, we were so freaking disorganized. I mean, I went into the green zone in Baghdad, and you had people trying to do functions on 30-day rotations. Good people would be sent over for 30 days to set up the Iraqi police or to set up the Iraqi stock exchange. And 2 weeks is finding out where they lived and, that kind of stuff. And so it was a recipe to not be effective. But the idea was we were going to get out as quick as we could and the Iraqis were going to take over. But we had torn apart their army and, done some things. So it very quickly got obvious that we were going to have a much bigger problem than we thought we were. By the end of the year, when we captured some intelligence right after Christmas, it was clear that Al-Qaeda in Iraq hadn't adopted that name yet, but they soon would, was a real thing, and that they were going to be a big, big problem. And so JSOC, I started focusing this secret entity. I started bringing more forces over. We started standing up task forces, but we were still immature. We hadn't done this kind of operation at scale. We're starting to put it together. And then right at the end of the winter, Fallujah melts down. And I think you remember there were some U.S. contractors who were killed and then burned. And it was sort of a shock treatment to wake up for the people over there to go, okay, this is going to get really ugly really quickly. And it sort of got uglier over the next few years. At JSOC, our primary role was against Al-Qaeda in Iraq. But there were some associated other entities. There were a lot of other security challenges in the country, but we were across the whole country and actually across the entire region. We were designed and tasked to destroy that. And so then I stayed in command 5 years. And that's what we did for 5 years. And most of the same operators literally on rotations did it the whole time.
And you turned it, I think it was doing 2 raids a month or 4 raids a month into doing 300 raids a month, so 10 a night.
Right.
So the scale of this thing became... Gettysburg has played a very important role in your life. Why is that?
Yeah, everybody's got a place, and I wasn't in the Battle of Gettysburg as old as I look. But I've always been an enthusiast for history, so I like to read it and whatnot. My father took me to Gettysburg right after he came back from Vietnam on his first tour. And we had to go up and bury his brother-in-law, my uncle, who had died, who was a veteran, so there's a military. And so we went up to coordinate that, but my father took the opportunity to show me the battlefield. And I was 11, I think, at the time. And so I remember I also grew of age just during the centennial of the Civil War, so it was a big thing when I was younger. But then I took my leaders when I was commanding the Ranger Regiment in 1999. I took them there. We did an offsite for a couple of days, and it turned out to be a really good place to think about leadership, not to study the tactics, but because there were a lot of big leadership decisions made. And then during the war in 2005, I brought the commanders from JSOC, most of them forward deployed, back to the States, and we went to Gettysburg to do an offsite and focus. Some interesting things happened. The first thing was Marcus Luttrell and his patrol got whacked in Kunar province in Afghanistan, and we were not running that operation, but one of the helicopters that got shot down going in for the relief was ours because we've been asked to provide that from the 160th. And so we ran the rest of the relief operation from the second floor of the Gettysburg Hotel using long-distance communications. Second thing, as I was told that I had to go down to the White House to explain what we were doing about Abu Musab al-Zarqawi in Iraq. And I had come back and I didn't have my uniform, I didn't have a dress uniform. And so I had to get my guys to bring up a dress uniform, fly by helicopter the next morning down to DC and go brief the president on what we were doing. And so it was an opportunity to cause us all to reflect and focus. Now, we'd already been in the war for a couple of years at that point. And so people were pretty seasoned. The commanders, we'd known each other, most of us, for a lifetime. But we turned out to be in it for several more years together. So I've still got some photographs of that gathering. And Bill McCraven and many of the people that you know are in that, Scotty Miller and whatnot, as we came together, and it was the maturing of an organization. We were really at the tipping point from being something that was coming together to being something that had now been fighting together for more than 2 years, become this machine you described. And then our spouses are there with us, because the way this war worked is you mailed your dead and wounded home. And so they came home, and your spouses were back there visiting people in the hospital and going to Arlington for ceremonies and whatnot, because much of the force stayed. And so they were a much more organic part of it than I think some people might have guessed.
You know, your father was in the military. He was a general in Vietnam. Your son also served in another capacity. I'm writing a history of the war on terror, and it's striking to me how many of the generals' sons and daughters fought and have fought in the war, which A, shows the longevity of the fight, but B, gets to this kind of question of having a hereditary military. I think 80% of people in the military have a close relative. So are you concerned about that? Because obviously in Korea, it was a draft, or Vietnam, that kind of puts a wall.
Yeah, I don't think it's entirely healthy. I would go fly around Afghanistan and visit bases with small American units, usually paired with Afghan forces, and invariably one of the NCOs or officers there was the son or daughter of somebody I served with. I knew a lot of them in high school. You know, when they were high school kids, I'd run into them. I went to one place, and there was a young private there, and he's got a name tag on. His name was Longmire, and I looked at him and I go, his father had been first a Ranger NCO and then a Delta Force NCO, was killed under my command in Iraq about a year and a half before. And you see now, you know, the generations coming. And it's good from the standpoint of you almost know the lineage for everybody, and there's a strength to it. There's a weakness in that it can be insulated. You know, during the Vietnam War, and most of you will know this, I think there were 100 and some sons and daughters of general officers and flag officers killed in Vietnam. There wasn't a single son or daughter of a congressman or senator, not one. I don't know if there's a similar number for Afghanistan and Iraq. Casualties weren't as high. But the point is, when you've got certain group of people who serve reflexively in the military, and then there's a certain group of people who don't, you're going to see the world differently. And when you see the world differently, it's almost like one side being Shia Muslims and one side being Sunni. There's no difference in those people. There's no biological difference or racial difference. It's just how you happen to be raised. And yet you have this extraordinary antipathy between the groups, at least suspicion. And I think there's a great danger when we allow that to be that way. And so I'm a great believer in a military draft. You know, people say, well, we don't want draftees because they don't. I think we want America evenly represented. Every zip code should be at risk when you go to war. And I think we would be stronger at the end of the day. What we don't want is anything approaching a foreign legion where you can deploy it because you know nobody in your family is at risk.
Yeah, I mean, just this is a counterfactual, but if there had been a draft during the Iraq War, I think the surge would have been a much harder sell, right? Because you have the all-volunteer military, they just saluted and went along with it. Because at that time, the American people had completely turned against the war, more or less.
Yeah, I think it's a fair point. And on the one hand, you say, well, boy, that makes us a weaker country because we don't have the ability to deploy forces when we need, and you are dependent upon popular support. But ultimately, we're dependent upon popular support no matter what. And so maybe what it really would have done is make leaders do harder work trying to convince people what we need to do. I'm a believer actually that the War Powers Act and the power of the presidency has grown too much in terms of going to war. And it's not because, if I was president, I'd want unfettered power. Anybody would. But the bottom line is, if you don't have to make that argument, if you don't have to convince people, maybe the argument's not that strong.
Well, we have a very current example of this, which is the conflation of narco and terrorists, which we've now, I think, had strike number 8, which has extended beyond Venezuelan boats now to Colombian boats. And we've had 2 survivors. JSOC would have been, when you were, they would have been implementing a lot of these operations. What do you think of them?
I think it's very dangerous. Now, the military has capabilities that sometimes are appropriate, that need to be used in certain situations. But the reality is, I think it's a slippery slope. As soon as you have the military doing law enforcement, several things are going to happen. First is, what happens in law enforcement in the drug-related world? Unless we are immune from what other countries find, corruption follows, because there is unlimited money to go in, and you start this potential for people coming to an Army officer or any service member and saying, we don't want you to see this boat going over this thing. And the person says, I don't do anything. They said, we're going to give you $20,000 not to see it. And you say, well, I don't take money. Well, we're going to kill your kids. And then suddenly it's but that's real. That happens. And so once you put the military in that, you have the potential. We say, well, we've got a very honest military. We do, but we haven't been in that situation. I have never taken a bribe in my entire life. I've never been offered one. So we don't really know yet, do we? But this is important. And so when you start to move in that direction, I think the danger is that you get into things that we're not prepared and set up for, and laws aren't, fully fleshed out for.
You wrote another book, Team of Teams. I think you wrote it with Chris Fussell, who's a New America Fellow. One of the very interesting things about the book is what you say about leadership and the kind of teams that you reflect on the question of hiring superstars or not superstars, or how you build a team that's effective.
Yeah, we had an experience in JSOC, and that experience was different from what we expected. The hierarchical top-down leadership was not appropriate, didn't work for that environment, although we wanted to make it work. And we found out that if we didn't, we had to change to a much more collaborative, much more decentralized, allowing autonomy at different levels, which meant leaders had to fundamentally change the way they thought about it, and they focused, and the relationship between leaders and followers. Now, special operations forces, people say, well, they're special, so it doesn't apply. The reality is, what I found is it applies in every organization. There is a different way of functioning in today's complex information technology rich environment. And you got to think about it differently, and you got to approach it differently, and you got to sort of squelch that desire to be the chess master who micromanages.
You have an interesting, at Yale, you ask some of your students to write their own obituaries. What does that produce?
Yeah, at first they wondered why I write my obituary. I say, because you screw this up. But no. Think about it. If you really have to think about what your full summation of your life is going to be, you start to think, well, wait a minute, how do I conduct myself to get to that endpoint? And I don't think most of us do that. I didn't do that nearly well enough. I didn't think about, what person do I want to be? I never thought I'd survive after the military, so I never thought about getting old. And now I have, and I care. I don't care what everybody thinks of me, but there's a small group of people I really care. My granddaughters, they're 11, 8, and 5, and they live next door to me. I see them every day. What they think of me is just incredibly important. And later in life, when they read and hear about things, I want them to triangulate, well, I knew Granddaddy, and I want them to be able to judge. So I think the obituary is a reminder to young people, there is going to be that moment.
Yeah. I went to a high school and somebody asked the headmaster, what are you preparing your students for? He said, we're preparing them for death, which is, I think it's a pretty powerful, it's not a way people think very much anymore, but I think it's a useful way of thinking things. Let me ask you about our current environment. So we have a Secretary of War or Defense or however you want to, I mean, what do you make of him?
Yeah, I don't think he was prepared for the job. And I think that his metric of success is pleasing his boss. And so I think that that's a dynamic that, you always want to please your boss. But the reality is we hire for big jobs, we hire strong people because they aren't dependent upon that constant approval. You've got to have people in important jobs to be able to look up at the boss and go, no, that's not the way we do it, and whatnot. So if anything, I think it's a missed opportunity. I bear the secretary no ill will, but if we think about bringing 800 generals in recently to Quantico, and he gave a speech that everybody expected him to give, and people who loved him loved it, and people who hated him hated it. What if he'd gotten up in front of everybody and given a very out of character, very thoughtful analysis of the world and said, here's what we're going to have to do in the War Department going forward. We're going to have to do more of this, less of this. He did some of that. But what if he'd come across like a Peter Bergen and done that? Everybody would have done a reset. They'd go, whoa, what just happened? Here's somebody who has really thought this through. When we play to stereotype, I think we miss an opportunity, particularly as different as that particular one. So, I mean, there's hope.
You famously eat one meal a day. Why is that?
Yeah.
And also because I wasn't entirely sure it was true until I read this book, because you never really kind of confirmed it before in writing, I don't think.
Yeah, I eat dinner only. I got home from New York City at 9:30 last night, so I hadn't eaten. There were, marks on my forearm where I was chewing it. But I thought I was getting fat when I was a young officer, and I don't have the discipline to eat small meals. So I just found it was easier for me not to eat anything until dinner and then eat what I want. But it's interesting, if you watch on YouTube, I am now popular, not me personally, but intermittent fasting. I was ahead of my time. Now I'll come back around where I'll be proven it's medically, disastrous. But I'm 71 and, I've been doing it for almost 50 years. If I change suddenly, it could kill me. So.
Well, I would like to open it to the audience. If you have a question, can you raise your hand and identify yourself? And Anne-Marie, the boss here, has the right of first question. Is there a mic that we can give her? Thank you.
General McChrystal, I have to say that before I ever met you, the first thing I ever heard about you was from Les Gelb when he was the president of the Council on Foreign Relations and you were a fellow. And the thing I remember was him saying, and Stan McChrystal doesn't have an ounce of body fat anywhere on his body. That was a source of real amazement. You were running every day. I didn't know that it was only one meal a day, but it made an impression. And the other thing I do want to just say is I teach Team of Teams and I've relied on it. But the thing that always surprises my students is that you define leadership as gardening. And people always say, wait a minute, General McChrystal, that McChrystal? I'm like, yes. And it always shocks people to hear that somebody in such a hierarchical organization thinks about cultivating relationships and empowering people. But my question is about character. And you said you want to start a national conversation, which we badly need. I'd love to hear more about how, because I know you've supported a national service, tried to bring one about. That doesn't look like it's on the horizon at the federal level, maybe the states. But I'd just like to hear how you think this book will help, but what do you hope will happen?
Yeah, it's a great one, Emery, because the disappointing answer is I'm not sure. I've been doing this. We came out with a book in May, and I've been going around to presidential libraries and different places and giving talks to groups like this. As I was telling Anne-Marie, the danger is people who come to here are typically people who already think about character. What I want is I want people to watch TV. This is the result, not the how. Watch TV and see a politician, for example, looking at the TV lying to you. And right now they look and they lie at you. They know you know it's a lie. And yet we don't do anything about it. We go, well, they're politicians, so that's what they got to do, and it's okay. It's not okay. And I think we've got to get to a point where we say there are some norms. You don't want tightly corseted norms like religious limitations of this and that. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about norms about how we treat people, norms about how we think about citizenship, norms about what we think about integrity. And I think it's almost got to be emerging at a Rotary Club, Kiwanis Club kind of level, where people make a commitment. I am going to join this compact not to be a person without character, and literally make it something that you are proud of and you commit to publicly so that people see that. What if every member of Congress literally stood in front of the American people? I promise not to lie to you. That would be interesting, wouldn't it? But I think it's going to have to be something like that. But I don't have the magic lever to do it. I wish I told Peter I wanted a Taliban-like, revival, and that analogy doesn't work well, really.
This gentleman here.
General, hi, my name's Paul Tennant. I'm former British Army. I'd love to ask you, if I may, about a bit of a crisis we're going through in the British military at the moment, and the perception, I think, well-founded, including in special forces, of being deserted by British politicians going back 30 years for things that they've done. And I know you're familiar with the conversation. And I just invite you to connect it to the business of service and this alarming sort of trend towards a sort of warrior caste who follow their parents or their uncles into uniform. How do you think you can connect what you would teach about character to inform specifically that conversation?
No, thanks so much, and thanks for your service. What he's referring to is particularly the British Army now. If you go back to the Special Air Service and others in Northern Ireland, have been brought under huge scrutiny again, and some actual legal issues, and then same sort of thing, scrutiny about things that were done or not done on the battlefields of Afghanistan and Iraq. Now, my view first is that just because you're military, you don't get a pass. You don't get to do whatever you want. You don't get to kill, murder, torture, all that kind of stuff. And we know that. And discipline in military forces is designed to guarantee that. That's the difference. It's not just morality. It's the fact that you've got a disciplined system. At the same time, people who go and they serve in a way that they believe is how they were taught and they're following rules, they have to have a level of protection from the population and from opportunists, in some cases press, some cases politicians, others who want to use them as piñatas later because they've got this axe they want to grind. Because what happens over time is you won't get people to serve, particularly for the very difficult tasks. There are some things in the counterterrorist fight that were pretty ugly. I will tell you, pretty ugly, that you would have been shocked to see and be a part of. Not that we were doing that we were wrong, but just the nature of that fight. And that's always the case. And so there has got to be an acceptance that when a nation sends its service members somewhere, it can expect from them discipline to the law of armed conflict, discipline to the values and all that they are given, but protection for all the things they do within those boundaries. And I think that needs to be more in Britain right now. I think that needs to be more energetic on the part of people who are supporting.
General, can I ask you about that specific issue? You showed the Battle of Algiers, which, for anybody who may recall, is sort of almost a documentary-like film about the French in Algeria, to your team. Why did you do that?
It was very early in the war, February of 2004, and we had just about a month before figured out how ugly this was going to be and how long it was going to go. So I got all my commanders together. I brought an author in who had written about the French in Indochina, and we showed the Battle of Algiers. And I showed it to him because I said, this is what we're about to run into. We're about to be an extended, complicated fight that is going to test us militarily and morally, and it's going to be something that we are going to have to rise to the occasion. In that particular case, of course, the French paratroopers in Algiers, the city, used torture to break the FLN leadership. Now, the truth is, it works. The torture gets them what they need, and the paratroopers win a tactical victory there. But it morally corrodes the force. It corrodes the force, and you could argue the effort of the nation. And so what I was trying to do is get my leaders ready for the fact that this is not going to be simple. And we are going to have to navigate this, and it's something that's going to be around every single day.
A question from this gentleman?
Yeah. So, General, you may not recognize the beard, but I was General Caldwell's CAG chief back when you were there. And so Mark Hagerott, former naval officer, former CAG chief. I still remember the most memorable dinner you brought me over when we were with the superintendent of the Afghan Academy, if you remember, around your table. And it was a generational thing. You brought him out of retirement. He was in his 70s. I remember him saying, if we can just hold long enough, the young people will take over. But the question I had was, serendipitously, I was also in Wolfowitz Rumsfeld's office when things began to unravel. I was having like flashbacks, what you talk about, just the stunning look of what was happening. Right now, I'm working on a book, which has been long making, called Commanding Minds and Machines, about the evolution of the Naval Officer Corps. And I've come across the fact that 4 of the 6 Joint Chiefs were Naval Academy graduates, heavy technology, technocentric. Rumsfeld's a naval officer. Larry DeRita's a naval officer. Bill Luty's a naval officer. I'm a naval officer. It was about 10 Navy all around, the Air Force. And here's the Army trying to explain through Shinseki, we have to have a bigger occupation force, which I think literally was the first mistake. Do you have any comments on how do we get to the point where we actually thought we could go into Iraq, a country the size of California, and do what we did? Because I think that laid the groundwork for everything you described. So any thoughts on that decision?
I think it was hubris. And for those of you who remember, Secretary Rumsfeld was a powerful personality. And in some ways, he was right. He came in and just smashed the military bureaucracy. And at one point, I was in a meeting with all of the 4 stars, and they're saying, we have to follow what's called the tip fed. And that is, give some of you nightmares. That's a time-phased deployment plan to how you're going to flow forces to a war. And it's done with computers and takes a long time to put it together. And when it was time to do this, the military told Rumsfeld, if we invade Iraq, we've got to execute the tip fed. And it's going to flow all these forces. And Rumsfeld goes, no, we don't. And I remember they go, yeah, we do. We really do. Boom, boom. And then I'm back in the next Saturday morning meeting. I'm the vice J3 at that point. And the 4 stars get with the chairman in there and they go, he just doesn't understand. You got to go in and tell him, we have got to do the tip fed, this bullshit, boom, boom. So they kind of screw up General Meyer, wind him up, and they send him in. The chairman just stuffs him. We are not doing the tip fed. And the secretary was right. We were filling a stereotype of military that's got to follow this plan, boom, boom, boom. We can't do anything. But then the idea was we could drive into Iraq, we could overthrow the government, we could take the keys, give it to a new government, we could drive out and it was going to be fine. And that was lunacy. We knew better in the moment. There were volumes written about the relationships between Sunni, Shia, Kurds and whatnot, and the complexities of the tribes. It was all knowable. It wasn't like we suddenly discovered it. And so there was this hubris that if we go in and do this with this extraordinarily competent, professional, highly mechanized force, that will serve us well. Because remember, 1991, when we crushed Saddam Hussein's army, it really looked kind of easy. And so this time we go do. And so the Army's doing math. I mean, that's what we do. We're not that smart. And they literally just did math. How many square miles? How many people? We're going to need a lot more force. And it was obvious. But people just said, nope, this is different. It's kind of like the stock market. You have a bubble, and then somebody goes, well, this time it's different. All right.
Hey,
Air Force undermine the Army was kind of the question since they dominated.
Well, I think not intentionally. I don't think it was them trying to do an evil thing. I think it was them trying to meet Rumsfeld's desires. They wanted to do what he wanted done, and it fit really well with their, shock and awe. We'll do it by machines. And of course, we knew it wouldn't work.
John McChrystal, I just one really quick final question. Anne-Marie has written a lot about this, and we have a program that looks at this question. And you have a lot to say about work-life, family balance, and how you were as a father.
Yeah, Anne-Marie wrote the most popular, I think, thing ever written about you can't have it all. And I think that's right. This work-life balance thing, I think work-life balance is over the sweep of a lifetime. If you look at, great athletes, you look at great leaders in business or whatever, for the period they are trying to do that, they work their butts off. They do not have balance. And you're never going to have balance when you're doing that. And you shouldn't try to pretend that you will, and you shouldn't feel guilty when you don't. But over the sweep of your lifetime, you have the opportunity to do more certain periods in life. Some people are never going to get work-life balance. They choose not to. And yet we throw a guilt trip on them now. People, they tell me I'm still full-time and everything running my company. You should quit. You're abusing Annie. I haven't heard it from Annie. She didn't say, hang around more. The point is, society gets changed by people who work their ass off. Just the deal. And the reality is, if everybody in our society had great work-life balance, we wouldn't be a more successful society. But at the same time, that doesn't mean that work-life balance for you, particularly during parts of your life, isn't the right idea. So I'm not, I'm just saying that as soon as we say that the only approach is work-life balance, I think we're being unrealistic.
I want to thank the general who's very kindly agreed to sign some of his books. Thank you very much, sir. And the book signing is going to be out of the door on the left at a table out there. Thank you, everybody.
Wait, before you all leave, we have a short video about the MA in global security. It's interesting, so please enjoy it. Oh, and also, if Peter didn't mention, General Crystal will be signing some books right out on there, so you mentioned it. Right.
To better understand future security challenges, Arizona State University, one of the largest and most innovative public research universities in the country, joined forces with New America, a creative and dynamic civic institution and think tank. Our work together led to the creation of the online MA in Global Security. This interdisciplinary degree links serious ideas with practical, policy-oriented applications to aid professional advancement in the military, government, non-governmental organizations, and the private sector. Students can pursue this MA from anywhere in the world, study while working, and finish in a calendar year. The value of the MA in Global Security lies in its commitment to working closely with each student to help realize their goals, while our faculty bring unmatched intellectual depth and real-world expertise to every course. Faculty include former top government officials, former general officers, award-winning conflict journalists, heads of humanitarian organizations, and top academics. Our student body is just as dynamic. The average age is mid-30s, half are military or veterans, and 40% are minorities. Hailing from all over the world, many bring years of professional experience into the classroom, making discussions rich, varied, and directly connected to real-world challenges. To serve this wide range of learners, the program offers the flexibility to shape an individual academic path. Students can specialize in concentrations such as cybersecurity, irregular warfare, and intelligence, or chart their own course by selecting from a wide array of electives that span all of these fields. This choice ensures that every student can tailor the degree to match their interests and career goals. To learn more about ASU's online global security degree, visit futuresecurity.asu.edu/mags.
The next panel is called The Future of Food, Protecting America's Agricultural Supply Chain. It's going to be moderated by Alicia Ellis, whose voice you heard on the MA in Global Security video. She's the director of the MA in Global Security, also professor at Arizona State University, and leading a lot of some interesting programs on agricultural security. So thanks so much. If you could grab your seats. We're all set? Yeah, come on in. So thanks again.
All right, thank you. So I'll just introduce our guests real quick and then we'll jump right in. So Matthew Amel is a retired U.S. Army Green Beret and a decorated combat veteran with multiple Bronze Star medals who's held senior leadership roles in elite special forces programs and, of course, deployed extensively across the Middle East and Africa. And he's also served as a defense policy fellow for United States Senator Kyrsten Sinema, advising on defense policy, irregular warfare, critical threat vulnerability, and veterans' mental health. And then, of course, right here to my left, we have the lovely Kyrsten Sinema, a former United States Senator with an impressive track record of working across the political spectrum to accomplish things for the country and for Arizona. So thank you for being with us today, both of you.
Wait, no one has introduced you.
Oh, Daniel did before we came in.
Good.
We weren't paying attention because we were
standard.
Yeah. But actually, I think I'm going to jump right in. We only have 30 minutes, so we'll try to keep it kind of conversational. So if anyone starts filibustering, I know you think the filibuster is really important, and it is.
But sparingly used.
Yes, correct. So in this context, the others have permission to cut in. So let's start at the beginning, though, because agriculture is not usually the first word that comes to mind when we talk about national security, right? So I'm curious how you kind of got into this in the first place. What was it that made you realize that agriculture should be part of the national security conversation?
Well, first, let me just say that I am not the expert on this panel about security and agriculture. I am interested, excited, and really learning a lot as we're kind of going through this process. But I'm not an expert. But I'll tell you, the first time I thought to myself, this is a national security concern, it was during the first couple weeks of COVID. So I was a sitting senator in Arizona, the senior senator, and what happened in southern Arizona in the early weeks of COVID was that the grocery stores were completely empty, like literally no food in small rural communities in southern Arizona. And I was, doing daily, weekly, sometimes more than once a day calls with mayors and local government officials throughout the state as folks were grappling with the crisis. And when I heard that there was like no food in any of these grocery stores, and folks couldn't even get up to Tucson or over to Yuma to get to the larger grocery stores, that's when it hit me that the supply chain was so vulnerable and it had been completely disrupted through this occurrence. And there wasn't a government solution. Like, there was no government solution. You guys, I ended up calling the LDS church. Yeah. I called the LDS church and I said, I know you have a lot of food. Can you put it on a truck and bring it down to southern Arizona and help feed the people of southern Arizona? And the LDS church did it. So from that point forward, I started thinking to myself, about the fragility of our supply chains. And I know we'll come back to this later about other supply chains that I've been concerned with, but this is one that hit me in those early weeks of COVID.
Yeah, so I mean, I would second what Kirsten said is my like the tie between agriculture and our food security. My COVID showed that for me as well. My interest in agriculture really came from deployments. Like my first deployment is I learned how ancient Mesopotamian flood irrigation system works by jumping over them wearing a heavy backpack, and my back still hurts from it. And we were sitting in UAE in 2014 as the CENTCOM Crisis Response Force, and my senior engineer had a bunch of Joel Salatin's books, and Andy's a incredible human, and he's very smart on agriculture, and I read all of Joel Salatin's books, and we'd drive around the UAE, and I would just wonder if we got enough cow poop in the sand, if we could get grass to grow out there. And so that's kind of from deployment experiences, kind of how my interest in this work is.
So how about you?
My origin, I call it my villain origin story.
Was it also the UAE?
No. No, actually, it's very similar to yours, though. It was an experience of a supply chain disruption in the agriculture sector and realizing the impact that could have on people, right? So this was back in like late February, early March 2022. And I don't know how Daniel introduced me because, like I said, we weren't paying attention back there and we should have been. But if he didn't mention it, when I'm not at ASU doing professor things, my husband and I have a 500-acre farm outside the Phoenix East Valley. And then my brother-in-law right down the road farms about 1,500 acres. And back in February 2022, all of a sudden we couldn't get fertilizer. And in Arizona, that's planting season for an awful lot of stuff. So that was a really big problem. Agriculture can't absorb the same sort of supply chain disruptions or delays that other sectors can, because you've got to get the seed in the ground at the right time. It has to do with the weather. You got to get the fertilizer in the ground at the right time. All of that matters. The timing is really crucial. So we had about a 2.5-3 week delay before we were able to get it. And of course, the price was spiking out of control because people were experiencing this all over the world at the same time. So we ended up deciding not to plant, but my brother-in-law did. And he got it in the ground about 2.5-3 weeks late. And his yield that year was down by 30%. Now, if you know anything about farming, that's huge. That's a really bad year in the red, right? But you go to the bank, you explain yourself, you hope the next year is better. But it got me thinking about a couple of things that I really wanted to understand. One was the potential consequences of this, because if it had gone on a little longer, or if it had happened in, say, mid-May, when the entire Midwest was planting corn and soybeans and wheat, then we would have been talking about an economic crisis at a national scale, and we would have been talking about a food crisis at a global scale. So that was the first thing I wanted to understand. And then the second thing I wanted to understand was, how could such a critical supply chain, something we know is critical and can absorb delays, how could it break down so quickly? So those two things have kind of informed my work ever since.
Now, it's interesting that you said that you and your husband made the decision to skip the entire season because of this 2.5 to 3 week delay, whereas your brother-in-law went ahead with the delay and saw a yield of 30% less. The economic disruption, in addition to the actual food disruption, is significant in both of those choices, right? So there's like no win scenario there.
No, there's not. And really, if something like that happens, you're going to want your farmers to plant something anyway, because we have to have food, right? But that's going to be difficult for them, because obviously he's taking a huge financial loss to even plant anything at all. And a lot of times they're kind of stuck in a cycle where they have to, because most of the time you're planting to pay back the bank for what you did, already. So you kind of have sunk costs. You have to keep repaying. You're kind of stuck in that cycle. So no, you're absolutely right.
So the obvious solution here is figure out how to plant without fertilizer.
Yeah. We might be working on that one for a while, but it's a good idea. So one of the other things I wanted to ask you about specifically, though, there's been a lot of focus with this administration, not just on agriculture, but on food and health more generally, too. What do you think is driving that? And how does that also play into this conversation about national security and resilience?
So, this new administration is a very novel administration that is interested in disruption, right? Trump 2.0 is very different than Trump 1.0. I served under Trump 1.0, and it was certainly a novel administration. But in the first administration, Donald Trump gathered around him what I call normies. These are normal people who had served in government before and really tried to get him to behave in the way that folks had before, and he did not like it. You may recall he fired them all. And so the second time, he knew what he had made mistakes in the past from his perspective. And so in the second round, he has chosen a team of disruptors. And one of those disruptors is HHS Secretary Bobby Kennedy, who is no stranger to controversy, but he has ignited a growing interest in our country in what he calls MAHA, the Make America Healthy Again movement. And this is a movement that appeals to folks all across the political spectrum because it's about folks wanting to put healthy food into their bodies that is whole and clean and not derived from, foreign substances or toxic chemicals or dyes or ultra-processed foods. And so the MAHA movement is really growing in strength across the country. And again, to be clear, some people call it MAHA, other people would just call it granola moms. The movement of wanting to know what is in your food and making sure that you're putting whole and healthy food in your body is growing, again, across the political spectrum. And the opportunity of marrying that movement with the national security interest around having a more secure closed loop supply chain for agriculture allows us to really combine national security imperatives with a popular movement of wanting to increase health and healthy eating by Americans. So this is a really exciting time.
There's another kind of thing that we were talking about behind the scenes there that is maybe a potential area of overlap. One of the things we talk about a lot on our farm is that healthy food and healthy plants really start with healthy soil. And it's kind of a loop. I know you're looking at Matt and he knows that this is coming next. And it's really interesting. You mentioned that the Department of War is putting resources behind soil health and food production. I mean, that's really interesting. So I was hoping you could tell us a little bit about the regenerative grazing project with the military bases and the benefits of it.
We recently got a program that was started by a Green Beret major out in Camp San Luis Obispo, California. He started a program doing AMP grazing, which is a rotational grazing that kind of mimics how bison behaved on the prairie, using very little startup money and using leased cows from a local rancher. And within 6 months in Central California, using this style of grazing, CAL FIRE came out to do an assessment on whether or not they need to do a controlled burn, which costs the DoD, I think he said $80,000 a burn. And their assessment was, instead of the regular $80,000 yearly burn, is we'll be back in 3 years. That right there is a very, very simple cost saving on a very, very small National Guard basis. You look at, I spent my entire career stationed on Fort Bragg in North Carolina, and you look at the massive amount of training area that is maintained by gasoline that is purchased with taxpayer money, by tractors, huge, massive lawnmowers to mow the massive drop zones, 15 employees to service and to run those massive tractors. And all of this could be accomplished by training some veterans on how to run a program on these bases and then using active duty soldiers to have cows grazing. So we have both soldiers are learning. Agriculture is one thing that I knew in the Army is farm boys make the best soldiers, hands down. They are always the most reliable soldiers. They know how to fix all the equipment. They know they're very resilient, and so you'd have an opportunity to take all soldiers could be out in the woods and out in the pasture. Is learning how to farm is every single combat operation I ever did. We encountered wildlife or domestic animals of some sort. Kicked into a third-story door in Arab Jabor, Iraq, and there was a 1,500-pound dairy cow
On the third floor?
On the third floor of this house.
Won't get stolen.
The I-beam underneath the I-beam was sagging underneath the floor. And so had I not had any exposure to cows in my life, a different soldier might have shot a very, very expensive cow, and that changes that village's favorability towards the coalition's efforts, right? So agriculture, I would say, is a essential non-lethal combat skill that all soldiers should be learning, because that's where you fight wars, is out in rural areas and on the fringes of them generally.
You know what I found really interesting when we visited Major Caja's project out at San Luis Obispo is not just the CAL FIRE story, which was incredible, just huge savings to the military. But what we saw on our tour with him were units out doing drills, like multiple units doing drills at the same time in different parts of the base. And what Matt had told me was that in other bases around the country, particularly at Fort Bragg, you can't do training with live rounds very often because the terrain will catch on fire and you have to stop. And this was a big deal because Eric told us, Major Caja told us, that they can train every single day on this base. Now, the difference in military readiness of having a base where you can train every single day as opposed to having to take huge breaks for natural disturbances makes a huge difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And the amount of time and money that goes into doing controlled burns on massive bases like Fort Bragg, all of this could be solved by a better grazing system on those bases. Yeah,
it's huge. So we've actually we teamed up with Major Caja and some of his folks from his graduate program, and actually went in to see Secretary of War Hegseth and his team and pitched this and expanding this program to other bases around the country as cost savings, military readiness, and increasing the security of our supply chain. Can you imagine if we've got not only using these bases more effectively to train our soldiers, we're reducing our costs from risk of fire, and we're feeding the members of our active duty the very homegrown raised cattle from our own bases. This is amazing.
Yeah, this is a really cool project.
It is very
I've always
cool.
thought agriculture overlapped with security in a lot of ways, but that was not something I had thought of.
Me either.
Yeah. I do want to bring the conversation back to supply chain security again, though selfishly, because that's what I'm most interested in, obviously. But your team did a lot of work on supply chains not that long ago in critical minerals. Is this something that you're also thinking about in the ag sector?
Yeah. So when I was serving in the Senate, I spent a lot of time concerned about the fragility of our supply chain when it comes to critical minerals. We are entirely dependent on China for several portions of our critical mineral supply. And that, of course, is incredibly important from a national security perspective because we can't build the chips and the little things that power anything with an on-off button in our whole country without China's cooperation, right? That is not a place where we want to be in the long term. And so I spent a lot of time annoying the heck out of my colleagues, talking to them about the fragility of our critical mineral supply chain and how we were utterly, and still are, utterly dependent on volatile foreign sources who do not share our interests globally. That we are completely dependent on them for elements of the supply chain. And the same is true in our current food supply. The same is true. And so that's why when we first met, I was so excited because the parallels are so strong. And again, as I mentioned before, because of this administration's focus on MAHA and on America First and independence, onshoring, making sure that America is owning more of the supply chain, the work that you're doing around supply chain from an agriculture perspective fits right in to this work and is timely.
Actually, I wonder if on some level that supply chain chart you made for critical minerals was like in the back of my head and it's part of this idea in the first place. It may very well be.
I love it.
But Actually, one of the things I didn't mention when I was talking about that fertilizer disruption earlier, of course, one of the things I wanted to chase down afterward was how could this happen? And the answer was geopolitics, right? So, I mean, who remembers what else was going on in February 2022? Big geopolitical event. Yeah, Ukraine. Russia invaded Ukraine, right? So along with that came, of course, the blockade in the Black Sea. Both Ukraine and Russia export fertilizer, so that was part of the problem, right? Then, of course, you had Russia deliberately put export controls on their fertilizer that was going to the United States and some of its allies. But the real nail in the coffin was actually when they cut off the supply of natural gas to Europe because it shut down all of Europe's ammonia plants, and you need ammonia to make nitrogen fertilizers. That's why we couldn't get it. But it wasn't something that our policymakers thought through in advance, right? Because how many people even knew that natural gas was the key ingredient as well as the thing that powers the process of making that fertilizer? Not very many. Why would you know that, right? But
literally no one in Congress knows that.
No one in Congress knows that. Okay, well, I should be getting this out there more. Well, and still that is where we're getting a lot of our nitrogen fertilizers from. So the US is kind of sitting in a better place than most on this because we manufacture about 80% of our own nitrogen fertilizers here, but the other 20% is coming from China, Russia, and Belarus. I know that was not my idea. Yeah, but part of the reason we were able to even solve that problem within 3 weeks and get the fertilizer when we got it is because we put fertilizer on the list of things that were exempt from sanctions. And that is one of the ways that the Russians have continued to get dollars into their economy to fund this war.
So part of the work that you're doing at ASU is thinking through how do we change this so we're no longer dependent on these sources. Matt, I saw your microphone going up. You're about to say something.
I was just going to chime in and say that the government trained me how to overthrow governments. And then since I retired from the Army, as I've got to see the inner workings of our government. And as a trained observer, my strategic reconnaissance report is that we have a bunch of incredibly fragile systems that could be very, very easily manipulated by a malicious actor. You look at the shortage in toilet paper during COVID that was created with a little bit of misinformation. If you were to do that with chicken or with beef, and you were able to create a rush on without even doing some kind of physical attack, which would be very, very easy given our system. You could cause severe shortages that we might not recover from.
So the work of the work that you're doing at ASU, and I'm excited because
you seem excited. Do you want to help me?
Yeah,
with this?
I am excited. Okay. I am excited. Okay, and full disclosure, it was a very nice bio, but full disclosure, I'm an ASU girl through and through. I've been with the university since 1997. Oh yes, that's right. And so I'm so excited about the work that you're doing at ASU. Matt's just joined the Future Security Initiative. I'm in a whole other department, but I'm excited about the work you're doing. And I understand you've got an application in for a new center that is really exciting and we want to help. Tell us a little bit about how the work you're doing at ASU is to address these exact issues.
Yeah, well, the idea really came out of that experience and that supply chain disruption. So what I've been working on ever since is actually mapping out those agriculture supply chains, especially inputs that are kind of buried deep upstream that you may not necessarily know we need, just like critical minerals, right? We're identifying choke points, right? There's a lot of them in processing and storage, identifying potential vulnerabilities and levers where geopolitical adversaries could leverage them, and then modeling the sort of cascading effects of a potential disruption. And I think it's really important to do this, right? Because you're right to say it's timely because economic warfare, supply chain warfare, it's a distinguishing feature of contemporary conflict, right? So we have to be paying close attention to our most critical sectors, and agriculture is, of course, one of them. So yeah, I proposed that we start a center for this research. And that's kind of the lead part of it. But I think it would be really interesting to also bring in things like regenerative farming and how that can help us build more resilient systems. And so there's a lot of different kind of approaches to take, but they all fall under the umbrella of better national security and national resilience.
What's so exciting about this project is not only does it help us start thinking about how to kind of close those fragile spots within the supply chain loop, but also thinking as the work that Matt is doing with Major Kaha over in the Department of War is thinking, how do we utilize the resources we have here in the US? Not just the richness of our soil, not just the animals and the husbandry that we know, but also the individuals, the active duty members, the veterans, to think about how do we transform this so that we are creating a system where we are no longer dependent on these volatile sources. It's pretty exciting.
It is. I mean, if you look at it like this, is any society is 4 missed meals away from complete anarchy. And in the current system that we have, is we could very, very quickly be there. When you look at cities like New York or Chicago or LA, is if, you know, a major natural disaster, a meteor strike, a terrorist attack, something like that, is we could find ourselves, a lot of Americans, without food, and that's going to lead to complete chaos that I don't think that we have much of a plan for as it stands right now.
She's going to fix it.
That's what we're working on.
Yeah. No, we're here to help.
Wow, you're making promises for me.
Just predictions.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting how often COVID came up. One of the things that really stuck with me, John Tyson of Tyson Foods, right? One of the most important kind of manufacturers and distributors of food in the country, tried to raise the alarm bell. And he was quoted saying, "Our food system is breaking." That's a pretty intense thing for someone in that position to say. But you're right to point out that there's not a lot we've done differently, despite the warning signals that I think are being sent from this sector in a lot of ways. Yeah, we only have a few minutes left. So, about, I think, 7 minutes left.
She says 2. We have 2 minutes.
Okay, we have 2 minutes left.
That's one easy question is what that is.
Okay, all right. If anybody has an easy question, otherwise I'm just going to let you give
She looks so
closing
nice.
thoughts. She does look nice. Let's let her go.
Is it on? Okay. Hi, I'm Dawn Massa-Stankiewicz, Massa Products Corporation. Listening to all the conversations today, and especially, you know, what you're saying right now, bringing in defense as well as food chain, and talking about COVID and what we all went through there and the fragility of our supply chain. I'm wondering if you're also thinking in lines with what we're going through in defense with the industrial base as part of this, and AUKUS, because obviously agriculture and the bases, growing food or raising livestock on bases, there's also PFAS contamination. So there's other layers in the system that obviously, like PPPs, could come in and fix so that the food is also healthier. You're cleaning up the bases at the same time, and you're lowering the costs to the taxpayers at the same time. But also with AUKUS, as we're increasing our supply chain of different goods, not just in defense, through the 3 nations. I just was wondering if you had any thoughts on that, or if there's opportunities to grow the program outside of where it is now.
Yeah, super easy question. Thanks. The answer is yes. And, you know, I'll just finish this. You know, the administration is really, again, it's not just HHS. You've got HHS, Department of War, USDA working together, which you guys, I mean, you all know this. That is so rare to see those 3 secretaries and the departments working together, thinking about not just food supply, not just health around, but also PFAS contamination, really a whole of government approach, which is unusual in any administration, regardless of party. So I think the opportunity is yes.
Okay, we'll wrap it up there, but real quick, I don't know if the photographer got that forks up earlier, so if we could do that again.
We could just do a forks up. Wait, you guys too. Come on, we're all issue. It's just me. It's just me.
All right, thank you so much. A round of applause for our panelists.
Thanks, guys.
So our next panel is Peter Singer, who you I think all know. He is a strategist and senior fellow here at New America, and also professor of practice at Arizona State University. So we're going to begin with a short video that Peter's put together, and then he's going to speak to us about lessons from the past and present for the future of war. So thanks so much.
This year we celebrate the 250th birthday of our nation. And across those 10 generations, a defining feature of Americans has been their relentless drive to change the world, to change themselves. The same can be said of our professional military, also celebrating its 250th. For each generation of American soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen, and now guardians, there's been a moment when their decision has simply been change or lose. Back then, our military transformed itself from ill-trained militia, which ran away from its first fight at the Battle of Long Island, into a skilled Continental Army that won just a few years later at Yorktown. To move from history's battlefields to today's, we see the same truths in action. Conflicts from Ukraine to Gaza show how the very same characteristics of learning, innovation, and adaptability are the determinants to victory. But both in that history and in the contemporary lessons, we also see three calls for action to honor that history and to maintain those values through our own relentless learning, innovation, and adaptability. The first is the challenge to, as it says there, master the new math. Abraham Lincoln recognized as the core factor between victory and defeat in the Civil War, and frankly, every war that we have fought before and since, is what he termed the, quote, awful arithmetic of war. War is a contest of blood and treasure, and each can and ultimately must be counted and measured. Yet now this arithmetic has a new factor via generative AI algorithms and swarms of tiny drones, and the accompanying opportunities and costs that are created by them. This factor is changing the calculations in that awful arithmetic by literal orders of magnitude. Looking back, for example, a key strategy for the United States during the Cold War was cost imposition. Expensive programs like Stealth and Star Wars were not just about their strategic value, they were also about the signal that they sent to the Soviets that their economy and their war machine simply could not keep pace with ours, and that it was what ultimately led Gorbachev to conclude the same, which ended the decades-long conflict. The same concept of cost imposition was elemental to the most celebrated operations of the last year. In Operation Spider's Web, Ukraine used inexpensive drones, reportedly costing less than $500 each, to damage multi-million-dollar strategic aircraft, degrading Russia's long-range strike capabilities for years to come. Similarly, in Operation Rising Lion, cheap Israeli drones took out a network of multi-million-dollar Iranian surface-to-air missiles and radars, which then paved the way for the destruction of tens of billions of dollars worth of command and control and nuclear facilities. In each of these operations, the tactical became the strategic through new operational concepts that leveraged the new math of new technologies. Now let's contrast that with our own approaches, which still overwhelmingly rely on sophisticated but costly technologic overmatch. Perhaps our most celebrated military operation of the last year was Operation Midnight Hammer. Now there's an ongoing debate on whether the strikes against Iran's nuclear facilities left them, quote, decimated, or, quote, the programs were still intact, set back maybe a few months, quote, to quote from two different US military reports. But my focus today is on the awful arithmetic. From the $18 million in flight costs for the 7 B-2 bombers to the $1.87 million per Tomahawk missile that was fired from our subs, the estimated cost of just the strike package was $196 million. This does not include the $2.1 billion cost for each of the 7 bombers or the $4.3 billion cost for the submarine. The Operation Rough Rider, the strikes against the Houthis last spring, has even worse math. Roughly $5 billion worth of munitions and operational costs were expended to stop attacks on Red Sea shipping, which then simply started back up last week. The same math haunts the ongoing not-so-covert operations in the Caribbean, where a 39-foot civilian flipper-type motorboat with 4 200-horsepower engines, which you can buy for new on boats.com for $400,000, was reportedly destroyed by a $33 million Predator drone backed by a force mixing everything from 10 109 million F-35Bs to a $1.5 billion amphibious assault ship. The math is even worse on the defense. Take when a wave of 19 Russian drones crossed into Polish airspace last month. The Gerber-type drones cost as little as $10,000 each, and thus are often used as decoys to misdirect and overwhelm Ukrainian air defenses. We countered them with a response force of F-35 and F-16 fighter jets, AWACS, and helicopters, which in sum total cost roughly $500 million just to buy, let alone operate. That force then shot down just 4 of the 19 $10,000 drones with AMRAAM missiles, which each cost over $1.6 million. In turn, think about how challenging U.S. forces found it not to attack the Houthis, but to defend the billions of dollars worth of warships where the Houthis were using this very same cheap tech. To defend themselves, our naval forces fired or reported 120 SM-2, 80 SM-6, and 20 SM-3 missiles, which cost each roughly $2.1 million, $3.9 million, and over $9.6 million each. And this is to defend against a non-state group operating out of the 187th largest economy in the world, which is able to fire mere hundreds of drones and missiles. Need I remind you that our pacing threat is the economy on pace to be the largest in the world, which will be able to fire not hundreds, but hundreds of thousands and likely millions of missiles and drones. When you spend orders of magnitude more than your foe, this is what is known as a, quote, losing equation. And if we don't change this math, we will need an update to Norm Augustine's infamous law of defense acquisitions. Back in 1979, Augustine calculated that if the Pentagon couldn't curtail the cost curve of its purchasing by 2054, we wouldn't be able to afford a single plane. My 2025 version is that if we don't master the new math of the battlefield, we won't be able to afford to win a single battle. Even in our best laid plans for future battlefields, there is a harsh reality of the numbers and a lack of urgency about them. The math, not merely of the past, but of current battlefields remains literally orders of magnitude beyond what our budget plans to spend, our industry plans to build, our acquisition system is able to contract, and thus what our military will deploy. Think about how Ukraine is on pace to build, buy, and use over 4 million drones this year, to the US plan to gain tens of thousands, if everything in that plan works perfectly, which of course they often don't. If we ever want to get out of this losing equation, which risks losing wars, we must treat the development and fielding of attritable, affordable, and autonomously enabled systems for use in everything from strike to ISR to deception in every domain, not just as a one-off project, but as a focus of a high-velocity acquisition culture. The proof of our success will be when low-cost systems that deliver not just tactical but strategic effects cease to be a single-digit percentage of our major program acquisitions. In turn, our doctrine has to change in how we would use and defend against the new math. Second, the need to build cognitive toughness. Coming from these numbers is maybe an even more profound and challenging lesson. in how we have and how we should envision the human dimension of war. A generation that was shaped by wars like Iraq and Afghanistan frequently used the term strategic corporal to lament how challenges over rules of engagement in the context of complex counterinsurgency could lead junior troops to take an action, say at some checkpoint, at a house raid, that might undermine the overall mission, or perhaps even worse, be reported by the media. That's a debate for those who want to relitigate the past and fight battles in our political culture wars. What I hope we focus on instead is how to prepare our next generation of forces for the actual battlefield. And here, the term is taking on a different meaning, one of force multiplier. New weapons like drones, long-range missiles, and cyber give our lowest echelons unprecedented reach and lethality. A small unit led by someone in their 20s will not just be asked to take the next hill, but perhaps to cause a potentially war-winning effect on a hill thousands of miles away. Or maybe even they'll cause that effect in a totally different domain from the focus of their home service. For instance, a young Army or Marine captain can now fire a missile that can sink an enemy invasion fleet, or a Navy, Air Force, or Space Force, NCO, could deliver malware that could shut down a satellite in space. The outcome is that the future fight will not be decided merely by brawn. But that's nothing new. It's just what happened in the last World War, where it was the brainy Dwight Eisenhower that led at the strategic level. And it was the tiny 5'5", 110-pound Audie Murphy who became America's most decorated soldier at the tactical level. And just as the physical side of war increasingly brings together humans and ever-improving machines, that intelligence will also be both machine and human. The human intelligence side, in fact, becomes even more important in a world of ever-improving machines. AI excels at speed, scale, pattern recognition. Humans were better at contextual understanding, complex judgment, and generating truly original and resonant forms of creativity based on lived experience, which is what characterizes much of politics and war. To put it another way, machines are good at rules, humans at exceptions, and war is the realm of both. Thus, any future victory will still depend on the thinkers, even in a world of algorithms. If we want our war fighters to be war winners, they will need to be problem solvers who can make instantaneous, high-stakes decisions and leverage machine speed technology and mass amounts of data. They will need to be capable of both independent action and rapid collaboration across vast distances and domains, masters of both themselves and distributed operations. This demands not merely physical toughness, but a new kind of mental toughness, the ability to process immense amounts of information and adapt to rapidly changing circumstances. We must thus cultivate those traits from day one, through how we recruit, select, and treat our troops, especially with rigorous, realistic training scenarios that push not merely their physical, but their mental boundaries. Third, the need to learn to win. Our adversary's success in moving forward in political, economic, military, and technological capability has come from a dedicated effort of what's been called civil-military fusion by bringing together their universities and their warfighters. What nations like China are doing right now, it has reflections in our own history, where in the words of the Saturday Evening Post, quote, college professors were vital in the fight to win World War II, lending their time and research to everything from building bombs to creating the most effective wartime propaganda, end quote. In turn, authoritarians' achievement in pushing back against democracies over the last decade have all come from the cognitive warfighting domain, by them recognizing the centrality of perceptions, decisions, the mind in all things. In short, our foes work across their society and they seek to master the mental side of battle. As a result, both to mirror our own history and to win the future, those of us who care about US national security, and that means also to think about US national security, must compete and contrast with our foes' shared effort. Thus, our collective civil-military challenge of change or lose, just as it was in the past, depends not merely on the physical side, but on thoughtful analysis and research, rigorously exploring new trends, stress testing future scenarios, challenging orthodoxies, and offering outside-the-box thinking. As we saw in past American successes, ranging from the story of the tank to the aircraft carrier in the first half of the 20th century, to the military reform movements in what followed Vietnam, this means not just allowing, but encouraging the professional debate and even dissent that is necessary to identify, challenge, and cast aside outdated assumptions, to create a faster military adaptation cycle, and to drive forward what needs changing. It also means promoting and reporting not just what works, but identifying and writing about what doesn't. For instance, George Patton is one of the most celebrated warrior leaders in today's discourse. But when we look for guides for our current and future leaders, we would do well to remember the actual history, not just the movie and the memes. Patton was not just a doer. He was also an innovative and often iconoclastic thinker, as well as a prolific writer. Over Patton's career, he wrote an amazing 1,695 pages of journal articles, including one of speculative fiction on armored warfare, also reports, speeches, letters, and even poetry. If we similarly want to grow the warfighters who will be war winners of tomorrow, we should not disdain professional military education, the role of academia, and the toil of writing and research. Instead, we should seek to invigorate it, such as by developing new doctrines, integrating new technologies like AI and simulation, and treating the study of cognitive warfare as a foundational rather than as a niche concept. It also means not just supporting that research, but also engaging with the best of thinking across our great society, rather than throwing up organizational, cultural, and even political barriers between the military and the academy. In short, just as in our democracy, the future of American security depends on a healthy civil, military, and intellectual partnership, one in which both sides respect each other and what they bring to the table, where research informs policy and military thinking, and professional experience blends with academic theory. This is how we ensure not just that our democracy remains vibrant, but that our forces in the field avoid defeats caused by weak thinking and faulty assumptions. In sum, the future war winners will be the war fighters and defense innovators who learn how best to fuse human intelligence with machine speed across the wide range of demands. That also means viewing the many national security institutions that will shape and support that learning, that innovation, that adaptability. Those institutions might be located anywhere from the barracks to the gyms, Pentagon offices, operational commands, assembly lines, corporate cubicles, universities, war colleges, think tanks, and defense media. They're all part of a single interconnected ecosystem that all contribute to promoting the most adaptable and cognitively superior force possible. The same truths will hold in the future. Americans have won and will win by embracing learning, innovation, and adaptability. Thank you.
So before our next panel, we're going to have a short video about the Small Wars Journal, which we relaunched or brought to Arizona State University, with the first part of it occurring just about a year ago, November 2024. So the video should run.
We encounter lessons, but the question is, do we internalize them? Do we synthesize them? And do we apply them in the future? My name is Dave Maxwell. I'm a retired Special Forces colonel, and I got involved in the Small Wars Journal in 2005. The founder was now the late Dave DeLagey, a former Marine who was retired. Back in 2005, it was, at the beginning of the global war on terrorism, Dave just said, we just ought to be publishing articles quickly. All kinds of people, all walks of life, all ranks, from general to private to State Department, USAID, everybody just kind of jumped on this as a way to express. When Dave DeLagey passed in 2020, the board members, we said, look, we don't want to give this up. And so I spent a couple of years searching around for a partner. The board members, we realized Arizona State is a very forward-looking university, largest in the world. And so it really became the perfect place to put Small Wars Journal.
One day, I got a call from University Affairs, and they said, you know what, this needs to sit in the Future Security Initiative where you are, and you have a history with this journal, you understand it, you're going to lead it. The marriage between Small Wars Journal and Arizona State University was critical to maintaining that legacy. We developed this motto that we live by, which is discourse at the speed of relevance. And this is part of our dedication to our authors and part of the idea of the Future Security Initiative. We want to kind of be first movers on ideas. And so we were going to respect that part, and we were going to bring value to the university to show Small Wars Journal brought to you by Arizona State University.
I am in the final year of my degree at ASU as an undergraduate. Working for Small Wars Journal has been one of the most impactful experiences of my academic and professional careers thus far. As an editor, working with authors from around the world, from various positions, various backgrounds, and having that chance to kind of join the global security discourse and have a little bit of an impact in that's just been super meaningful.
So here we are at Arizona State University, assuming control of this wonderful journal and outlet, getting our students involved. Our success is measured not by who we exclude, but by whom we include and how they succeed.
I just have to say again, where we really benefited from Arizona State University, taking hold of Small Wars Journal to bring it to the next level and to ensure that Dave DeLagey's legacy is maintained.
So our next panel is How Can Wargaming Advance National Security? It'll be moderated by Amy Nelson, who is the director of the Future Security Scenarios Lab here at New America and also a research fellow at the Future Security Initiative at ASU.
Wonderful. Thanks so much. Today we have with us Ken Gleiman. Ken is a strategist, a scholar, and former U.S. Army Special Forces and Ranger officer. He has over 30 years of experience in irregular warfare, defense planning, and national security. He is currently a professor of practice at Arizona State University, where he directs the Irregular Warfare Studies and Research for Future Security Initiative, and teaches at the School of Politics and Global Studies. He is also the editor-in-chief of Small Wars Journal. Ken designs and facilitates strategic games that test assumptions, explore uncertainty, and inform real-world defense planning. We also have with us David Gartenstein-Ross, founder and CEO of Expert Theory, formerly Valens Games, where he's pioneering a new genre of experimental learning through AI-powered immersive exercises. David is an expert in gaming and strategic foresight. He's led analytical exercises for major technology firms, the US and Canadian governments, and leading universities in order to stress test assumptions and strengthen organizational resilience. Gentlemen, what a pleasure to be with you both today. Thank you for joining me in this conversation about wargaming and what it's teaching us today. So, wargaming has made a real comeback as of late, and not as a Cold War relic or a throwback, but really as a way of thinking and planning under the deep uncertainty we're facing. This is quite possibly spawned by Bob Work's 2015 Wargaming Initiative, or his reboot of the concept. But since then, interest in wargaming seems like it's exploded across academia, the defense, and the think tank world. And it's no accident, right? We're in a moment defined by multipolar competition, rapid technological change, and overlapping crises. So it's worth asking, and the purpose of this panel really is to ask why wargaming and why now? What does it let us see or test that traditional analysis cannot? Ken, let's go to you. Why wargaming and why now?
Thanks, Amy. I definitely would agree that we're in a kind of wargaming renaissance, but wargaming never really left us. It's always been an important part of what we do. But what we're seeing now, these are not your father's or your mother's war games, and I think there are essentially two reasons for that. One is it's a bit of a cliche, but we'll go ahead and say it: the return of strategic competition or great power competition, at least in our collective consciousness, right? That also never left us. But the other would be technology. So you just mentioned Bob Work, and I suddenly realized that it's been 10 years or more since Deputy Secretary Work was convening these VTCs and trying to energize the department for the third offset. And I was in Indo-PACOM at the time. And, because I was in Indo-PACOM working for Harry Harris, we had to get up at 2 a.m. for these VTCs. So I actually don't remember too much about them. But one of the things I do remember was, searching for the third offset. And part of that was about leveraging technology for decision superiority, and part of that was about wargaming. So, but all of that is just to say that there's a reality in the last 10 years that we are that the U.S. is going to face peer competitors. It's more likely that we'll face peer competitors. Even our near peer or non-peer competitors have capabilities that we no longer have, or that they have that we once thought were our own. So because of that and that uncertainty, wargaming has really exploded. But with technology, back to the point about technology, especially but not exclusively because of AI, we have the ability to do things with wargaming that we weren't able to do in the past. I remember in school the analog war games on the table, moving pieces around, hex and counter. I always remember losing. I wasn't that good at it, but we definitely learned something. And now with various elements of technology integrated, we can create synthetic environments. I love the fact that we can iterate, right? You can actually do more. And I
tell everyone why the iteration component is so important. It's relatively novel.
Yeah, I think it really is. And I'm sorry, but I saw the Defense of Duffer's Drift book. Peter Singer is working on a new version of it, but that was really important to me as a lieutenant. I wasn't a very good lieutenant. I was actually served under General McChrystal. He was Colonel McChrystal, was my battalion commander. And a battalion commander always remembers his best and his worst lieutenants. And I was definitely not his best, but he did remember me. So that tells you something. But the great thing about Duffer's Drift was it's about a lieutenant who gets into his very first battle, and it doesn't go well. He actually all his men die. He gets bayoneted. And then he wakes up, and suddenly you go into this Groundhog Day scenario where he gets to try again and again. And eventually, of course, he learns. And this is part of the magic of what wargaming can give us now. Of course, not just at the tactical level, But now we can actually do this more at the operational level, at the strategic level, at the policy level, and even at the institutional level. And that's some of the great games that we're seeing now.
Yeah, so that ability to rerun, that 2020 hindsight, that really kind of squeezing out the lessons learned from the last iteration. David, what's your take? In what way do games help us see things that we can't otherwise see?
I think that to allow us to really see things that we can't do otherwise, ideally a game makes it feel real to us. So the style of game that we do is called immersive exercises.
Not getting bayoneted, right? Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, it depends. But when we create them, I think what's important to me is that there's this deeply built information environment. So we typically will use news stories that look very real, social media artifacts, but it has to be a well-built world to me. When a world is paper thin, people can tell. When there's depth to it, people want to explore. And for a lot of the questions that we're looking at, I think the advantage that games provide is twofold. One is it can make it real to us as though we're living through the crisis, either on a tactical or strategic perspective. And that's important in the same way that, sports psychology is recognizing the importance of visualization, right? Everyone knows that for important plays, being able to visualize it ahead of time makes it as though we've done it before. There's good science behind this. And if it's important enough for a football field, it should be important if there are thousands or tens of thousands of lives on the line. Then that's one thing. The second thing is that the more complex a challenge with the more ripples, I think the harder it is for the human brain to really comprehend this. And I've been using games for a while. I first started experimenting with them when I was a professor at Georgetown in their security studies program. And then years later, when I was the lead instructor for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers individual terrorism awareness course, I had this interesting game, short game that I was running on what happened after ISIS's caliphate fell. And the point of the game was that at that point in time, all these different factions who found common ground against ISIS, the US and UAE and Saudi and Iran, Hezbollah, Israel, eventually, like all of those interests would converge again, and there was going to be conflict. And what was interesting to me is I had this unit going through the course who had just gotten back from northern Syria. They were embedded with the Kurds. And after the game, one of the guys came up to me and said, "Now I finally understand what was going on." And that was mind-blowing to me. But eventually I realized that for something where there are so many different factions with different interests, or something like artificial general intelligence, where there are a lot of different ripples from the creation of something like AGI, it's hard for the human brain to comprehend it. A game can make it comprehensible if someone feels like they're living it.
Yeah, especially in a conflict situation where you're trying to stay alive, right? You're not trying to necessarily integrate, process, and optimize across the whole range of potential outcomes. Terrific. Thank you. And Ken, what about in the educational setting? This renaissance has reached college campuses, right? If it ever left. What's going on there?
Well, I mean, I think that there's a lot going on there, and what we're trying to do is bring it in the right places. And to be clear, studying history, theory, learning how to do research, all of these are super important foundational things. But being able to bring in a game experience where students can actually experience the outcomes of the decisions that they make is super important. One of the great things we're doing at the MAGS program under Alicia Ellis is we're actually working with David, and we're taking our capstone project, which is a traditional master's level thesis. We're actually giving students an option to participate in a semester-long game where they have to do research, they have to immerse themselves in this scenario, and they get feedback on how well they're on the results of their decisions. I think when you're looking at like master's level students, that's so important, right? Because we're not necessarily always training the next PhDs, although we want to prepare our students to go into that deep research. But we are really about our students in the MAGS program are practitioners. They are walking into the future of war and the future of security. And these games, especially this one we're developing with David, these are going to really help our students feel that.
And they respond well to these settings and these games and these experiences.
Absolutely. I mean, it's sometimes too well. I mean, they get really passionate about it, but suddenly the research that they're doing is going to matter because they're going to see an outcome that's not just a grade from a professor. It's going to say, it's going to actually, what we decide is going to affect the game, and that has a great impact.
Fantastic. And sticking with the theme of maximizing impact, I want to talk about how insights from war games can inform policy decisions. How do these approaches, how do we translate findings from war games into policy? What's the best mechanism for that?
Want me to take it first? Sure. So I think that part of it is the first thing I think you have to do is make sure that you have time for war games. And I remember back in the Department of Defense working for the Indo-PACOM commander or for the Secretary of Defense, we did like these time analysis of just how much time in the day, in the year, they actually have to spend on certain things. The promise is that if leaders can begin to understand, and I think many are, how important these time for these games are, and maybe we should call them something else besides games. You and I have had conversations about this. But understanding first to get that time in there, that I think is critical. But then you also have to make the time to reflect on what happened in the game, what decisions came from it, and how that might affect policy. In other words, you don't just want to the last roll of the dice. You don't want to end there. You really have to reflect on what happened.
You need your Duffer's Drift moment where you can process everything that's just happened.
Absolutely.
Yeah. David, what are your thoughts on this? How do you maximize uptake? How do you get policymakers to heed the lessons of these games? What's the secret here?
The most important thing is to know your why. Right? In organizations that we've worked with, if they understand what they're trying to get out of it, it's going to be much more successful. There's a lot of different use cases for games. One good example would be a tech company that we worked with where they wanted to sensitize their workforce to some of the political risks of a tech deployment. And the purpose of the game was to scare the hell out of them, but then give them some hope at the end. So they lived through the crisis, but you didn't really depress them. But I think that when we look at this day, and all the various interesting things that we've heard as people peer into the future of security, to me, games are in many ways done right, kind of this common thread that cuts through them. We have two different things going on. One is massive risk, some of which can be considered existential, coming from a number of different factors, ranging from artificial intelligence to nuclear proliferation and beyond. And being able to understand how one addresses massive risk and can do so in a laudable way is not just kind of coming up with a dash of policy proposals, but actually living through complex negotiations and things going wrong. Games are able to do that relatively uniquely. That is one use case, and getting people to think of both the urgency, but also the agency. That's something that has been missing as different foundations have tried to sensitize people, for example, to nuclear risks. So that's one thing. The second thing that I think runs through this as a thread is artificial intelligence changes everything. And I think that it changes the role of humans in important ways, where a lot of the skills that were important to all of us growing up are less important. Being able to reskill is very important. Being able to work within a team, being able to read a room, there are different things that are important. And what we found is that either on a leadership level or at a university level, games are able to tap into those things that courses don't normally get at. And one thing I'd mention in line with the work that we're doing together educationally is we just had this 2-year study come out, published by the University of Nebraska, their EndSight Counterterrorism Center. It's a DHS-funded study. I'm a lead author along with David Schanzer and Jessica Sperling of Duke. But it actually looks at the learning outcomes of games. And what's interesting about the study is we tried to look at things that are not just self-reporting, but objective measurements, like perspective taking, causal reasoning, and it did find statistically significant effects. And I think that's important because what it gets at is a lot of those skill sets that you don't normally emphasize within a classroom.
Interesting. And tell me more about agency. I think this is really important, right? You've talked about how it's not enough just to scare people or to give them the experience, and you have to debrief after to decide what you would have done differently. This agency component is really important, right?
Yeah, I think that for one thing, games can feel empowering. Like you are an actor and you're facing a dire situation, and you either make it better or make it worse. But it shows you that you have agency, particularly games that aren't just government focused. I increasingly think it's important to include non-traditional actors, whether tech companies or civil society groups or the like, because those are the kind of actors that make a difference on the world stage. So yes, agency in that way. Sometimes we actually, so I think there's two ways to do it at the very end. You can debrief, or you can just kind of let people sit with the experience, which sometimes can be a little bit more haunting if you want them to think about it. Sometimes I find that when you impose meaning, it makes the game a little bit less impactful. But if so, people need to reflect on their
feelings.
own.
Yeah. Ken, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I really liked what you had said about not just being in the defense space, and it ties in with what Peter Singer was saying earlier about civil military fusion. And so much of what I do in irregular warfare studies deals with other elements of society, whether you're talking about resilience, other sectors, other agencies. And so one of the things that I love about, and that I think where a university, especially a university like ASU, brings particular value is this convening ability, in the sense that we have this sort of academic neutrality, whereas other actors that may sponsor a game or try to run a game may not get that whole of society approach. So we can bring in the agricultural sector, we can bring in from our law school, we can bring in a legal view, we can bring in other business sectors, we can bring in journalists to kind of get this whole of society view of these immersive style games.
You almost have greater freedom and expanse at a university, at least for now.
I think you should, yes.
Yeah. Well, speaking of this, this is all part of what a healthy wargaming ecosystem looks like across government, academia, and think tanks. How do we maintain a healthy wargaming ecosystem, and how do we lower barriers to keep bringing in new perspectives? Ken?
Well, I would say maybe I don't know, maybe two things. First of all, is the part I mentioned before about time. My hope, the promise of AI isn't just in gaming. It's that, if we are actually going to save time in other tasks throughout whatever agency you're in, rather than seeing people lose their jobs or laying people off, I would like to see that time be banked into gaming and decision experiences. Again, maybe we don't call them games, right? I don't want to jump on the trend of renaming stuff, which is like a thing you do in DoD for fun. But maybe instead of calling them war games, we call them, like you like to call them, decision exercises or critical
immersive exercises.
Immersive exercises. I mean, these kind of get to the point of just how important they are. But the last thing that I will say is that it's also important to ensure that you've got the games themselves are going to help develop strategic empathy or cognitive empathy. So if you put somebody in the role of playing an adversary, they're going to develop that. But it's also important that they try to come in with that. Otherwise, you may not be playing, you might be playing the wrong game, and you might have you might develop a sense of self-efficacy afterwards when really the adversaries aren't quite what they should be. So games develop strategic and cognitive empathy, but I think you should also try to make sure, if you want a good wargaming culture, to make sure that people come in with some of that cognitive empathy.
Fantastic. Thanks, David.
And as for me, we talked about immersiveness before. I think games should be fun. Anyone who's played educational games knows that they're often not fun at all. I don't understand why someone would make a game and not make it fun. But the other thing I would say is a game needs to reflect the world in a way that is objective, regardless of your perspective. Like a lot of our games get into difficult political issues. I mentioned we have social media, and so we'll often have real figures, including some think tankers who might be in this room, show up with fictional tweets. And I'll frequently talk to someone whose tweets we fictionally represent and say, hey, is this like something you would say? Because to me, what you have is the ideological Turing test. The Turing test being, does artificial intelligence sound like a human being? The ideological Turing test, which people often fail at in the policy world and so many other worlds, is someone's ideology as represented in your writing recognizable to them? Yeah. And so to me, it's very important that whatever the perspective is, whatever the actors are, it passes the ideological Turing test. That to me is a sign that the game is doing what it should. It needs to represent reality in a way that feels real, regardless of your own ideological perspective.
So in a way, it's validating a Bob Jervis perspective where politics is about perception and misperception, but the ways we access that are changing now with war games, or we can do a better job with these immersive scenarios. Would you agree?
Absolutely. And I think my final thought on that would be that, as Ken alluded to, I think AI makes this possible. It makes it possible to democratize this in a way that we couldn't do before. Before we had barriers of it would take game design expertise. It would take hours of time to do. And that's one of the founding reasons that I started to use AI. We have a platform that can very rapidly design a game around someone's idea, even if they don't have game design expertise. Things like that really make it accessible for the kinds of conversations that benefit from games in a way that wasn't possible before the LLM revolution.
Terrific. Thank you. And I always like to end with this question, which is, what advice would you give to the next generation of folks who want to do wargaming, who want to experience games, who want to help build the field? Ken?
Well, I would say, first of all, don't forget about the foundations. Don't forget about how important it is to study history, study theory, and know how to do research. Because even though that AI model, and I've used David's system, it's pretty darn good at building a game, but you're going to want to be able to have those foundations first. And then I would say go ahead and fail small. The idea of innovating with games, go ahead and try to create them and try to fail small and learn.
Don't be
how to
afraid.
do it. Don't be afraid.
Yeah. David?
My advice is that we're in a high-tech world, but people want high touch, not high tech. So to me, make the game feel human. Focus on making it a great game, not on being a high-tech game. You might use technology to help it, but even in a high-tech world, people crave that human connection. Games can provide that in a really unique way, and they should.
Fantastic. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me in this brief but energizing conversation.
So our next panel is going to be about Candace Rondo's new very good book on the Wagner Group, and it's going to be moderated by Wyn Bowen, who's the head of security studies for King's College London.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Good afternoon, everybody. The penultimate session of the afternoon, and it's going to be an exciting one. So just to get you set up for that.
Stay awake.
So I'm absolutely delighted to be chairing this session with Candace Rondo here. I think when I was asked to do it, I thought, great, it gives me an excuse to buy the book and read the book, which I have dutifully tried to do, drilling down to those areas of most importance to me. But I'll try not to spend too much time on those. So as you probably all know, Candace Rondo is a senior director in the Planetary Politics and Future Frontlines here at New America, professor of practice at ASU, author and a fantastic career in journalism, Washington Post, etc. before that. So this session is very much building off Candace's fantastic book on the Wagner Group, Putin's Sledgehammer. But for this session, we're trying to sort of learn the lessons, look forward. What can we glean from this episode? And there are several episodes within the larger episode, if you will. And if you've read the book, you will certainly get the feel for that. So I've got a series of questions that I'm going to sort of pose to begin with. Candace is going to address them eloquently. And then we'll have some time, hopefully, for questions from the floor. So good. So enough from me. So the first question really, Candace, is to think about what the story around the Wagner Group tells us about perhaps the limits of Putin's power and control in Russia and beyond. If you could start with that, please.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think maybe it's important to set the scene and like what was the story actually, and just talk a little bit about the arc of the Wagner Group for those who haven't read the book or who are not as familiar. I think the way to think about the Wagner Group is solving a problem that Russia has really struggled with since the 1990s, around the mobilization of roughly 1 million men that was arrayed against NATO, was then, is now, and the challenge of doing that across several time zones, across several cultures, and across many different ideas of sort of nationhood and empire that had sort of fluxed and flowed in Russian history for a long time. But the origins of the Wagner Group really come from the collapse of the Soviet Union and the progressive change from a state that really was run almost entirely by the security services, and then suddenly the need to kind of enter a globalized economy and to transform Russia's defense industrial base, including the export of weapons, which of course Russia is the second largest exporter of weapons after the United States, sometimes tied with China increasingly. And so in the 1990s, when that collapse happened, a lot of folks were put out of business, basically. There was a major reorganization of the Russian military. Many in the security services, like the KGB at that time, now the FSB, also lost jobs because of this reorganization, because Russia was broke. And that problem is the problem that Putin inherited. One that is so tremendous when you think about it. When you're thinking about a 1 million-man army and sort of figuring out how to deploy it in a way that can both face off against East and West, and then against some now 32-odd nations. It's a difficult challenge, all the more so if you're broke, right? And the solve for that challenge in the early days was to deploy forces under kind of the cloud of deception, primarily to sell and deploy weapons to partners like Syria. Or places like Libya, where Russia had a long relationship before the collapse and continues to have today. So just to start there, to kind of understand sort of what Putin was actually kind of grappling with when he became president in 2001, to the surprise of many, that's what he was grappling with, and it's still what he's dealing with today. The Wagner Group really evolved out of also a major transformation of the Russian military that took place in 2008, after the Georgian-Russian War, where Russia won, ostensibly, in its conflict with Georgia. It was, the quick 5-day war. But some pretty big lessons were learned. A lot of kit was lost, and there was a lot of miscommunication. And I think that surprised, again, not only Russia, but the world, because, again, it's supposed to be the second largest and best army in the world. And it's fighting against a force of, not even 100,000, right? So the lessons from that resulted in the privatization of some pretty important parts of the military, including catering services. And this is where Prigozhin comes in. He was a master caterer. He was kind of like the maitre d' to the Kremlin for a long time. And it's there that the kind of the roads of Putin's life as a former KGB man, and very deeply connected to the Russian mafia, very reliant on them for security control of the city of St. Petersburg, and Prigozhin, who was also of that ilk, kind of converge and come together. And this idea of using irregular forces, to fill the gap that conventional forces couldn't do, was born around 2010. But the question was it going to be a private military security force in the real sense? And I think for Putin, he could never really afford to actually invest in true private forces. His idea of what is private is very different with, definition from the rest of the world. And I think the question from him was, could he afford to let anybody off the leash? Because the other problem with his sort of approach to governance is that he's essentially a man who deals in guesses and intuition, adhocracy, Mark Galeotti, the scholar, has called it, where institutions are subsumed in personalities. And as a result, when there's a systemic crisis, you have to rely on these kind of ad hoc actors like the Wagner Group. So the first lesson is that is a continual problem for Putin. His fundamental weakness is that he really relies on these ad hoc relationships and encouraging rivalries between potential leaders that might replace him in order to kind of control the system. And we saw that play out, as you know, during, of course, the 2023 mutiny, essentially, where Prigozhin rose up.
Sorry, I got a tickle in my throat.
Don't die on stage.
Yeah, what a way to go. Well, thanks for that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm struggling with the frog in my throat. So, if you think about the Wagner experiment, the Wagner experience, how is that reshaping the ways that we think now about how mercenaries and irregular forces are going to be used into the future? Do you think?
Yeah, I think there are some positive and sort of negative lessons, right? I suppose if you're an autocrat looking to consolidate your own power and at the same time challenge a rival that perhaps has more power, more reach than you, as we see with, say, Russia and the United States and NATO. The first, I think, lesson is mobilization is a marketing exercise as much as it is a military exercise. I think what Wagner really taught Putin, insiders in the Kremlin, and the military, was that if you're going to convince people to go to war, even on the cheap, right, you're going to need to give them something more than just money to bind them together. I think a lot of people kind of have this misimpression that many of the Wagner Group, mercenaries sort of signed up just for the money. And yes, the money was important. They were getting paid 3 times, sometimes 4 times more than their counterparts in the conventional military. And they got other perks like better weapons, better kit, a little bit more freedom. But it's that part, the little bit more freedom, and then the chance to go back and build cohesion in a way that was unique. It had this very special forces vibe. Playing into that was a lot of deep embrace of special forces kind of culture and regalia, trying to revive things like the VDV airborne symbology, and really kind of, as you saw from the book cover, some of the symbology, the skull and the crosshairs, all of that stuff is stuff that has been around, kind of as branding of the Russian way of war for the better part of like 40 years. And Prigozhin's success was reviving that, not just through kind of this rather brutal esprit de corps, but also through social media marketing, which was a little bit of an accident of history, right? That he kind of came to power, or at least kind of lofted his way into the Kremlin inside. At the same time, like, VKontakte and Facebook and Twitter were blowing up. Without that, I think there would be no Wagner Group. So I think that's one of the first lessons. And the second lesson I think would be important to point out is if you want to challenge an adversary where you have an asymmetry of power, deception is your first investment. Because the Wagner Group was ultimately, in many ways, a deception operation, right? Because for the first 7 or 8 years of its existence, nobody really knew what to call it, who was responsible for it, how to attribute what its actions were. It wasn't really until February 2022 that people started to understand, oh, this is something that really is genuinely tied to the Kremlin, that the Kremlin has invested in one way or the other, right? And that's a long time to kind of deceive the entire world as to sort of what your actual purpose is. But it was essentially a sanctions evasion network. And still to this day, on some level, the Africa Corps is a sanctions evasion network, which is, of course, its successor. Those two things are, I think, the most important lessons for any would-be dictator or pretender to the throne in terms of kind of re-scrambling the world order. So who knows if Xi Jinping will take that lesson, but there's signs that that's happening. As recently as the last month, we've seen this deal between Russia and China over the airborne forces, just as an example. So I think that there really is a concrete set of lessons that people will take away.
So those lessons for authoritarian states, but what about lessons for us sitting here in DC or in London or?
Yeah, so I guess that's maybe the negative side, I suppose. The lesson for, I think, the West is gray zone conflict is not a sideshow. It's actually a systemic problem that really points to our own inability to kind of pin down our own sense of where international law, the laws of wars, should be applied and when it should be enforced, and when atrocities should be accounted for, and who should be, accounting for them, and how they should be accounted for. I think if you really think about sort of the trajectory of the Wagner Group, starting with the invasion of Crimea in 2014, I think it was Ambassador Roscoe who said this morning that Ukraine was like a wake-up call for Europe, and I would argue that's true. But actually, the alarm went off in 2014, and Europe kind of rolled over, hit the snooze button, and went back to sleep. Right, and while that was happening, the Wagner Group was evolving its capacity, growing by leaps and bounds. So one important lesson is pay attention to these gray zone actors and expend resources on developing the capacity to develop your intelligence networks. Understand that it is a network operation almost always because it requires deception and subterfuge. And if you look at it through that lens, you understand you have to look at logistics, you have to look at intermediaries for banking, you have to look at digital currency. This is how these guys really operate. So that's another, I think, really important lesson is really getting a fix on the 21st century part of irregular warfare.
Okay, good. There's a particular episode in the book where you talk about the Iranians, the Russians, i.e. Wagner, and Hezbollah training Syrians at a compound or base out near Damascus. And that just made me think about, are there lessons and insights from the Wagner experience around that, the collaborative aspect between authoritarian states, which we worry so much about now?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, actually, I think that Syria was, in a way, the laboratory for that initial engagement between Russia and Iran. It didn't really work out that well. I mean, there were two attempts to do this sort of collaborative training of mercenary forces, some Afghan, some Hezbollah. Two times it kind of fell flat. And then, so as a result, Wagner kind of was given a much longer leash. But the collaboration still led to, I think, an exchange of all kinds of things, everything from technical expertise in how to use, certain weapons, and kind of gluing together one of the most important parts, which is, the IRGC, which is the irregular warfare arm of Iran, and the GRU, which controlled the irregular warfare forces of Russia. And we now see, I think, increasingly in the Ukraine theater, we know about the Shahed drones and the collaboration between Russia and Iran on the production of those drones, deployment of those drones. It's been an incredible success. I could say we talked a lot about that this morning, about how many drones now Russia is able to produce. Never would have happened without that collaboration. On the same token, I would say North Korea is another good example. When there was this incursion in Kursk in Russia, it was Wagner forces or former Wagner commanders who were kind of brought back from Africa on the spot to try and work with these North Koreans, because it's Wagner and sort of irregular forces that will always be the tip of the spear when it comes to innovation. And I think we'll probably see that again in other theaters.
Okay, I'll ask you one more question, and then perhaps we'll throw it open. And so, when we think about the Wagner experience, we think about Russia's ability to exploit mercenaries and irregular forces. To what extent should we be worried looking forward about how Russia may use that to threaten or to conduct horizontal escalation against, particularly if you're thinking in the Euro-Atlantic theater, and we think about the sort of the fights that we may get into?
That's a really good question. So first of all, it's already happening. Some colleagues and I have been sort of looking at the way in which Wagner forces began to use Telegram as a recruitment mechanism for sabotage operations in Europe. Earlier this year, I attended a couple of trials, one last year in Poland, in Krakow, looking at a couple of Russians who were deployed to send out Wagner stickers and do all kinds of nefarious things all across Europe. They were convicted ultimately. It was the first time that there was a conviction for hybrid warfare in Europe, actually. So Poland was the first to kind of define it, at least legally. And then more recently, this case in London, which you probably know about, involving the sabotage and arson of a warehouse in East London that was owned by and run by a Ukrainian logistics company. That case ultimately resulted in the conviction of, I think, four UK citizens. And there are many others that are connected, right? Are they all Wagner? No. Are they all sort of plots that are part of a larger scheme by Wagner's primary handlers, the GRU? Absolutely. And we see escalation constantly. We just saw it, of course, on the border of Poland during this military exercise. And, drone exercises over Norway, shutting down the airport in Copenhagen. So these horizontal escalations are largely done, though, just with the help, of course, with ordinary private citizens, right? And this has been the milieu, and this has been the kind of the MO of the GRU for quite some time. And I think we are on a very hair-trigger situation, particularly in the Baltics.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, we'll open it up, and we've got 10 or so minutes to go ahead, please, over there. The microphone is coming.
Hi, Robert Wagner, no relation to the Wagner Group. United States Navy Reserve. So, so far, I've heard you say a lot about the warning that we can take from the capability, asymmetric capability that the Wagner Group provides to Russia. But when the attempted coup happened, my mind immediately went to the 1905 battleship Potemkin incident. And so could the Wagner Group also be a double-edged sword? Is there potential here where that actually signifies a crack that could be very bad for the Kremlin?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I guess that would have been my third or fourth lesson in there, is that I think the mutiny exposed exactly what you just described, a real challenge with a sense of loyalty to the Kremlin. Because of the adhocracy, this kind of instability within the upper echelons of the military, we saw very immediately after the mutiny. Over the course of about a year, some dozen or so top-line generals who had been sort of supporters of Prigozhin and the Wagner Group were ousted, purged, basically. And so it's clear that Putin was aware of the threat once he kind of came to it late. But once he kind of calculated that this is really a problem, he started to remove these actors that he thought might be part of this larger plot. He hasn't really solved the problem. So I think you're correct. We even still see to this day sort of this infighting with like military bloggers on the state of the war. Should you be more aggressive? Should you move forward faster? And I think there's been a lot of discussion. Mikhail Khodorkovsky, who's a longtime opponent of Putin, has talked I think quite accurately about the fact that Putin really fears the moment when challenges around his health or something similar provoke more conversation about successors, right? Because there's no real obvious successor. You can name a few, but it's pretty clear that because he cannot afford to name a successor without then sort of denuding his own power, that there's a really strong possibility of these forces, I think, fighting, when it comes time for him to leave the stage, whether, through natural causes or otherwise.
Okay, are there any Prigozhins in the room? No? No, okay. Go ahead.
I think you have one back there too.
Hi, I'm Jack Krapansky, unaffiliated. So where are we now today with the sense of, might there be a Wagner 2.0 at some point, or has the whole concept of irregular warfare been totally integrated into the Ministry of Defense and the GRU, et cetera?
So the concept of irregular warfare has always been integrated into the GRU. At the outset of the war, I think it's fair to say that there was a turf battle between the FSB and GRU as to who was going to set the strategy. And we saw sort of like what the lessons of that play out in the first, say, 6 months or so, which didn't go very well, right? But it was more or less that internecine battle between two, security forces was more or less resolved within the first year of the war. But irregular warfare was always the bailiwick of the GRU. It was the FSB who thought maybe, well, we could augment things here. And, you can't mistake the FSB's importance in assisting I suppose, with certain operations like the Skripal poisoning, as an example, in 2018. You name it, the FSB has had some sort of hand there. So just to clarify the context, going forward, I don't think the GRU or the Russian military command is going to experiment anymore with new types of Wagners. I think what they will do, as they have done, is to try and continue to augment Africa Corps. Although I think they also see that it's a challenging proposition. We see in Mali today that Russian forces are having a hard time. They've kind of lost their purchase politically, and I think we also see that Mali is about to fall, likely in the next, who knows, a few months, maybe, possibly. It's a very unstable situation. There's a theory about a domino effect on Burkina Faso, where of course you also have Russian forces under Africa Corps guys. I think it will remain a sort of standard paramilitary force, a lot less freelancing, although there is a case to be made that things could get really dicey if there's an internal challenge to the Kremlin power structure. That's when things might get a little bit weird and experimental, I think.
Okay, right at the back, the very back. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Bobby King. I'm currently unaffiliated. Bringing up Mali and the Sahel, are there any lessons that this book or the work with regards to the Wagner Group that the West can actually pick when dealing with countries that may need the services of places like of groups like the Wagner Group and then employ them? Is there any lessons that they can learn in countering them and providing an alternative that can actually work?
I have not seen any lessons that have been learned. That's for sure. I think Africa Corps has presented, now that it's sort of somewhat consolidated and it looks like a sort of semi-standard military force, although there's a lot of things we still don't know about it. In some ways, the fact that it's not able to operate in these environments and find purchase, with the exception of the Central African Republic, which is a little bit of a different animal, is I think very telling in terms of just how challenging that environment is for any external actor. It doesn't matter if it's Russia or France, and France, of course, carried the freighted load of the colonial history, as did Britain. And frankly, the United States would not be, I think, very welcome in that kind of guise. And with AFRICOM now sort of being diminished on some level, there's even less of a chance for the United States to really act as a primary military counter or some sort of offer. We did see, I think, as you know, some experiments in Central African Republic soon after the collapse of the Wagner Group, with an American force trying to sort of offer some sort of counter. Not so successful. But I do think there will be other mercenaries. We're seeing Romanians, as an example, Romanian forces that have sort of a mercenary cast operating in Central Africa as well. I do think that there's still going to be a lot more experimentation there. Is there a counter? The counter is less kleptocracy within some of these states. The counter is more even distribution of power. That's a hard problem, and I don't think it's solved externally. I think it can be with an eye to a more robust and kind of inclusive sense of how to build development and do development partnerships. I do think also investment beyond sort of the usual aid model, but investment in sectors that are really critical. One, critical minerals. This is going to be increasingly one that I think most states, including the United States, are going to be focused on. There's an opportunity there, but I don't see the lessons, and I don't see the apparatus, certainly of the United States interagency, being deployed in any way that could be, I think, consistently successful. And I hate to say that, but I just think that external actors in those environments don't do well because, it's not their war. And we saw that play out in Afghanistan. We saw it play out in Iraq. We've seen it play out in Syria. There is something to be said for restraint, even in situations where it seems kind of dire. There are other ways to help other than just military counter.
One very last quick question. Go ahead then. Yes, please.
Yes, hi, Mitchell Pullman, independent researcher. I've seen in my own research that Wagner is still very much recruiting, and you mentioned that earlier. But I'm wondering, between all their losses in Ukraine and in Africa, aren't they just running out of people to be recruiting? Is there really any interest, and is the information environment in Russia, or I suppose the lack of information environment in Russia, such that word hasn't really gotten out as to your chances of getting killed if you sign up with the Wagner Group? I mean, early on, Wagner started as sort of a group of adventurers and true believers, and then they started recruiting criminals with promises of having your sentences commuted. Who is signing up with Wagner now? Is there really any interest?
In 1 minute.
I will do it quickly. So first of all, Wagner technically dissolved, sort of, kind of, but the brand still exists, right? There's Wagner Group Istra, there's these other sort of iterations. So just to be clear, when we're talking about recruiting for Wagner, it's different missions in different places. For Africa Corps, I think there's been less success there. Who is being recruited are people who are primarily from the sort of excommunicated or former special forces class, basically. There has been some rotation, as far as we know, of forces who were part of the Prigozhin milieu. We know a lot of the commanders are still there in Africa. But the promise is pretty simple, like more money, more cohesion, more adventure. However, I think that the conventional forces and deployment into Ukraine has now taken greater precedence. And there's clearly an effort to plus up those bonuses for recruitment to go into Ukraine. And it's actually quite effective. The mobilization rates are pretty good. Africa Corps has not been as successful with its goals. I think they wanted to have 40,000 in the first year. They couldn't make 20,000 in the first year. So they've struggled. And so it's, what it depends on the theater, I guess, is the best answer to your question. It depends on the theater and the offer. And I would just say right now, especially because you also see some of the losses in places like Mali, it's probably not a very attractive offer, and that things are going to continue to drag there.
Okay, we're going to have to draw to a close there. Thank you so much to Candace. Fantastic panel, and buy the book. Available in all good retail outlets.
Of our future security scenario lab, and she's going to be accompanied by Mariam, and I'm not going to try and pronounce Mariam's last name because I'm going to mangle it, but she has a very lovely Georgian name, and I'm going to turn it over to them to describe the future security scenarios lab.
Okay, thank you, Peter. I'm back. We are the last thing between you and your cocktail, I am aware. Great. Well, I am delighted to talk with you about the Future Security Scenarios Lab. This is a new initiative within the Future Security Program here at New America. And I'm so glad to have an opportunity to tell you about what it is and what we've been working on. Fundamentally, the lab grew out of the recognition that the security landscape is changing. And it's changing faster than the systems we've built to keep it secure. And that what we need is newer ways of thinking if we're going to keep pace. So a little bit about me. I came to this work by a slightly unconventional route. I started in philosophy, fascinated by how we know what we know. I moved on to neuroscience and complex systems, studying how people make decisions under uncertainty. And then eventually into political science to understand how states manage uncertainty at scale. And along the way, I worked at the State Department and National Defense University, where I got to see firsthand how strategy often depends less on information than on interpretation, on how institutions frame and understand the world around them. And that really is the crux of where we're at today. It's the crux of the problem today, and it was the impetus for the lab. Our existing security frameworks, so these are doctrines, tools, and assumptions we routinely rely on, they were fundamentally built for a different era. And by that, I mean they presume slow change and stable actors and predictable escalation. But the environment we face today is unfortunately far less forgiving. Think of arms control unraveling, how deterrence is losing coherence, and how AI is transforming the tempo, the texture, and the psychology of strategic decision-making. And so the message became really clear that change itself was actually becoming the defining condition of uncertainty. And if that was the case, then we needed to do things differently. So that realization became the founding principle of the Future Security Scenarios Lab. That is to say, if the world is changing faster than our systems of governance, then we need to change how we think. And New America was actually the perfect place to do this, with its long tradition of inventive policy-driven approaches, the future security program's emphasis on applied, forward-looking, interdisciplinary research, and a community of thinkers that includes folks like Peter Singer, whose work in Useful Fiction has advanced future-oriented security thinking for years. The lab is designed to extend that lineage, to create a dedicated space for reimagining how we think about risk, foresight, and security in an age of accelerating change. So what do we do here? Well, the lab is designed as a space for rethinking security from first principles. That is, for challenging assumptions, testing frameworks, and building new mental models for decision-making under uncertainty. The lab's mission is threefold. First, we focus on AI and nuclear futures. This means, for example, understanding what comes next in our complex and rapidly changing nuclear security landscape, or for AI, working to achieve a better understanding of how the technology is transforming our decision-making and escalation dynamics, or even examining complex threat interactions, which is like studying how nuclear, cyber, climate, and biological risks amplify one another in an increasingly networked world. Second, we are a force multiplier within New America, serving as a hub that brings scenario thinking into the organization's broader work on democracy, technology, and global security, as well as a central institutional node for AI-related projects across New America. And third, we have aspirations for field building, convening like-minded, future-oriented disruptors in the security space. There are a lot of labs like ours popping up right now, and for good reason. The changing security environment demands a different tool set. I'm firmly convinced that a rising tide lifts all boats in this space, and that through greater coherence, we'll have more success and amplification. So how do we do this? Well, we use methods like scenario planning, decision theory, wargaming, and immersive exercises, as we discussed in the previous panel. And this is not to predict the future, but to expand the range of futures we can be prepared for. So our projects all reflect this approach. We are funding projects that, for example, examine why decades of nuclear risk warnings haven't fundamentally changed American behavior. And we're doing this using cognitive science and decision theory to understand how people filter and then normalize these kinds of warnings. For another project, we're exploring whether deterrence can even be restored as assumed in current nuclear doctrine, and in a likely future security environment. And for this, we're using scenario planning and wargaming to test the limits of this assumption. We're also excited to be developing a simulation of an AI to AGI transition, exploring how that leap from artificial intelligence to artificial general intelligence or superintelligence could intensify global competition and what governance might look like in its aftermath. Within New America, we're embarking on a project to train policy experts as futurists, asking them to imagine futures of human flourishing, not just risk mitigation, in a world shaped by artificial intelligence. We're also exploring the use of predictive markets as an indicator of AI competition outcomes and laying groundwork for a salon on what comes after deterrence as an ordering principle in the international system. Each of these projects shares a common goal: to make future-oriented thinking an operational part of how we approach security and not an afterthought. So that is the broader architecture and mission of the lab: how we think about uncertainty, how we use foresight tools, and how we're trying to build a new field of anticipatory security governance. But to make this more concrete, let me turn to one of our pilot projects, our study of the new nuclear-armed sea-launched cruise missile, or SLCM. This is a proposed novel US Navy system that's designed to deliver a low-yield nuclear warhead from a submarine or at sea, giving the president a more flexible set of options below the level of an all-out or strategic nuclear war. On paper, it's about what some call filling a deterrence gap. And in practice, it also sits right at the heart of the most complex nuclear landscape we have ever faced, one that today is shaped by 3 major nuclear powers, the erosion of long-standing arms control treaties and norms, the rise of dual use and emerging technologies, all of this combined with mounting tensions in 2 theaters, the Indo-Pacific and European. So we chose SLCM as our pilot because it's an ideal test case for the lab's approach. It is a policy decision made under deep uncertainty, where both sides of a very polarized debate rest on untested assumptions about the future in 2035, when the system will be deployable. So that led us to design a 3-phase process, with each stage adding a distinct layer of insight. In phase 1, we interrogated fundamental assumptions of these belief systems. So to do this, we convened and interviewed senior experts. These included supporters and opponents of SLCM and those who are kind of in the middle. We wanted to map what they believed SLCM's utility was, and also the futures they imagined it useful for or harmful to. And we wanted to see where their assumptions converged and diverged. In phase 2, we identified key uncertainties. So to do this, we used a method called horizon scanning and combined this with scenario planning. And this allowed us to explore factors that were most likely to shape SLCM's future, again, 2035. And we settled on 2 variables in this exercise that mattered significantly and were still deeply uncertain. This was the pace of technology development and adoption, and the perception of the US arsenal as offensive versus defensive. And then finally, in phase 3, we asked experts to respond to a series of yes or no questions about possible future developments, and then to estimate the likelihood of each outcome. And this will allow us to see which futures are gaining traction and where expert opinion converges and diverges in these imagined futures. Each phase builds towards the same goal, and that is of transforming uncertainty from a strategic blind spot into a decision-making advantage. We want to make sure we aren't, as Peter Bergen said this morning, fighting the last war. Next, Miriam's going to talk us through the findings from these early phases.
Thank you, Amy. Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for being here today. Good. So while we're still working on the analysis, but our interim findings are already quite informative. From our qualitative analysis of expert interviews, we found that positions on SLCM are more than just divergent opinions. They are rooted in deeply held mental models about the world deterrence theory, and the role of nuclear weapons in international security. We have identified two key mental models, as you see here on the slide. The first one is the less is safe perspective, and the second one is the more is secure perspective. Each one is associated with different risk preferences and is derived from different nuclear schools of thought. To start with the less is safe model, these are the experts who generally oppose Slickerman. Their underlying philosophy is often rooted in the idea of minimum deterrence, or a way of thinking that emphasizes a reduced reliance on nuclear weapons and favor restraint. These experts do not see a deterrence gap in current security architecture, and we define deterrence gap as a perceived shortfall or imbalance in a state's ability to deter its adversaries. In other words, they think that the United States has enough nuclear capabilities to remain secure, and adding new systems like the Slickerman offers little to no additional value. These experts are more risk-averse. They often refer to terms like misperception, miscalculation, and misinterpretation. They favor transparency over nuclear ambiguity and view Slickerman as a system that can potentially enhance this ambiguity by blurring the line between conventional and nuclear capabilities. The second model is the more secure model. These are the experts who generally support Slickerman. Their underlying philosophy is often rooted in the idea of tailored deterrence, or a way of thinking that emphasizes more reliance on nuclear weapons and an expanded US nuclear arsenal, both in size and variety. These experts believe that a bigger and more diverse nuclear arsenal means that the US can tailor these capabilities to specific security threats, and Slickerman is just one of such tools. Importantly, people in this mental model highlight that there is a current deterrence gap, and Slickerman helps to fill it. They are more risk tolerant. They often use terms like flexibility, credibility, resolve, survivability, and restoring deterrence. They frequently invoke the idea of an emboldened adversary, referring to an increasingly aggressive Russia and China that, in their view, warrant a more robust US deterrent posture. They advocate for maintaining nuclear ambiguity as a means of inducing caution on the part of the adversaries, which is an approach that stands in contrast to their counterparts' preference for transparency. This interim finding is consistent with the broader polarization trend we see currently in the US nuclear policy space. Even when it comes to a system like the Slickerman, which most experts actually agree is a relatively small piece of the bigger deterrence puzzle, expert opinion remains sharply divided. This suggests that meaningful progress may depend on finding common ground or bridging concepts between the two mental models. For example, we can agree to talk about fundamental concepts like strategic stability, even if we define it differently. It wasn't our goal to get experts to agree in this project, but we did find several areas of consensus. The first one is that despite polarized views, both Slickerman proponents and opponents agreed that the system is not a magic bullet for deterrence, meaning that Slickerman is unlikely to fully close the perceived gap in deterrence architecture, and nor would its deployment inherently destabilize the security environment. The second one is that both sides also emphasize the role of Slickerman in signaling commitment to allies, that is, sending a credible message that the United States is willing to employ nuclear options if necessary to come to their defense. The third one is that there's also a broad consensus that Slickerman would be more relevant and potentially more useful in the Indo-Pacific rather than the European theaters. And finally, both sides acknowledge that the credibility of US nuclear deterrent or policy depends on communication and perception more than it does on the nuclear arsenal size alone. And this is a particularly interesting finding or notable point, given that the number of Slickermans to be deployed currently remains classified. As I mentioned, we haven't finished processing all the data yet, but I'll walk you through where we are now and our methodology. So we started by analyzing qualitative interviews with experts and identified 19 key variables that capture how they think about concepts like deterrence, escalation, and the role of Slickerman. To make these insights measurable, we created a code book, which as you can see on the slide. Essentially, what we did was we translated qualitative responses, so people's opinions and logic and reasoning, into numerical values so that we could analyze patterns across the data set. For example, if the variable was belief in deterrence gap, as you see on the first row here, we assigned a value of 1 to an expert who saw no gap and a value of 5 to someone who believed that there is a real gap to fill. And here's just two examples of what we got. On the left side, you see a scatter plot showing relationship between two key variables, the utility of SLCMN and belief in deterrence gap. The question we were trying to answer was, do people who see SLCMN as more important do so because they believe it fills a perceived gap in deterrence? Each dot here represents an expert view, although some dots have multiple expert data coded due to overlapping answers. The positive correlation and upward sloping line show a clear pattern. Experts who are more convinced that there is a deterrence gap also tend to think SLCMN would be more useful in addressing it. In other words, views on SLCMN aren't just technical disagreements about a single weapon system. They reflect deeper worldviews about how much deterrence is quote-unquote enough and whether new capabilities enhance or destabilize security. And that's exactly what makes this debate so polarized, that people aren't just disagreeing about a missile, but about how the world works more fundamentally. On the right side, you see a scatter plot showing a relationship between utility of SLCMN and concern about entanglement risk. We define entanglement risk as the risk of mixing conventional and nuclear systems in ways that could cause misinterpretation and potentially even unintended escalation. The question we were trying to answer was, are the experts who see SLCMN as more useful also less worried about entanglement risks? And the downward sloping line shows a clear negative correlation, meaning that the more an expert values SLCMN, the less concerned they tend to be about entanglement. In other words, those who prioritize the deterrence benefits of the system often downplay its potential escalation risks, which is a potentially significant blind spot. And this finding, or this interim finding, gives us entry points for bridging the divides that we spoke about earlier. If someone believes there's a deterrence gap, they're likely to see a high utility in SLCMN. But if we inquire further, asking questions like, what exactly is the deterrence gap? How is it defined? And how do we know it even exists? We can start to unpack and test those underlying assumptions about the system's value itself. Same way, if we start testing entanglement scenarios through wargaming or scenario planning, we might start to see changes in how experts think about the system, which is one of the many plausible future directions of this project and where it could go next. Thank you very much.
We're almost done, I promise. Okay, so in phase 2 of this project, great. So here we have a visual representation of one of the outputs of our phase 2 scenario planning session. Using horizon scanning, we identified those two variables I mentioned. So these were two high uncertainty, high consequence variables, the positive versus negative perceptions of the US nuclear posture, or viewed as defensive being positive, and offensive producing a negative perception. And then on the left side, unsustainable technological change. On the right side, sustainable technological change. These variables made up 4 potential worlds, and our experts were then each placed in one of these worlds. They were asked to build out the world, flesh out assumptions, identify risks and opportunities, and then identify indicators that the United States is moving into one version of the world or into their particular version of the world. What's interesting is that experts that were assigned a positive perception, defensive, of the US nuclear arsenal, regardless high or low pace of technological change, felt that their world represented the current state of the world, while experts with negative perceptions or offensive of the US nuclear arsenal, regardless high or low pace of technological change, felt that their world represented the likely future. And so this means there's a bigger consensus that today there are positive perceptions of the US nuclear posture, but that we are moving into a world where that will no longer be the case. Across all 4 worlds or scenarios, there was a consistent crux point that emerged, and this is China's reaction to US deployment of SLCMN. This means even though SLCMN moves the needle rather than changes the game in the nuclear landscape, consistent effort in the form of tailored diplomacy and clear nuclear signaling will need to be expended by the US to shape China's opinions of and reactions to SLCMN in order to avoid an in-kind or escalatory response. Ultimately, the Future Security Scenarios Lab is about rethinking how we think, not just about the next threat, but about the frameworks we use to understand security itself. Because in a world defined by accelerating change, the most important skill we can cultivate isn't prediction, it's imagination, the ability to see beyond the familiar and to prepare for the futures that are already taking shape around us. You can scan the QR code to learn more about our lab, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Amy and Mariam, for that very interesting presentation. So what remains for me to do is to thank you for coming. There are a number of people who put this together. I want to thank them. As you can imagine, this doesn't happen overnight, and quite a lot of people are involved in one way or another. So from ASU, Jim O'Brien, Michael Crow, Daniel Rothenberg, Alicia Ellis, Ken Gleiman, Amos Fox, and Ryan Shaw. New America, Anne-Marie Slaughter, David Lanham, Carly Anderson, Heidi Lewis, Emily Winchester, Morel Mackey, Joel Rinstra, Shannon Lynch, Trent Coxley, Guzelle Duchateau, wonderful last name, Riley Rogerson, Anjuna Olke, Molly Martin, Candice Rondo, who will very happy to sign books later, Hila Rasul Ayub, Peter Singer, Amy Nelson, Mariam, who we've just heard from, and David Sturman, who did a lot of work to make this happen. We also want to thank our partners at S&D Plus, Ian Langford, Lauren Mellows, Craig Sharp, Carlo Mastraccio, and Wynne Bowen. And thank you for spending the whole day with us. You get a special prize. I'm not sure what it is. Thank you.